There we go. Hey, how's everything going? How is everybody doing? Hope you all are doing well. This is going to be an interesting day. Yep. Live. All right, let's see if I can no. Oh, yeah, that is. Okay. All right, can't get one right now. Okay, so now we're just waiting for. Yep. Now we're just waiting for Phil to start his stream. We'll see what happens. Well, you live. That's good. I didn't rage quit Kirby and make the news. That's good, Plantanduro. Yeah, no need to rage quit Kirby. I love the fact that he is getting his ass. He got his ass blasted because of that shit. That was hilarious. Oh yeah, you saw the pig movie? Oh yeah, no, it's an old school. That's an old movie, so I don't know why he decides to start these so late. Because he's gonna have like a long ass pre-stream. Like he's gonna basically take like he's gonna do a regular pre-stream. He's not gonna do a short one, I don't think. Hey. All right, so how many of you guys are thrilled waiting for Saturday for the whole down the rabbit hole? Oh, that's gonna be fun. He was in the Spanish news? Oh dear. Oh, that's hilarious that he was in the Spanish news. I hope it was because of Kirby. That's the funniest thing is like that's the weirdest thing about that. How he's this just made him viral again for all the wrong reasons. Of first, yeah, dude, he is so mad seeing he is angry the fact that that's what's people. Blooper is the one that found the Spanish. Oh, let's go see. All right, let's see. Oh, so he found it. That's interesting. Bloopers community tab. Okay, let's do. Oh, wow. eGames new eGames.news. Oh my god. You've Oh, this is amazing. I I always hey Jay Kramer, hey the Sid. That's it. This is amazing the fact that yeah, that one tweet uh just got so much traction of him just of that whole rage quit has just gone viral. Especially the fact that he doesn't want to well, the thing about it is that he doesn't he now is claiming it's not a rage quit, even though it's like it was a rage quit. You literally were playing the game and you turn it off and you manually shut the game down. It's literally and you see he's setting up now. He should be live. I mean, dude, it's almost noon your time. How the hell are you not set up? Like, oh my god, did he use this as an excuse to sleep in? Like, there's no reason for him to. He doesn't need to do this, but he's gonna basically use this as an excuse. I think that Saturday's the beginning of the pretense of just he's gonna completely within it like 1 or 2 years he's not gonna do any more game streams. It's all gonna be that. It's just he doesn't get that. It's like he's not gonna be ready to do that. Yeah, he backed himself into the shame corner. Yeah, Saturday's. Yeah, he just. Jake Herman, that's so weird. Like, yeah, even though it's like he normally wakes up around 10:30, he. He should not be doing this. Yeah, he's mad, and that's the thing. That's the thing, guys. He will say that, yeah, he the whole thing is, oh, but in reality, he doesn't want to admit that he had a rage quit Kirby. Because here's the thing: if he had just done the last part of that thing and didn't even do the Coliseum, he'd be like, whatever. But he did the Coliseum, and then. But also the thing, remember, one of the big things he's doing is he does the same thing every time. He just face tanks enemies, thinking that, oh, his DPS is going to be good enough that he can face tank them while just hitting them. And when it isn't, and that's not enough, he gets mad because in his mind, he shouldn't have to do anything more complicated than that. Oh yeah, the Sid. It's destroying him. Like yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't vote, and people are like, oh, he doesn't vote because the fact is, for him to vote, he would need to have understanding of how the system works. He doesn't vote because he can't get an absentee ballot. Because the thing is that normally he wouldn't be able to vote because you in an absentee ballot, but he can't do that. What's he gonna? Jake Hammer, honestly, I don't know. I don't know what he can do because, like, he tries to do this pre-stream thing where he talks about gaming news every week, but the fact is, there isn't enough news to do one every day. Every week maybe, but not every day. Like he has nothing to talk about unless he decides to go right into the internet drama. It's so weird how he doesn't vote because it really is. He doesn't vote because he just doesn't feel like actually getting. He doesn't feel like getting involved with the whole political process, but also the fact that he'd have to go out and go to the polling place because they won't give him an absentee ballot for, I don't want to go out. She can't do that. He has no interest in hobbies. And Jigger, that's the thing. Like, he keeps talking about how gaming is his, um, he talks about how it's his, you know, job as well as his hobby, but you could tell that's bullshit because he doesn't play anything offline. He refuses to. Hey, what's up, John Valentine? Like he straight up refuses to play anything offline or to do grinding off stream. So at this point, it's completely and utterly just he's not gonna do anything. Like this is and the thing is this is gonna completely backfire on him. Like he's not gonna get the money that he wants. Because he's looking to do this so that he can just so that he can pivot to something even easier. But I mean, think about it. We're still waiting for. I said, he says waiting for DSP Gaming. Like YouTube saying it's 3 o'clock, and we're still waiting on him. I love it. I love it. Oh, I love in his chat. Hopping Rabbit. Is he just the king now, or is he still the king of hate? I love that. That's amazing. Yeah. Oh, it looks like. I love. God, I love that he's using. Look at he's using so many old photos of him. Like, look at his goatee in this photo. It's so full, and even he doesn't look as deflated. He says. I mean, this thumbnail's probably photo's probably like 10 years old or something. Yeah, we are watching the beginning. His big tweets become way too frequent. Yeah, well, part of it is he's driven all of the non-whale. He's driven all the 50-bit bitches away, and probably a good bit of the dolphins have vanished. So basically, he's all reliant on whales, and I don't see all the whales doing as much to actually keep him afloat. So His small tips added up, and he scared them. And he scared them all away. Besides the select few, yeah, no, yes, yeah. They said no midlife crisis. Yet he's using old photos because he looks so bad now. And the thing about it is that 40 years old, he shouldn't look this bad, and he shouldn't be talking about how, like, he talks about, like, oh, he'll probably get carpal tunnel and all that. That's all him self-diagnosing. He's shouldn't be having this stuff. This whole, like, but he also refuses to go to a doctor and take a look at that. So, like, it's 303. We're still waiting on DSP Gaming. Like, he just changed the thumbnail. That's it. It's still, he still hasn't technically gone live yet. He looks like, yeah, no doctor hasn't been to a dentist in about 10 years. Oh, it looks like he just might have gone live. Yep. Okay. Here we go. Alright, we're gonna... Alright, let's take that off, because you don't need to hear that shit. Alright, let's... There we go. There we go. What am I hearing? Alright, I'm gonna... There we go. There we go. I'm just... That's good. Okay. Now I don't... Now I'm only hearing... Okay. So now I'm only hearing one. So we're hearing two of them. So this is going to be interesting to see if he actually gets a lot of tips, because he's been doing so many Q&As. Like, it's already after 3. He should have just started his stream a little early and then just immediately at 3 gone into what he needs to do. But yeah, like, I think about it, he says, like, yeah, the app playlist, because all this music that he does, he doesn't actually he didn't download it. He's literally doing a YouTube playlist that he's playing in the background. I should consider using an avatar if he wants to keep doing this. He isn't appealing to... He really... Plantandero, that he should look into being a VTuber, because at this point, that's... his body just doesn't look... Well, Ziggy Piggy, yeah, Derek's going to load up his questions, because I don't think Derek shows up in the day streams. But yeah, Jacob, his Q&A's been torture because he's got nothing to talk about. So, yesterday was interesting. I love the idea that if you had a crown on your name and you weren't a member, he was just going to ban your ass, even though everyone can tell who's a member and who's not because of uh, the green username. So it's just him having a fit. But the thing about it, and Plantenduro, the thing is, if he was gonna like do something like an avatar or a VTuber, he would expect somebody else to do everything for him. He won't do anything for himself. I mean, look at it. None of these. Think about it, none of these title cards he did himself. Like he didn't do any of this music. Yeah, Jake Hammer. He's had a lot of temper tantrums lately. Part of it I think is because he just had he had to do his taxes, and he wants to not he doesn't want to admit that he probably owes a lot in taxes, and he needs to um do a marathon for it, and he's trying to figure out a way of doing it, but not actually, because we all knew that he was going to do this, because he doesn't actually save any of the money from his tips for taxes. So one of the other things he needs to do is he needs to get a better lighting so he can have a better color correction, because you look at his streams, his eyes look the same color as his skin, which is really bad, but also really shows that he's using just soft white light bulbs and he's not color correcting. He didn't pay gate. I think he wanted to pay gate the Down the Rabbit Hole for Wings, but he kind of knew he'd get caught out on it. Jack Herman, that might actually be the thing. He's angry at with his viewers because the fact is, like, part of it is, I think, him getting him becoming a little bit viral about Rage Quit Kirby. The fact that he is, and yeah, he is scared about. He's angry at his viewers for not giving him more money, but the fact is they're basically tapped. He's mad the fact that, what he doesn't get is that he doesn't have, they don't have more money that they can just give him a lot for his birthday and continue giving him, 150. He doesn't get this. Like, dude, you have a very limited amount of viewers. Like, honestly, this is the thing. He needs to get back onto Twitch as soon as humanly possible. Like, he should be able to get onto he needs to apply for partnership or for affiliateship on Twitch as soon as possible. Get back on doing Twitch, because honestly, it's the only way he's going to survive. The gifted subs are the only way the gifted subs and the Twitch and the Prime subs are the only way he's going to survive. Yeah, they're tapped out and there's not too many of them left. Yeah. And yeah, because and yeah, you can remember the big problem is that he hasn't cultivated his audience in years. He's been berating them. He's been basically demanding that they keep up this thing, and really a lot of it is he's demanding that they keep up this level that he himself basically, by relying on the tips goal. He should never have relied on the tips goal to be his only thing. And look, he's still got to do his 50. Like, think about how autistic this is. That, we're gonna start at 3, but I still got to do my 15 minutes of pre-show with the slides. It's like, He should have just picked one of the. If you wanted to have a little bit of pre-stream music, pick one of the songs and just do one and get ready to go. As it is now, his pre-stream is basically going to cut into his 3 hours of Q&A. Because when 4 o'clock hits his time, he's done, no matter what. Plantandura, he won't. I can guarantee. Here's why. I mean, look at it. You see that Dark Side Phil from the Project 7. He's incapable and unwilling to work with other people in and of the way of collaborations. If Phil works with other people, he expects to be the center of attention. But with Wings and with LTG, he is not going to be able to do that. He is going to get insecure and angry. I mean, it was the same thing when he was shitting on John Rambo, saying, "Oh, we wrote all his best stuff," when that was a lie. That was the whole thing. He's been telling. Yeah, yes, yeah, Kramer. That's the thing. Chickens are coming home to roost that he has, and the problem is that he's gonna hit because he refuses to actually look at his because he refuses to actually look at his spending issues. He's not gonna. Oh, listen, Ethan Ralph. I've been trying to get into that and figure out what's going on with that downward spiral. That one's, oh boy, he is just. But I mean, look at all of his stuff. Even you look at this playlist thing. You could tell he looks so much younger in these pictures than he does now. Like, and he'll claim that it's all graying hairs, but he dyes his hair when he goes to get his hair cut. So why doesn't he dye his beard? You can get or you can go to a store and get like the Just for Men, the facial hair. You put that in there and make your facial hair darker. But like, even if you look at all this stuff, he doesn't want to. Oh, he's on.
What's going on?
Oh my god! Oh, this thing. Fuck this. And he's even to the point now. He only.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone?
Morning.
Doing?
It's
Welcome
fucking
to the Pre-Stream
12:15 where you are.
Afternoon. Usually it's the morning when I start my show up.
Yeah, stop
Today's
being
different,
autistic.
because today, ladies and gentlemen, is Thursday, the 21st of April, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, he's a king of retro.
Return of Ask the King.
You stop that. Fuck you,
4
buddy.
months on hiatus.
But you've been doing.
Today, Ask the King finally returns to the
You've been doing Q&As for a long time.
Gaming. Of course, it used
Yeah,
to be on
Zircon.
my vlogging channel. It's not anymore.
Yeah, because it's the
Also,
king of
some
hate
people are
vlogs
asking,
because you
well,
don't want to.
what's with the name of it now with your rebranding this year. You're right. We're going to talk all about that on the actual show.
You're wearing a
Coming
King
up
of
in just a
Retro
little
shirt.
bit, but this is the Pre-Stream podcast.
After
and I have
rage
a few
quitting
topics
Kirby.
that I would like to talk about today. Before
You're not
we get
retro
to Ask
anymore.
the King. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. How you doing?
DSP announcing his new title today.
Chill fun.
He's a
If you're
fucking
on the
king of
stream,
hate.
I got a good amount
Yeah,
of stuff to
how
talk
could he be
about
the
on
king of
Pre-Stream
retro?
podcast
Like,
today, although this will be an
but he
abridged
even said
podcast,
on the
meaning
Wii U he'd
this
never
podcast
played
will
Donkey
end
Kong
around 1
Country.
p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to switch over to Ask the King Q&A. So
1 p.m. Oh
since
my
we
god!
have
See, we got
less
45
time
minutes.
today.
Oh,
Let's go
Jesus
ahead and
Christ.
jump in with
Just start.
information. All right, what are we doing for the next few days? What's going on over this weekend? Let's talk
Look
about.
at it. Look at the
schedule,
color of his
shall we?
eyes and compared to his skin, even with the white.
Today,
Oh,
I'm excited for
T-post.
the return of Ask the King.
Touchdown!
This is the show where you guys submit your questions, whether it's on
care.
my forums at dspgaming.com.
You don't
whether it's
go
on a
there.
members only thread here on DSP Gaming on the community tab for members exclusively to get their questions answered. Whether it's patrons who pledge $20 or more to my Patreon, or whether it's people who post their questions on
Who
Twitter.
posts $20 on Patreon to do this? Yet he's only done this once every 4 months.
I can tell you right now that, today in general, when I get all the questions together, it's about 4 pages of questions. That's about how many I usually have for Ask the King. Just being
Jay
honest.
Kramer,
Usually
autism.
between 3 and 4 pages.
Undiagnosed
So,
autism.
It's not like we have any less.
So he has to
than
continue
usual.
going
But I'll be
over his
honest, it seems
schedule
like a lot of
every
the
single
questions this
stream
time around
because
were
of this.
reiterations or questions that have been asked in the past, and I guess people just want a more refreshed answer. But there are some original ones as well. So
Drew
it should be a
Peacock
good
the
show.
third,
I'll be
unless
happy
you're
to do
gonna
it after not
contribute,
doing it for
you
so
shut the
darn
fuck.
long.
He's
You know,
gonna
I'm
tell you
4
to shut the
months
fuck
away
up because
to be
he's
able to
not.
sit down, have a
One, he's not
dedicated
making a.
show
I don't think he's
where I'm
making a
here to
vest
answer
streak
your
today
questions at
or
length.
vest
It's not
today.
just me giving little abridged answers anymore like I usually do on my live
But yeah,
gameplay
Jake-
streams. But
yeah,
instead,
Jake
it's more
Kramer,
about me giving
it's-
you a big informed answer. Okay.
I mean, the whole thing,
So
the
it should be good.
rocking, a lot of the stuff, it's
Pretty good.
all.
I'm gonna have a good
A
time.
lot of
I
it's
always have a good
undiagnosed
time with Ask the
autism.
King.
I think
One of
he
the
is.
differences is that this time around it's going to be uploaded.
He's
here
as
to the
old
SB
as
Gaming.
Chris
It's
Chan,
not
but
gonna
he's
be on my
not
blogging
as
channel. That channel was
autistic
officially
enough
retired
for them to have
back in
known at the
January, and I
time.
haven't used it, and I'm not going to use it moving forward unless it has like an emergency purpose. You know, if something goes wrong here and we need a backup channel, I have one. Okay.
Should go to Twitch.
And so, we'll see how it goes today. Hopefully, it'll be a good show. People will enjoy it, and people will actually watch it on demand after the fact on here on DSP Gaming. I'm going to have to start a new playlist for it and everything, okay? So anyway, it should be a good show. Now, one of the weird things about today's stream, typically, we have some tiered rewards in place for my streaming. If you remember, tier 1 goal is $50, and if I hit that, I usually put on a pair of Gunner glasses. That still stands today. Usually, if we hit $100 in tips,
Yeah, turn up even more.
I'll put on a hat of your choice. But we're doing Ask the King. And when I do Ask the King, I wear my cowboy hat, right? So,
Oh, no.
essentially, it's a little
He's
weird
gonna bring
today
up the cowboy
because
hat.
it's kind of shuffled around. So
But-
here's what we'll actually do.
Dude,
At
if you put the
$50
cowboy
vest,
hat
at
on him,
$100
you will
a
see a
vest.
picture
That's right.
of
I
it
will actually do the vest
before and
reward
now. He
at
will
100
look so
today
bad.
To flip things around so you actually
Like,
get a reward at
yeah,
100.
look at his beard.
Now, if we
Look at
happen
his
to
gray
actually
hairs.
hit the full
Like,
$150 tip
just-
goal for today's Ask the King stream, then if you guys want to select a different hat,
Not an
we
OIC
change
sock,
out
everyone.
the actual
Oh,
cowboy
dear.
hat, we could do that. Or if you want a vest swap, we could do that.
Jesus
We'll do something
Christ.
silly
Oh my God.
as a reward.
So literally,
All
he
right?
is
I
trying to
guess we'll see
bait
what happens,
more
but-
tips so that he can
Yeah, I
then
definitely
like
wanted
do
to
changes. At this
rearrange it
point,
and not be like, oh, I'm kind of cheating you on getting rewards if we hit support goals. That would suck. I don't want to cheat my viewers, right? So yeah, that's
Yeah.
how it's going to work today. So
Yeah,
as soon as
Jake,
Ask the
money
King
talk
begins after
right
the
away.
stream, whoop, this goes on. for
and
the
yet he
show,
won't even
okay?
put the hat
All right,
on.
Cool. Yeah, someone already mentioned it. Fan of Lowcraft caught Alduin behind me. That is right. So last night we're playing Skyrim After Hours on the late stream.
You saw the
Someone
pilot
said-
hat
it was
right
actually
under
Derek.
that.
He says,
So
hey, Phil,
think about
you
it.
know, back in the day, you used to unbox
Oh my
all these
God.
collector's editions.
Those
of
are
some of your
shelving
favorites.
units. Those are
And I was
probably like
"Man, I
those
remember, you know,
wire
Fallout New Vegas
metal
was good."
shelving
He
units.
goes, "Well, what
He
about
just put a
Skyrim?"
little-
I was like, "Oh, yeah, I
a
remember
little
it had a cool
T-shirt
statue." And he
over
goes, "What
them
happened to that
to
statue?" I
hide
was like,
that, and then he just put his junk on
I
top.
walked right next door and I grabbed it. I was like, I had this the whole time. I've been playing Skyrim since December, and it
That's
never
where his
occurred
hat's
to
on.
me
Oh my
to
God.
bring the Skyrim Alduin statue into the setup.
Dude,
because I'm
your setup
so
looks
smart.
cluttered as fuck.
Anyway,
Seriously, it
pretty
looks
nice to have
bad.
some new stuff here,
Take
right?
all that shit off.
Pretty
You
nice.
can have the
So,
Alduin statue.
Thanks to Derek
That's
for the idea.
fine for
That's now added
Skyrim.
to my setup here for
But
stream,
take it
which is
off when
pretty
it's
cool.
not
I like
Skyrim.
that statue and it fits, so awesome.
You
Like I
know?
said, this thing
Like,
behind me, this
yes,
setup
Jake,
will
that's the
evolve
thing.
over time.
If it literally
Undoubtedly, we'll do
was
ideas and
just
we can go
things
back there or whatever,
for
and it'll
each
change.
game, like
So,
let's
okay.
say Kirby,
All
he
right,
had a big
so,
old Kirby plush.
Today,
Whatever,
Ask the
that's
King on the
fine.
first stream. It should be great. You
Yeah,
know, return
stack
to
it on
form.
a. Yeah.
How
Oh
often
God,
will
it's a
we be doing Ask
rolling
the King
shelf.
moving
Oh my
forward?
God, why would no?
I actually
don't do
scheduled the
rolling
next
shelves.
episode for the first week of July.
Yeah, it does look like a
because
setup done by.
If I was
No,
doing every
Jake
2
Kramer,
months,
it
we're in
is.
late June, but
No,
guess
you know
what?
what it is?
Late June has
It's a
ton of
child
games
that's
coming out.
flexing
Within
on
that
his
last week
friends.
of
He
June
said,
there,
"Look at me,
I'm not
I got an
kidding.
Xbox
There's an
Series X and a
exorbitant amount of
PS5
games
and a
coming out,
Nintendo Switch."
like back to back to back. So I was like, dude,
And
I
a
don't want to do
stupid
Ask
neck
the King that
phones
week, so I
because-
pushed it to like the first week of July. But knowing how things have been going, watch it end up getting pushed back even further, right?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so anyway,
What are you pushing? Oh
Ask
wait,
the
I
King
don't. care.
today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about tonight's late stream at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time because it's actually pretty pertinent right now that we talk about it. So what we're doing, since I beat Kirby over the weekend, we are now going to be doing Game
Thanks,
Pass
Phelps.
night streams. And the way that these Game Pass nights are going to work is that members, people who are channel members
Put
of
a
DSP
collar.
Gaming,
Put a
gonna
collar
be able
cam
to
on
vote
Yeah,
on
put a
the Game Pass
GoPro on
games that they
Jasper's
wanna see me
collar.
play
That actually
on
might
these
be
late-night
more
streams,
interesting
okay?
content.
And that's cool and all.
And we
and
probably
all,
see that his
because I like
Blu-ray
giving
collection is
members
still
new
is still
opportunities
intact.
to get benefits for being a channel member, okay? The poll has been running for 24 hours. Okay? But we
Shield
have a problem.
benefaction. Your setup is looking at
Be honest
1,000%
with
better.
all of you.
Can't wait for the non-paid
We only have
advertising on the stream to
141
be
people
removed.
who voted. We have 374
Oh my
members
God.
on DSP
Look at
Gaming.
that.
That's a lot of members. Only 140
Plantanduro.
people voted.
It's a
So you're telling me
bootleg
only a third
Blanca.
of the people voted.
Aw.
Obviously, that's a problem. I
Aw.
want more than that. I want people who are members to be engaged and say, hey, now I realize I have power. I can actually control the content.
It's because
on the
most of
channel
your
because I'm a
members
member,
are
right?
socks.
So, please, if you're a member and you have not voted yet, what on earth are you waiting for? You still have time. You have this entire stream and all the way to my night stream at 6:45, so you still have like 6 more hours, okay? Please vote, all right? It's important. It really is important.
Yep,
Because
J. Kerr,
right
yeah,
now
the
we
rest
have
are
a
all
tie.
soccer accounts. He
We have a tie
doesn't
between
get
I
it.
Am Fish, which was actually the runner-up of the
I don't
previous
care
poll from
about I
earlier
Am
this week,
Fish.
and the Forgotten Cities final ending, which takes about 2 hours to do. Now, I'm okay with either. Either one of those I feel would kind of be chill fun, and I would have a good time with either one, interacting and chilling with you guys later tonight.
I
But
wouldn't put those
obviously, we need
horrid
to have a
headphone
definitive
buttons.
winner. We
Like
don't.
the
We actually have
boxes,
a tie
you don't
in the
need
voting.
these boxes
And
anymore.
right behind them, by
Why don't
the
you
way,
eBay
is
them
Quake.
like you
And
used to
all
do
it
with
takes is a
what he
small
used to do
handful
with
of people,
the
10 people to vote for Quake, and now Quake would
games
be in
they
first.
used to
I'm
sell on
serious.
eBay?
So,
eBay all
because
those
so
boxes.
few
You
people
could
voted,
scam some people out of some money.
there's now a ton of power within the hands of a very small group of people. You see? So let's see
Was
what
it
happens
power to
between
the
now and the late
players?
stream.
You're gonna
But
steal,
if you guys are a member and you didn't vote, you gotta vote. I mean, this is
Steal some other people's?
absolutely, positively a case where it shows the amazing benefit of being a member of this channel. That just a few people
Also,
voting
how
right now can
long is
completely
his
sway
break
this
going to
poll
be?
and
Because
move
he's
it
going
one
to take
way
a
or another.
break.
Okay, so whatever wins, I'm happy. Either one of those games is cool with me. I'll be playing it at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time later tonight, and then there'll be a new poll.
Yeah,
starting
Plantanduro,
tomorrow for the next slew
he
of
is
Game Pass stuff,
really
okay?
desperate for stream engagement.
2 thumbs up. Please vote. All right.
What
That's
to say what he
today's
needs to
streams.
do?
All right, now
he needs to
tomorrow,
unprivate all those
a lot different. Tomorrow it's going to be Elden Ring
videos that he
continuing on. My
privated that
first
got
actual
him
stream
off
of
the
Elden Ring since
algorithm.
returning
That's the
back from
only
break.
way he'll
I
get
know
back
it's been
on
a
the
while.
algorithm.
We'll be in endgame stuff. We're actually going to be in the consecrated snowfield exploring the entire thing. Once we're done with that, we can maybe do the Dung Eater quest line. If not, instead we can do the giant field, or I guess it's the field of the dead giants. You go there and it takes you to another part of the game, I guess. I'm not exactly sure. But we're in endgame at this point. There's not much left. Okay, we got the consecrated snowfield. We got that giant area. That takes you apparently to another dungeon. And then there's the end game stuff at the Hallig Tree. And then there's the end of the game.
Yeah,
it's still going to take me a while. Apparently this content is very challenging.
Yeah, you're
and
going
it's
to drag
basically gonna
that
be a
shit out
situation
for
where
a
it's gonna
while,
probably
buddy.
take me about a
There
week
is
to 2 weeks to
no...
even beat the content
You are
because it's so challenging.
scared
And it is
once
lengthy, too.
Elden Ring ends,
So it should
aren't
be
you?
fun tomorrow. I hope you'll join me
I
for
can
Elden
hear
Ring
how
on the
scared
first
you
stream.
are.
Tomorrow night is the return of Friday Night Fights, my old school Street Fighter throwback stream that I do.
Why
once
do
a
you
week.
keep doing
it's gonna
this?
Be on Xbox Series X
You
again for
hate
second
the
week in a row.
collection.
Why? Because
You were angry about the collection and the devs on it. Why not? Why don't you just, at that point, Friday Night Fights, WWE 2K22, do that. That way, the fact is you'd be like, hey, every week, put in your submissions for your creator wrestlers. And, you know, the good ones will maybe do, like, exhibition matches.
Saturday,
Hell, you could even do
this,
them
I
where
think,
he
is the
doesn't have
big
to
one.
actually
This is
do
what I announced
anything.
yesterday, and people were so shocked that I announced this that their
don't-
socks shot off their feet into the sky, their pants ripped at the seams, exploded, their crotches were fully exposed to the world. They couldn't believe.
Crotch is
this
fully exposed to the
Saturday,
world? Don't say
I
that.
am doing DSP Reacts to Down the Rabbit Hole, Wings of Redemption. They were like shocked and appalled. They couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
when
King
they heard
Tut's
this news.
gone. Like the only
Internet
this is the only
exploded.
reason he hasn't dropped Street Fighter 2 is
Not
because
in
of
a good
Jax
way.
Raxer. Like he really
Okay.
needs to drop that, especially because the fact that
So
he
that being
complains
said,
about it. Just do
Saturday should be
WWE
interesting.
2K22.
It's the
That's a
first time I'm doing
fight
anything
game.
like that. All right, I have not
Do
really
that.
done any kind of content like that ever, but I got permission to do this from the appropriate parties. It will be the main gameplay stream,
Like,
even though there's no
you
gameplay.
don't
It's just the main
actually
stream.
also don't
We'll be
have to
watching it
get,
here live. I actually got it already good to go on my Xbox Series X. I got the YouTube app installed. I got the ads disabled. We got everything going. We're ready to go. I'll be right
doesn't
here.
actually
sitting
have to do
watching
that.
with you, listening,
Yeah,
commenting,
I could.
reacting,
Yeah,
and
it's
freaking
well,
the
he's
fuck out at
desperate
this
because
story because I
he
can't imagine
wants
what
to
I'm
get
gonna see
out
in
of
this
doing
2-hour
gaming. He
video.
doesn't want
All
to
the
do
shit
gaming
you guys have
anymore.
told me over the friggin' years. I have no idea what to expect. Let's put it
those
that
fucking
way. I bet
facial
I'm gonna be
expressions.
shocked
You're not
multiple
funny.
times, all right. Now that being said,
Yep, Game
this
Checker,
is something
Emil
definitely outside
Slayer,
of my comfort zone. This is something I don't
and
normally do.
yeah,
I'm only
and
doing it because of
and at
massive
this point,
demand and
he
feedback from
can't
you guys.
get any more.
If this is successful,
Phil
now
has
what do I
ad
mean
block?
by that? I mean people actually watch it both on stream
Oh.
and on YouTube. Okay, because I am taking away from my regular gameplay to do this. You understand? I'm interrupting my regularly scheduled content that I would put out for my business in order to do something like this. Okay? But in addition, yes, if this is
I
successful,
think he did.
not only with
I mean,
views, but if there's contributions, if people become
wouldn't be
members,
surprised-
if they
yeah,
super chat, if they tip,
because
if they
you know
support this
he
stream
won't
like a
he won't
normal
click on the
stream,
ads.
then I would consider doing this in the future. And what I mean by that is, if we don't finish the show, we could do a part 2. Because I get the feeling it's a 2-hour video, but between me reacting and everything, it's probably we're not going to get through it in one stream. We're probably going to need multiple streams to do it. In addition,
Come on now,
there's
dude. It's
lots
2
of
hours. You
other
can do
things
that.
out there that people have been interested in me doing. Already someone else said, why don't there's another really interesting video on the same channel, Down the Rabbit Hole, about there's some Final Fantasy VII house. I've never even heard of it. He said that would be a really interesting one to watch, to see me watch, okay? So anyway.
I will still say if
we'll
he wasn't
see
such a coward,
what happens on
he would
Saturday.
do
It could either go really well,
a react
and
channel
it
to one of the
creates a new kind
one
of
of Steve of the
content
Dead's
that's
videos.
good, that I could look into for the future, or it could be a horrendous mess where everyone just comes to troll, people don't
Set the
support it
router
all,
settings
and
and
it's just a waste
code.
of everyone's time.
Well,
If that's the
Whooper,
case,
there are
I'll flush it.
add-ons
I'll
for
pull the
that, but I
cord,
don't see
you
him
know, like
smart
those
enough to do
old-time
that. He
toilets, they
probably
don't have
paid for
non-fixed
YouTube
cord.
Premium.
You pull it with authority, and the toilet will go patunk and just flush it right into the fucking bowels of the world. That's what I'll do. I'll say, fuck it, I'll just never do it again. No skin on my back, but at least it's an experiment. It's something different. It's me listening.
You're gonna do it again because you don't want a
to
game
your
stream.
requests,
You have no
okay?
ideas
So we'll
left.
see what happens on
You should
Saturday.
have done
I'm
this
very
5
curious
years
to see
ago,
how this goes.
honestly.
All right. Saturday night will be the continuation.
Yep,
of
Ziggy
Skyrim
is
After
using this
Hours,
dude for
the,
video content.
Companions quest line, which we're in the middle
Also,
of right now.
yeah,
I'm enjoying
Skyrim
it very
After Hours
thoroughly.
instead of
After
Skyrim
Companions
After
done, we have
Dark
many
is
other
much
things to do.
funnier,
I actually got a new
in my
Daedric part, so I
opinion.
could do a Daedric quest that we didn't do yet. And then I think after that, we're going to start up with one of the DLCs. Which one, I don't know yet, but I think it's time to finally start doing a DLC for the game. Okay?
Oh, Jigger, he will never
Then
do one
on
of Tevin's
Sunday,
videos.
Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga will continue.
Because
We're
the
still in
fact is
Attack of
that
the
if he
Clones, I
does
know.
that, he opens up to
We've
Tevin
done an entire season,
retaliating.
we're still in Attack of the Clones.
Because the
But
fact
it's chill
is he-
fun. I'm having a good time with the
I mean,
playthrough.
he
I hope you
did
guys are too.
basically
More of
get-
that on Sunday. Sunday night
At
will
one
be
point,
the
Tevin,
next Game Pass night where members will be voting
departnered
to
on
determine the
Twitch
next
for
game
a
to be played
while.
on a Game Pass. And then on Monday, Elden Ring and Skyrim to end the week. Okay? Now, you may notice something if you're listening to that schedule. You're like, now, wait a minute. If you don't finish this Down the Rabbit Hole video on Saturday, right? Well, then when are you going to do the second half of it? Next weekend. Why? Because I want to do it at a time when everyone can show up. So I want to give enough notice. I don't want it to be like, oh, so we don't finish it Saturday. Let's just rush and do it again on Monday. But now a lot of people can't be here on Monday. I'd rather have, okay, let's do part 2 next weekend and all that stuff. Okay?
He's gonna
That's
wait a
what I'm
whole
thinking.
week on the Down the Rabbit Hole vid? Dude, no one's gonna remember that. Like, dude, you need to do it.
Cool. All right. That's the schedule for the week. Hope
I
that
don't
sounds
care
good
about
to
your schedule. Stop
Remember,
rocking
we
back and
still
forth.
are going for the members goal for this month. If we do hit 400, I will react to my own Down the Rabbit Hole video. That
Has
was the
he
original goal for
ever
the month, and
actually
we're still
hit that
doing it
400
for the members goal.
members goal?
Maybe we'll get a bunch
I
of
don't think
members
he
on
ever
Saturday.
has.
I don't know. We'll see. Okay? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to do a segment that I was supposed to do yesterday, and I got so wrapped up with everything else going on, I didn't do it. I want to do the Phil's Day Off segment today,
Oh no.
and then we can do some quick shout-outs for contributions, and then we're going to get started with Ask the King.
Oh,
Sound
no,
good?
not
So,
Phil's Day
ladies and
Off.
gentlemen, it's time for Phil's Day Off.
Oh, Salt needs to get off.
Off for the week, okay? And what did I do? I'll be honest, not a lot, because I don't have money, right? Everything's been tight recently. That hasn't changed. And because of that, it was a stay-at-home day, essentially, all right? Didn't do much, stayed at home, had to go out and do errands, so I went grocery shopping.
Oh, baby.
Went and got pet
You-
supplies for
that's
Jasper.
all you
He
do
needed
on
a
your
lot
day
of
off.
Cat treats.
You don't
this
do
week. He was out, so I went and
anything.
got some cat treats and stuff like that. Grabbed
Thank
some
you
odds
for
and
the-
ends while I was out. I know you guys want an update on the ants. So I'll give you an update on the ants.
Demeter, he is
For those
going
who
to
don't know,
do
about a week
ask.
ago, I had a big
He's
ant
holding
problem.
the
One
the
day, we
hat
had the back
behind
door open,
paywall.
And we had tons of
behind
ants come into the
Tipsville.
house, probably 30 or more we killed in one day. I already had ant traps. I put them all over the house, downstairs.
Clean
They're
your
only
fucking
downstairs.
house.
And I had some ant spray that I sprayed at the back of the house. Within 2 days, the ants were completely gone. We couldn't even find an ant in the house. Okay?
Bullshit.
So then
I
on
don't
Monday,
believe you.
I ran out of ant spray. And I was like, well, at least we've been spraying for several days. The ants have been gone. Hopefully it's not a big deal. Tomorrow
They'll come
I'm gonna
back.
go get more ant spray. It shouldn't be a concern. So Tuesday morning,
Because
my
you're
day
not
off,
keeping... If
my
you
wife
keep it
says,
clean,
it's
the
so
ants will
stuffy
come
down
in.
here. We got to open the back door. Let's get some fresh air. I said, all right. So we opened the back door and, you know, doing our thing in the morning before I go out to do the errands. And the door couldn't have been open for more than like a half an hour at tops, okay? 30 minutes fucking tops.
Do you not have a screen door, Phil?
I walked to the back, there's fucking ants. I was like, now this is direct cause and effect. Direct. We opened the door, the ants are here. We had the door closed, the ants aren't here. I was spraying every day, the ants aren't here. I run out of spray, the ants are here. Okay? Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Now, admittedly, the ants had just come in, and maybe if I had let them alone, they would have eaten the ant food from the traps,
No.
go back out the door, and then all die. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
But at this
Here's
point,
the thing,
I was getting real
Phil.
pissed.
It's because
All
you
right?
don't
So I
keep
killed
your
as many
house
as I could.
clean,
Probably about 5 I found, and then I found another bunch
and
later on
you
in the day. They
open
all
the
come in at
door,
once.
and you
So I know exactly
don't have,
what
I
they're
guess, a
doing now.
screen door.
Okay, I know exactly what they're doing. They are coming in the back screen door, which is nothing you can do. It's a screen door. There's ways for ants to go through the cracks. There's no way to actually make it so they can't get in. Okay? And they're immediately going, they're basically turning right. And they're going to the you know how you call it the baseboard of your floor? It's got that wood at the bottom of your wall that they put there. I forget exactly what it's called. A piece of wood that sits at the bottom of your wall. So it's not just wall, floor. There's like a piece of wood there. So they go under that piece of wood, and I think there's a hole there. And what they're doing is they're going around the edge of the room, and I can't see them. They're actually invisible because they're under the wood. You see? So they go right
Invisible.
under,
They're just hidden.
all the way around, and
Oh
then
my God.
they decide to come out somewhere else in the dining room. And when they pop out, we have a dining room table with a rug under it. And they go right from wherever they pop out to the rug, and they walk around the rug in lines. And then they go from that rug to various places. Sometimes they go to the kitchen, and sometimes they try to get into the living room. So that's what they're doing.
Because
Well,
they're
I
looking
figured
for
this out 'cause I
food.
was actually paying
Because you
attention
keep
this
it
time. I was like,
dirty.
I
You
gotta
need
figure
to
out what the
keep
fuck
it.
they're
If you
doing.
keep your place
Okay,
clean, the ants
problem
can't
is,
find
I
it.
don't know where they're popping out of the wall. If I knew, I would put either poison there or plug it. I don't know exactly where they're popping out of the wall. If anything, I mean, if it gets really bad in this case, I could put caulk down, I guess, like caulk the bottom. So now they have nowhere to walk or get under. They can't get under that piece of wood.
The bottom
I could
of
do
his
that.
floor.
Now, the thing is, some people are like, well, why didn't you put the trap there? I did. The trap is literally at the entrance of the house where the screen door is. So they're walking right past the trap. Maybe they're grabbing food. Maybe they're not. I don't know.
Probably because they can smell the food in your house.
They're not full-size giant ants. They're little black ones. Very small black ones. Like some of the smallest I've ever seen. I've never seen...
What do you mean full-size ants? Are you talking like EDF-size ants?
No, these are little guys. Okay?
That's a game he should be playing EDF.
So anyway, this was annoying as shit. It pissed me off again. So, once again, we killed as many as we could. All right?
I'm sure you did.
Basically closed the door. I bought ant spray again on Tuesday on my day off, and I came home and I sprayed the back of the house with this ant spray, okay, to stop it. I was like, this is ridiculous. And within 1 day, they're gone again. There's none, zero. And we can open the screen a little bit, close it, and they don't come in. The ant spray keeps them away. Okay, the problem is, how long am I going to spray ant spray? Probably about, a can will last about a week, right? You know what I'm saying? But what I would keep buying ant spray every week, I guess. Now, I actually got some recommendations since last time.
Yeah, here's a recommendation. Clean your fucking house.
Someone recommended a really good grade ant poison. Not, little traps that you buy for a few bucks, but actually really good ant poison. That's expensive. But if this shit works, then it might be worth the cost. And I'm thinking what I can do is I can plant it right outside the back door and right inside the back door. So if they're coming in, that's the first thing they smell and eat and see is this fucking poison. All right? Because this is annoying. I don't want to keep having to go back there and spray. Every day I have to go back there and spray now. And it keeps them away. But, man, that's going to be annoying if I have to do it all fucking summer. Every day I'm spraying poison out there. right? And then if I forget one day, I forget to spray, they come in the next day, because that's exactly what happened here. Okay? So we're gonna see what happens, okay? Have I tried bribing the ants? I haven't tried that. Maybe if I went out there and I offered them a nice cash settlement, maybe they would stop this. You take a wad of cash and shove it into their anthill. They're taking, leave me alone.
Well, obviously, they need $50 so the ants can wear the gunner glasses.
All right. Anyway, we'll see what happens. So that's the
Hey,
update.
how's
The
it
good
going?
news is, yes, we had him on Tuesday. Yesterday,
Yeah, no,
I was spraying.
what he
none,
really needs to do,
zero.
he not
Today,
just
we'll
spray,
see.
he needs
I'm
to
hoping
clean
they
the
stay
house
bathed.
first.
I hope
That
the spray
will
keeps them away. We'll
keep
find out.
them-
The real problem here is that here in Washington State, it's moist all the time. We have precipitation.
There we go.
And moisture.
All right.
All the
I
time.
fixed
If
the
it was a
pre-stream,
dry climate,
everyone.
number one, it would be easy to find the anthill. I used to live in Connecticut where in the summer it's dry and you can find anthills easily. You can see them popping up out of the dirt. Here, everything's wet. So you can't see shit. You don't know where they're coming from or nothing. And because it's wet every day, it kind
I've
of washes
improved the
away whatever
stream.
you spray out there. You see? So I guess we'll see what happens. But I got some ideas. Yes, people have also said there's better sprays. You're right. If I go heavy duty, I can probably buy a really heavy spray that may last longer, but it probably costs a lot more and probably smells absolutely fucking terrible. So if we open the door, it's going to be shitty. You know, you also got to keep in mind, you know, with Jasper, there's a pet problem here where I got to be sure that whatever I get, it doesn't hurt Jasper if he happens to touch it. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's things to think about.
Now I'm just thinking of him playing EDF. Someone plays a wing diver. He's like,
do our
"Guys,
best here,
why are you playing a wing
we
diver?
still don't
I
know
know
what's
it,
attracting
dude."
them because we haven't actually seen them like get food and leave. It'd be one thing if you could see, oh, they went directly to this thing, this food area. They're grabbing food. They're leaving. We haven't seen them get anything and leave with anything. We just see them
Because
walking around looking
they're
for
so
food.
small. They're getting
So it's annoying when you don't know what
they're
the hell
getting
coming
like
in for.
small
They're not
droplets of
getting it.
water and sugar.
See?
Like the thing is, if you
Okay.
clean the house
anyway, that's the update with the
completely,
ants.
what will happen is they
The
won't
only cool thing
be able to be attract. They won't
about
be
the day off
attracted
that
to
was
the
nice,
food.
we tried a
They
new
won't
kind of food.
find
Remember I said on
anything.
our day off
They
we
will
usually
go
eat
somewhere
out
else.
once? Well, we were home. We ordered in. We actually ordered Pakistani food. Now, this restaurant we ordered
Oh
from
my god, more DoorDash shit.
does do Indian style cuisine, but it actually is a Pakistani family who owns the restaurant, and they cook everything in like a Pakistani style. And it was interesting because they have things that sound like they're Indian food, but they're actually quite different. So naan bread.
It
You
didn't
know,
matter.
you
Yeah,
order
he-
naan bread from an Indian restaurant, it comes a certain way. When they made it here, it was interesting. It was like very puffy.
yeah, Jake Harvey, he won't hire an like
Naan bread,
what
like
an
airy
exterminator would
naan
also
bread,
probably
and actually
explain.
very
Would
soft,
they'll
but
explain to him he needs
chewy.
to keep his house
It was
clean.
good.
It's
I
how you
think it was
keep
probably the best naan
insects
bread I've ever
away.
had. And I've had it from many different Indian restaurants. But the naan bread was really good at this restaurant. Now we each ordered. My wife and I each ordered a curry. I wish I could tell you here. If I tell you, I think if I bring up the menu here,
Just keep on stalling.
I can tell you exactly what we ordered because I don't actually
Yes, Jake Harvey,
remember.
Pakistani people.
Because it's
Wait,
authentic food. so I actually
Pakistani
don't remember
people
what we ordered.
cooked. Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, so my wife ordered balti gasht chicken, balti gasht, okay, which
Okay,
is your choice
I don't
of
know
meat
what that is, honestly.
tossed with diced onions, tomatoes, and a black pepper, onion, and garlic-based sauce.
That
Okay,
sounds
and
interesting.
then you pick your
That sounds
spice
good.
level. So she ordered spice level 2. Okay, I ordered
Let's see.
Mughlai korma, which is traditional korma cooked with onion, garlic, and almonds. Not too sweet, not too spicy, just right. And I ordered that at also spice level 2. Okay? So the food showed up, and
There we go.
admittedly, when it first showed
Adding
up,
images.
it didn't look
to
like
try
there was
to
a lot of food. And we're like, we don't know if this is going to be filling to us.
Right, Jake, I am
So
loving it,
wonder if
especially with
maybe,
this
like,
King of
this is not something
Retro
we'll be interested in the future.
thing, and with
Okay,
the
each
shadows, it looks
one
like
of
his
these
King of Retro
curries
thing. It's all greasy
came
and
in a container that was like a little bowl, black
Uh-oh.
plastic bowl with a lid, and at first it didn't look like much. All right, but when you open it up, you realize
Cowboy,
there's a lot
uh-oh.
of meat in that. Like they loaded it.
No,
with
really,
chicken,
Brandon, are you
okay?
telling us that
And
we
as you
need
start
to
eat, you take your naan bread, you rip it, you start
get in
eating it,
love with a
eat it.
cowboy man? Is he gonna
It
love you?
starts to
Gonna
actually
love
get
us as
quite
hard as he
filling.
can?
So even though it didn't look like a lot of food, we were actually quite full. We didn't even finish the food. So we went from thinking, oh, it's not a lot, to, oh my God, we're overly full. This is really
I
filling
don't
meal.
care,
Okay.
Phil.
So my wife's was very tomatoey, and you could taste the onion, but man, there was black pepper in there, and she had ordered spice level 2. When you eat that and you keep eating it, it's increasing spice. So it starts off, oh, it's pretty
Is he
mild. Oh, wait,
literally
it's kinda good.
pig-splaining
Oh,
how
wait, it's starting to get
spice
spicy.
works?
Oh fuck, it's really
Oh,
getting
my
spicy
goodness.
now. Like I ate it for you eat it for like 5 minutes. Like,
You
oh,
stop that right
oh,
now.
see, it's still going. My tongue, like that. Okay.
You're not funny,
Now
Phil.
mine
You stop that.
was actually interesting because it was more creamy and it had almonds in it. So
Of course,
it actually had
he
a
wants it more
sweeter
creamy.
taste to
It needs to be
okay?
whiter and more creamy.
And I liked
One,
mine
'cause,
a
you
lot.
know,
It was spicy.
have black
we both
pepper
ordered spice level
sauce.
2 because I think you could go up to 4 or 5.
Yes.
We only ordered like
Yes,
middle of the
Cat
road,
got
like
the
2.
pepper blacked.
It was pretty spicy, and I even said to Kat, I said, if
Like-
we order this again, I'll probably order spice level 1 because I like the spice, but it's
Like,
a
that's the
little bit
thing
too
is,
much
like,
after you keep eating it.
His,
And she
that
agreed,
whole
like,
thing
in
with
fact, we basically what we did is we each ate
cooking of his
half,
sauce just looks so
and
bad.
then
I'm
we
like,
swapped. So
it's
then
not
she
hard.
had
Just
the one with cream and
you think-
almonds, while I had the one that was more tomatoey and black peppery. So she had tons of spice and then cooled down a little bit, while I had milder. Then I got spicy.
Phone. I do not know that person.
So by the time we finished, it was
Detractor?
good. It was very good. Mine had the weird.
Yes,
thing
Plant
about mine,
Endura. Spice
mine
have
had
power
white meat
levels
chicken,
now.
and hers had dark meat
Apparently,
chicken.
you know, at
It was
spice
still
level
effing good.
2,
Like, each one was
you know,
quite good.
it's
But
able
I'm
to
interested,
defeat
like, why did
Frieza
they
on
choose one
Namek.
kind of
I
chicken
don't
over another
fucking
per
know.
dish? I don't know how that works. But we actually liked it. But the only thing is, like I said, I think we did order too high of a spice level. That if we were to get Pakistani food again,
I'll say this,
we would order
Isekai,
level 1
I will,
spice. But the naan bread was outstanding.
I'll look at,
ridiculously
I'll take
good.
a look at that
And
channel.
we did like the
and
curries that we ordered. We just wish that
I
it
might.
wasn't as hot. But
see,
very
doing a lot of-
tasty.
that's a
So
lot of
my
gameplay.
first experience with
okay, the
Pakistani
Fist of
food
North
is
Star Lost
thumbs up.
Paradise.
I know
That's
I
a
didn't
fun
do it
one.
for Feasting with the King,
Basically.
but it was actually quite good. That was really the highlight
Oh,
of my day off on
Brandon,
Tuesday,
yeah,
trying
this
to
is
do kind
going.
of
Yes,
routine.
this will probably be
Okay.
the most interesting part. And even now, I'm just like,
Okay.
ugh.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's really it. Schedule and that. Now we're going to do shout outs for contributions. All right. And then we're going to end the pre-stream and we're going to get into Ask the King. Fair enough? Okay. Let's get started. So, first we'll start on the YouTube side of things. We start off with Jose Martinez, who did the first super chat of the day, which is a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Jose. It's good to see you.
Get
Only
that fucking
Iced
thumb
Infinite
out of my face.
became a channel member this morning, and I appreciate that. Only Iced Infinite. Thank you for the support. Let's take a look at if I can get it to. There we go. It's frozen for a second. Let's take a look at channel members. Let's see how we're doing. Because remember, we are pushing towards the end of the month.
Apologize
We
to
are pushing
Kirby.
towards hitting this members goal for the month.
See?
It's
How-
possible we can
how
hit
can
it
you-
because we
how
actually
can
did
you
see
rage
some
against this
increase
little
recently.
guy?
Currently,
Look
we're
at
at
him.
375
He just-
members. We
he
went
wants a
up.
kiss.
See that? So
Give
we have
Kirby a
25
kiss.
members to go to hit
Come
the
on now.
monthly goal. Guys, please, again, I urge you to become a member. If you're not, you get so many cool benefits, including right now voting on these ongoing Game Pass nights. It really benefits you to do so. Okay? And then we had the Infiltrator 101 who asked an incredibly stupid question
Uh-huh.
that I'm just going to ignore because I'm not a dunce. So thank you for the super chat. Okay. Now, let us swap over to tips. Our first
If you're not
tip of
going to
the day
ban
is
him,
from
just
Plum
ask the
Girl.
question and be like,
$10.
I
Let's
don't
get
know.
Plum Girl up on the leaderboard.
Kirby's hiding. Gerbo.
A $10
move
tip.
that. Oh my God, it's not even.
Thank you very much,
Move-
Plum
move your
Girl.
goddamn
Let's see what
thing,
she
you
has
can't-
to say.
Oh my God.
Shit. How'd I screw that up? Moved.
What does that
It's like
tongue
jumping.
do?
You see that? It's like snapping.
Clinton
to the left.
Duro,
Why is it doing
he
that?
learned from Lick a Tongue.
Stay where I
That
want.
tongue can do probably whatever you want it.
Okay, Plum Girl. Tip
But he's
$10
gonna
and
want
says
cake.
the following.
A lot of cake.
Oh, by the way, here's a troll. Hold on.
Oh, a
Just gotta
troll.
slap this guy in the face. There we go. Take that. Okay, Plum Girl says, I missed out on your big day. Happy late birthday, Phil. I watched later. By the way, thank you. I watched later, but I was moving to your new house on your actual 40th birthday. I've been following you since 2009, and it was sad to miss it, but we're loving our new home. I'm glad to hear that. Excited to be back on a stream and hang with the king again. And this will be a chill stream of Q&A. It's a good stream to return to. Welcome back, and thank you very much for the support. Awesome. Very good. Not an OIC sock, everyone. And by the way, it's actually not. The guy's joking. Tipped $10 and says, I hope this
Really?
helps. Looking forward to your
Wait,
the
so that
questions
means
today.
he's joking
We
that
play
it
the
is
new
an
Game Plus
OIC
in
sock?
Elden Ring. We'd all love to see that. Shout out to...
I don't think that's quite how
Oh, basically, he's insulting the trolls. I don't want to read that. Okay, I appreciate the support. I don't want to do a public insult to people. I'm not gonna waste my time with that. Thank you very much. He says, thank you for the stream, Phil. All right, cool. Thank you for the support. Will I play New Game Plus and Elden Ring? I've already expressed my desire to play Elden Ring a second time with a new build. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I had a tickle in my throat. Stupid allergies are still acting up. Expect me to be rubbing my nose, sneezing, coughing today. Stupid allergies. Okay. But anyway. Yeah. Yes, I would consider it.
We'll move
now,
him down.
I don't
the
know
chat.
the ins and outs of New Game Plus. All right. In Elden Ring.
There we go.
I don't know if New Game Plus significantly ups the difficulty of the game. I'm assuming, do you keep all your items from the first run? Because here's the thing. If you keep all your shit from the first run, right? Then you could do a run. Like, let's say I wanted to start, I just want to do a pure sorceries build. I actually don't want to use physical weapons. I want to be casting spells the whole playthrough.
Isn't
Right?
that what you do all the time? That whole
Excuse me.
dick lightning thing?
Well,
Isn't that what you did on the
maybe
tree
I
sentinels?
do that. Because I have a lot of sorceries unlocked. I have the best sorcery wands in the game already. So maybe I could
They're
do that in my
staves,
second run,
not
do like a sorcery
wands.
playthrough and see how it goes. Okay?
Whatever.
So I don't know. I would need more information on it. But by the way, I mean, take a look. We're over 100 hours into Elden Ring. In fact, as of today, we're currently at 103 parts, I want to say. Yes, 103 parts, and we're still going. The game's not over yet. Okay. Stupid fucking mouse is pissing me off. Okay, I slammed it. It works now. So...
He slammed it and it works.
We're not over.
Literally,
I'm
we're
gonna
watching
guess.
real life Master Shake fixing things.
that we're going to be, by the time we beat the game,
If it doesn't want to get its
Probably
ass kicked,
between 110
it'll do
to
what it
150
needs to
hours of
do.
gameplay. That's my guess. Because I'm thinking I probably need another stream to do consecrated snowfield and head down to the giant area. I probably need another stream to finish that giant area and head out to this new dungeon.
Project, because
40
he's
that we
too
saw
stupid to
previously
figure
from
out
the
how
Belfry.
to
We probably
do
need
that.
another stream for the Halley Tree, if not two, because people are saying the Halley Tree is like super tough. So if that's the case, that's another 10 to 12 hours, and then the end of the
He's
game.
literally-
So probably, that's what I'm guessing.
Actually,
All right, I could be completely
he
wrong.
actually
I don't
basically
know.
is Master Shake. The problem is there's no one there to be like.
But I guess we'll see. Okay.
Maybe Derek would be Meatwad.
And
No,
go from there. But
Derek
yeah,
would be
after
Carl.
that, do you guys really want to see fucking Elden Ring again immediately? Let's be very honest here. Seriously, do you want? Elden Ring
Phil, you
again
might
right
want to do
now?
that real fucking quick because
Right
you
after
ain't
I
got
beat
any
it?
viewers
I
other than
feel like it
that.
would be the same situation.
No, Ziggy
as
Piggy.
when I beat, like,
who would be
Sekiro and other
Meatwad?
FromSoft games. You guys
Slayer
wanna
might.
see it again,
Slayer
for
will be
sure. I'd like
Meatwad.
to play it again. I don't want to do it right away.
Oh, actually,
You can
Cat
take a
could be
break,
Meatwad.
right? Even if it's just a month or two break, and then
Maybe
you come back
Jasper
and
is
something I balance
Frylock.
with other stuff. But I don't think we need to do it again.
That would be funny.
immediately. Like that's
No,
too much.
no,
I
right,
think.
Drake.
You know what I'm
Derek's not
saying? Like,
Meatwad.
that's
Derek's
back to back
Carl.
to back, too much. Give it a break, a little break.
He's
I'm not
gotta
saying
be
a forever
Carl.
break, a 6 to 8 month break, and never go back. I'm saying give it a break for like a month and maybe go back and do the second run. Because I want to do a second run. I feel like using different kinds of combat
Yeah,
mechanics
but-
like magic would be dramatically different from what I did this first run. Okay. Anyway, so we'll see what happens. Okay, but it's a definite. Yeah, I want to do it. It's just more of a question of when's the right time. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the tip. In the pooper, tip me $1.49, says, would you play Ultra 4? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What the hell is Ultra 4?
Look
And
it
by
up,
the way, you
dude.
want to be careful about what you put in your pooper. It's probably a pretty sensitive area. Okay? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, guys. So that's actually
Ultra
shout
4.
outs. Now, normally, this would be the segment where I would say, oh, let's do open Q&A. But why the hell am I going to do that when we're about to start a whole show that's Q&A?
Yeah.
That would be pretty stupid, don't you think?
See, it's Street Fighter Ultra
Right?
Street Fighter 4 is what he's talking about. But
So
you know,
I
he's
think
like,
what we're going to do,
I don't know what that
unless
is,
there's a last minute
guys.
contribution here to shout out, I'm going to end the pre-stream. I'm going to take a piss. Right?
Of course, it's a break.
And then when we come right back, and it's going to be Ask the King. We're going to get started with the show. The way it goes is basically hour increments. I'll do an hour of Q&A. I'll take a short break, hour of Q&A, short break, and then the finale. Okay?
Oh, break time.
Okay.
Get cucked.
Are we
you-
good?
Oh my god. It's
Are we done?
it's
Is that
12:52 on his end. Get cucked.
I
You
think
ain't getting
so.
3 hours. What the
I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know either. The
Let's end this.
fuck
This will be the
was
shortest
that?
pre-stream I've done in a long time. That's because we're doing Q&A officially in the show
forgot.
rather than at the end of the stream. So,
Oh,
all
I
right.
forgot to actually
End the
update my
pre-stream.
thumbnail. I thought I
Let's
did.
get started. Sounds good to me.
Oh well, let me.
All right, my friends. So I got a quick setup change to do here. All right, we got to get rid of this. Get that shit out of there. All right, I'm gonna bring in this. Ha! But I have to resize the camera.
How is it that you haven't actually? Oh my god!
Slightly off.
Fucking OBS. Just
There we
learn
go.
how to do OBS.
And we got something new. Look at that. And it matches the template at the bottom. How cool is that? That looks
Oh,
nice, doesn't it? A
Jesus
little sprucing up of things around here.
No,
You
it doesn't.
asked the king here
It
on
does not
ESP
look
Gaming,
that good.
Right?
Oh my god.
All right. So, like I said, I got to use the restroom quickly.
Roderick,
Let's
because
just
he
switch
doesn't
over
understand
here.
what a scene
actually-
is.
I actually have this. There you go. So give me like a tiny bit of time to use the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we're going to start the show. Okay? All right. I'll be right back.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck you, buddy. No. No. Put your fucking thing on. Get the fuck out. All right. I made a nice there we go. I had made a thumbnail for this. I had forgotten to actually just update the full thumbnail. So there we go. All right. What? Oh, this isn't right. Hold on. There we go. I don't want to see his stupid shit. Oh yes, you like the ant pick. Yes, EDF, one of the greatest game series ever. Because you just don't. Oh my god, his music literally stopped. Is he back? Oh, wait, he's wearing the cowboy hat. Huh? Oh,
Hi,
sorry.
Q&A show, Ask the King. All right? We have a lot to talk about on today's Ask the King.
fucking
Today
wait,
is
did
April
weird thing.
21st, 2022. This is the first time I'm doing the show in the entire
No, it wasn't
year.
the mic muted. It was VLC
All
was
right?
muted.
And a lot of things have changed since the last time I did Ask the King. This is episode 90. 90. I've done this 90 times over the course of over a decade. Ask the King is the show where you guys ask me the burning questions, and I answer them here live for you on stream and on demand on YouTube. Now, let's address all the things that have changed since the last time I did the show. The last time Ask the King happened was Christmas week, 2021. Back then, it was a different world, man. Really. I mean, so much has changed, actually. Not much has changed since then. Number one, I used to do Ask the King regularly on my vlogging channel. I don't use my vlogging channel anymore. I retired it because basically it wasn't really pertinent anymore. I wasn't actively using it outside of Ask the King. It was just kind of sitting there unused. And I did a big rebranding this year. Okay? So this big rebranding included the retirement of my
Found a good
old
picture of Phil.
moniker, the King of Hate. I am no longer known by that. I don't use it anymore. It's not pertinent to who I am today as a content creator and a person.
But you
Too many
still
people,
Ask the
sadly,
King.
Use that old moniker. And
You still have the
misconstrued it purposely
crowns.
to say that it meant things that it didn't mean. And after many, many years of being misunderstood by mainstream audiences because people were assholes and just were lying about it, I retired it this year. When I retired it, I said, well, it makes sense to retire the vlogging channel that's called the King of Hate Vlogs because I'm not the King of Hate anymore.
You do know you can change a channel
And so,
name.
Everything was retired. Now, all my content can now be found right here on the DSP Gaming channel on YouTube. This is the channel that's the longest running channel that I have on YouTube for active use. I still actively upload it to every single day.
Dude,
all right?
it's still
But
called Ask
obviously,
the King.
With the changing of everything, okay? Some things get kind of mixed up, misconstrued, shuffled around. Number one, you might say, why didn't Phil do an episode of his Q&A show, Ask the King, since Christmas? Well, this was one of the busiest gaming years ever in the first few months. Within a few weeks' time in February, which would have been around the time when I would have done the episode of Ask the King, we had the release of the following games: Pokemon Legends Arceus, Sifu, Dying Light 2, Horizon Forbidden West, and Elden Ring.
Okay.
So many games came out in a month's time, I had to skip tons of other games over the month of February and March that I haven't even gotten to yet because I'm still playing. some of these games.
I need to go
Okay.
and watch that new
Excuse me.
miniseries.
So we're in a situation where it made absolutely no sense to be doing a Q&A show that would take away from my gaming schedule when I was already backlogged on that said gaming schedule. Okay? So that's why there have not been an Ask the King in a very, very long time.
John
It's coming
Valentine,
back
yeah,
today, 'cause
someone
I
told me,
finally feel like I'm at a point where
Blooper
I've caught
found
up
it,
enough
the
that I can take
Spanish
time away from
article.
the schedule to do the show again. Now, does this mean that this show will now regularly be every other month like it used to be? Well, yes and no. I'd like to do that, but immediately after I scheduled this show, I took a look at 2 months later, and at the end of June 2022, we have an exorbitant amount of games coming out again. Within 1 week, there's like 4 games I'm interested in. So here we go again. So likely what'll happen is this show will be tentatively scheduled for early July 2022. Let's play it by ear and see what happens, and when it makes sense, when there's time to do it, we'll do it again. The truth of the matter is there's not that big of a concern doing Ask the King when there's time, because it's not a show that's super duper in demand these days.
Especially because you do
I answer
Q&A
your
all the
questions
time.
every single day on all of my streams, right? I'm an interactive streamer now. And that means that
Yes, Phil.
every day there's opportunity
That's
for
why
you
you
guys
don't need to
tag
do it
me,
anymore.
to ask me questions, and for me to
Excuse me.
answer them live. Now, admittedly, the answers that I give you during, say, a live gameplay stream are quite different than the very dedicated answers that I'm going to give people today. Today we have a wide range of people in different places asking questions. We got members of my channel, paid memberships, they get priority. A lot of them are getting their questions answered today. We got people who posted up on my forums on dspgaming.com. We actually have one patron who pledged to my Patreon and deserved to have their question answered. They're going to get that answered today. And we have, no exaggeration, one Twitter question. What I've noticed is, since last year, I shut down my Twitter to get public replies. Why? Because the vast majority of people who responded to my Twitter were very toxic, negative scumbags. They were literally just trying to insult me and troll me publicly, and people would laugh about it. Yeah, I don't play that fucking game anymore. I'm 40 years old. I don't put up with the bullshit. So I made it so that only people who I follow on Twitter can respond to my tweets. Since I've done that, I've not lost Twitter followers. My Twitter followers have actually gone up. But I don't get the hate anymore. But the other flip side of that is no one really knows they can respond to my tweets. So when I do, oh, hey, respond to me on Twitter, ask your question for the show, it doesn't show up. So, the good news is I still have more than enough questions for the show. But it looks like as a result of that happening on Twitter, we're not going to get many Twitter questions anymore moving forward. Okay? So, the way we're going to do the show today, we're going to do members questions, forum questions, the patrons only question, then we're going to do the Twitter question. So, that's the order, all right? Now, we have time. I will also take questions from the live audience. We have 3 hours for the show because I'm going to take a few quick breaks in between, all right? And we'll see how it goes. We may have a lot of time at the end of the show for live questions here from my audience on stream. Now, a couple other things to address. Number one, as you know, when I usually stream, we have tiered rewards in place. If we raise $50 in tips, I put on a pair of Gunner glasses, and that will still happen today. But usually when I raise $100 in tips on a stream, I'll put on a hat. Oops. On Ask the King, I already wear a hat. This is my tradition that I wear my cowboy hat that I bought in Tennessee over a decade ago, right? So what are we going to do? If we raise $100 today, I'm going to put on a vest instead. We're going to do a live poll in the chat, and people in the chat will be able to vote on a vest, okay? If we happen to raise the full tips goal today of $150, which would be great if we did, it would definitely help me out, you have an option. You can either vote for a different hat, and I'll do a hat swap, or you could also vote for a different vest or maybe even a football jersey, and I'll do a swap there, all right? So we'll see what happens. Are we going to hit $150 in tips today? I don't know. Again, it would be great if we did. The support would be outstanding, but I don't know if we're going to get there, okay? Fair enough. Now, one final thing, okay? The name of the show is Ask the King, but I got rid of my old moniker. So what am I the king of? Am I the king of gaming? Am I the king of content creation? Am I the king of streaming? Am I the king of YouTube? All right? Ladies and gentlemen, I really don't care. You can call me the king of balls. I really don't give a shit. All right? To me, I've been called the king since I started on YouTube. It's been a thing, a running thing, okay? So you can call me whatever the hell you want. I really don't give a shit. King of ass, all right? But I'm not going to change the name of the show that's been running for a decade. That's ridiculous. This show's been running, I think I started it in like 2010. I'm not going to be changing the name of the show. That wouldn't make any sense at all. This is episode 90 of an ongoing show. It will keep going on. The legacy will continue, all right? And I'm not changing it. But you can call me whatever you want, all right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm the old moniker anymore, because I'm not, all right? I've definitely gotten out of that. You're not going to find that on any of my active content. Fair enough? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. Let's actually start answering questions, which is the whole point of this show. If you didn't know, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm not here just to dick around, okay? Fair enough? Okay. Here we go. We begin today with a question that actually is a common question. I'm not kidding. 3 different people asked me the question. But this is a question that gets asked all the time. I guess people just like hearing me answer it. So I'm going to go ahead and answer it. In particular, the first person who asked me the question was Delancius, but there was a couple other people who asked me variations of the same exact question. Okay? Let's begin. What do you do to keep a positive mindset, especially with the negativity and trolling that has been thrown your way? I meditate to let the negativity slide off of me, but I cannot imagine how I would cope if I got the same amount of shit as you have. All right, so I got some variations of that question. I actually had someone who asked specifically about, I guess there was a Korean streamer who was got so much hatred on the internet and also from her family for being a content creator that she committed suicide, all right? Which is obviously an incredibly extreme case and a very unfortunate one, all right? What I think a lot of people don't realize, all right, is that there's different kinds of abuse that people can be a victim of in life, okay? Physical abuse is a kind of abuse that's very, very visible and very easy to see when it happens, right? If someone's getting beat up, if someone's getting slapped around, you can usually see when someone's being physically abused, all right? And it's hard for people to hide things like physical abuse because you'll look like you're beat up. You know what I'm saying? You got a broken arm, your face is a black eye, you're bleeding. So physical abuse, usually you can get called out right away, all right? But when it comes to other kinds of abuse, mental abuse in the modern day, I hate to say it, I feel is way worse in a lot of cases because of the internet. What the internet has done is created a venue by which anyone can mentally abuse someone else on this planet and get away with it scot-free for the most part. There's a couple times when people are shitheads to others and they get called out, but when you're an anonymous person on the internet, right, it's very hard to be held accountable for your actions, okay? And what has happened is that there have been giant groups of people over the years who have formulated and congregated and become this mass of hate on the internet that gets targeted and aimed towards certain people, certain individuals for various reasons, some deserving, some not, some maybe half and half. Maybe some people deserved it at one point and don't deserve it anymore. I don't know. That's for you guys to judge, all right? But when it comes down to it, all right, all I can really speak to is my own personal experience. And what I can tell you is, over the years, I've been definitely the target of the ire of thousands upon thousands of very toxic, negative people on the internet for various different reasons. And the funny part is, if you ask someone the reason why they don't like me in the modern day, you'll get 400 different answers, some of which make perfect sense and some make absolutely no sense at all. But they still all congregate together to form these hate mobs and do nasty things. All right? There's entire people who have entire businesses. I'm not exaggerating. They have an entire business based off of crapping on me and or other content creators, and they get away with it. Because right now, unless you have a lawyer and a lot of money and a lot of time to waste, there's really no defense against it. The internet just allows this kind of abuse to happen. All right? Now, excuse me. In regards to this, okay? Does it hurt me? Yeah. It absolutely does. First of all, I have a business to operate. This right here, what I'm doing, is my job, okay? And if people decide one day, collectively, that they don't like me or my content anymore because of the shit that other people say about me, not because of what I do here on stream, because I'll own everything that I do on a stream or in a video. If you haven't noticed, in the 14 years that I've now been a content creator, do I hide the things that I did in the past? Do I act like, oh, that never happened and lie about it and say that wasn't me? I own up to my mistakes. I own up to the dumb shit that I've done in the past, okay? And I openly admit that I am embarrassed by some of the shit that I've done in the past, the content that I've put out, the crap that I've said and did over the years, okay? I'll admit to that. There's reasons why in the past people don't like me, okay? I'm not perfect. I'm definitely a flawed individual. And I make mistakes all the time, just like everybody else, okay? But the general consensus that I hear in the modern era, all right, the last 4 or 5 years that I've been a full-time streamer, is that people don't dislike me because of what happens here. If you just sit here on a stream and you chill with me and you have a good time, or you watch my gaming content on demand or whatever it may be, it's not this that's the problem. It's everything outside of this that I have absolutely no control over whatsoever. Sometimes things in my personal life seep into the public eye, and there's nothing I can do about that. I can't control that, all right? But I do my best to not have this stream be something that's focused on the negativity, the drama, the hate, and all that shit. I know it's out there. I'm well aware it's out there. People, oh, trust me, every day people try to come on this stream and derail this stream with it. They do, okay? But man, if I spent my entire day listening to every piece of negative shit said about me on the internet, number one, I'd probably lose my mind. I'd probably be in a padded cell right now, all right? Because there's only a limit to what a human mind can take. There's a certain amount of abuse that someone can take. But you can only take so much before it starts to get to you. Even if you know it's not true and or the shit is a very corrupted version of the truth, right? Taking a little piece, a nugget of truth, and spinning it into something so overly, disgustingly nasty that's not real, but they propagate it like it's real. Oh, that's real. Now spread the word that it's real when it's not, okay? You know, it gets to you. And then when people actually believe it, and that's what really gets me. There's people out there that believe stuff. I'll give you a perfect example. I'm not kidding, and some of you might say, what? You're serious? I'm serious. There's thousands of people on the internet right now who actively believe that I have rage quit a ridiculous amount of video games in my 14-year tenure as a content creator, that they'll actually say things such as, well, he just rage quit yet another one. Add that to the pile of hundreds of rage quit games. This guy is a joke as a content creator. All right? The actual reality is that it's the opposite. In the 14 years I've been a content creator, I've done more full playthroughs of games than likely anyone else on the fucking internet. I almost never quit a game. I was the guy who dedicated himself to completing games, right? And especially in the modern day. In the modern day, right? Most games that I play, I do play to completion, okay? It's ridiculous when you get a one-off situation. When I decide, man, I just don't want to finish it for whatever reason, and I make that active decision to stop playing it, and oh, it's another rage quit. Yeah, another? Okay, in the last year, how many games did I rage quit? You could argue that maybe Kirby is a game that I rage quit. Even though I did all the content in the game, I was at the final secret boss that's not part of the story. It's just an added challenge, and I said, this is stupid and difficult, and it's annoying. It's not fun anymore. It's pissing me off. I don't want to play it anymore. Okay? Got angry. I turned the game off. You can argue that's a rage quit. All right, I'll give you that much. Fine. Okay. Divinity Original Sin 2. There's no rage quit. We all collectively agreed after 60 hours of gameplay, the game was boring for my streams and content, and no one wanted to see anymore, including me. So why am I going to torture my audience and myself? I said, all right, guys, after 60 hours, this isn't working. Only playing it 4 hours a week. It's not enough. Let's move on to other stuff. And we collectively agreed it was the best thing to do. Where is the rage quit? But the thing is, people are so dumb that they convince themselves that these things are true. They'll even bend the definition of what they're saying. Like, what is a rage quit? And just listen to the word, rage quit. You get angry, you quit playing. That's a rage quit, right? If there's no rage and no permanent quitting of the game, there was no rage quit. So how can you even argue it's a rage quit? Oh, well, no, it means this. No, it doesn't. Read the fucking word, you idiot. You don't get to change the facts of a word or what it means to try to say something slanderous or defamatory against someone. But this is what I deal with on a daily basis. Okay? On a daily basis. Whatever people want to say about me negatively, okay? They will say it, and they don't have to actually justify it factually. They just say, haha, it's the next running meme. Fills this, fills that, fills this, fills that. And they think it's funny. It's the mindset of an immature child on a schoolyard teasing and pointing at someone. Ha ha, Billy's this, ha 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 ha. And the fact is, these people are so dumb, they don't look at themselves to realize how dumb they are, right? Because there's so many of them. There's so many of these brainless fucking idiots on the internet that they all congregate together and become these giant circle-jerking groups of toxic idiots who justify what they say with absolutely nothing. Just, there's so much of us that say it, it must be true. Okay? Now, this has happened so many times to me over the years that it just doesn't matter to me anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was a time in history when I was like, you know what? I absolutely had to try to feel like I had to defend myself, right? I felt like, man, if I don't defend myself from these mobs of idiots, right? That now it seems like I'm just agreeing with them, that what they say is true. Because I have no defense against it. That's why I won't stick up for myself. But over the years, every time that I tried to stick up for myself, what would happen is, it's called moving the goalpost. Okay? So they say one dumb thing. Oh, you rage quit that. Well, let me factually prove how I didn't. Okay? So I factually prove, oh, well, actually, no, I meant this. What? So now we go, oh, wait, forget rage quit. You did this instead. Wait, what? And this is what happens. When you get shown the serious situation of oh, here's the actual factual basis and how you're wrong. What are you talking about? Why are you spreading this misinformation? On to the next, on to the next. And these people, what you come to realize, ultimately, is that when you have a hate mob like this, okay, this is not actually based on logic, and it's not based on fact, it's based on emotion. These people get an emotion, a positive emotion, out of hating on someone. And they actually find other people of like mindset. Now it becomes almost an addiction to them. What's the next negative meme? What's the next fucked up thing that we can say or do? Even if it's not factually right, we'll convince ourselves in our heads it is, so that we can have that feeling again. What is that? What's the name of that chemical that happens that releases in your head and you feel, oh, you're part of something positive again, right? And that's what it is. They just continue on with this over and over and over. All right? It's endless at this point. So, what's the point of me caring about it and or addressing any of it when every time that I do, it's just something else next anyway, right? So what I've done is I've basically done my best to say, I'm not going to care about this shit anymore. I'm just not. I'm going to shut it down and say, number one, we're not going to discuss that dumb shit on my stream unless I so choose to address it like I just did for a moment. That's fine. But we're not going to derail a stream that has nothing to do with the toxic dumb shit these idiots are saying when we can do positive content. We could be playing a game. I could be answering a question, having a good interaction with you guys, having some social back and forth. We're having a good time together. We're chilling. That's what it's all about, having a chill time on a stream and enjoying yourself, right? Not about some idiots who get some euphoric feeling when they bring someone down with something new, toxic, and insulting. And that's not who I am. That's never who I've been, except when I was very young. When I was very young, I was in that mindset. My early days in the Street Fighter community, I was like trolling people and acting like an asshole. And now I look back at it as a 40-year-old and I say, man, I'm so regret those things I did. I feel really bad about it. And, you know, it'd be fucked up to think about how maybe I actually mentally, my actions caused mental abuse to others. And I didn't realize that at the time because I was so young and immature. And now I fully regret it. And I wish that I could go back and change it, but you can't. What's the past is the past, right? All you can do is own up to the things you've done in the past and say, I'm not going to do them in the future. I'm going to be a better person. And I try to do that, okay? Now, in regards to how do I keep a positive mindset with all that shit going on around me? Is it meditation? No. No. I don't sit here and meditate. Yes, I go, no, I don't do that. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying I don't do that. The good news about it is that I have what's now called a work-life balance. And I didn't used to have that, okay? Seriously. I didn't used to have a work-life balance. My entire life was content creation. And so, when toxicity ended up getting thrown my way, it was hard to separate myself from that shit because that was my whole life. Now, I actually have a work-life balance, meaning what's here is here, and when I'm done with what's in this room, and the stream is off, and the videos are uploaded, I walk out of this room and I have a life, okay? With a family, with other things going on, that's nothing to fucking do with this. And that's really good, okay? When you have that separation, and you can walk out of the drama, and you can walk out of the stress, that is the best fucking feeling. It is. All right? Yes, I still have to approve some comments on my videos during the day, and for the most part, I enjoy doing that. I like reading your comments during the day and seeing feedback that I get on videos and all kinds of fun stuff in that regard. It's awesome, actually. Okay? Yes, I read Twitter from time to time, mostly for game news and things like that. But because I have the separation, all right, I have a whole life outside of this shit. So if there's a day when everything's drama on the internet, I don't have to deal with that shit. I say, fuck that. I put out my content for the day. We had a good time on my stream. Turn that shit off and walk away. There's people right now who are like, Phil hasn't addressed the drama about the Kirby Rage Quit. What drama about the Kirby Rage Quit? It's fucking Kirby. Who gives a fuck? Seriously. Who gives a shit about Kirby in the Forgotten Land? It's a silly game. It's meant for kids. It has extra challenge. That's post-game challenge. It's very challenging. It made me rage. Yes, you can argue it's a rage quit. Who cares? Move on to the next thing. That's, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing there. But these idiots actually focus so hard on it because, again, this is what they do. They got their euphoric feeling saying something negative about me for a few days. It didn't affect me in the least. I don't pay attention to it. I was back the next day putting out content. I didn't care. We didn't put up with the shit on my streams. We move on. Who cares? And that's the mentality that I have now, you know? None of it matters. Anything they say or do about me does not matter anymore. What sucks is when you have newcomers who are maybe interested in my content and they skip it or don't give it a chance because of that shit. That white noise nonsense outside of me that I can't control. It sucks when I lose opportunities. I lose them all the time. You know, at one point, people wanted to have me as a sponsorship opportunities and things. At one point, people wanted to do collabs with me and things like that. And now it doesn't happen anymore because of those idiots. And they never go away. And there's nothing I can do to get rid of that because I'm not making it. I'm not you know what I mean? Literally, if I fart on a stream, that becomes drama for them for 2 days. Anyone else can fart and it's fine. But if DarkSidePhil farts, it's like, oh man, did you hear DarkSidePhil polluted the planet when he farted? Did you hear that the methane gas ratio of the environment went up? So now we got to talk about the environmental impact of DarkSidePhil farting on a stream, man. It's bad. And it becomes an expose for 2 days on the internet. Something stupid that everyone else is. Who cares if anyone is playing Kirby and rage quits it? I'm not. I don't care. That was a fun little chill playthrough that I did at night. It filled a need, and I move on to tons of other content. The fact that it changed from being a chill playthrough to something frustrating kind of undermined the point I was playing it for, and that's why I said, fuck this. I'm not going to bother with it anymore. I don't care. It's no big deal. These idiots outside who say it's a big deal, they don't matter. They're no ones. There'll always be no ones. I don't care about what they say. I'm just going to have fun on my streams like I always do. You understand? So how do I keep the positive mindset? It's this simple. I'm still here after 14 years. I still have fans who love what I do, right? And support who I am as a person and a content creator. And as long as that keeps going, why the hell do I care about everything else? I don't. The positive mindset I have is when every day I come here and someone says to me, Phil, what you did today put a smile on my face. What you did today had meaning to me. I really love the conversation we had. I love the gameplay you did today. You know, that's what I love. That's all I care about. I don't give two fucks about what they're saying. Why would I ever care about what they have to say? They're no ones to me. They're dead to me. They're just fucking no-life idiots who feel like they get euphoric when they hate on someone. That's the worst mindset to have in life, and I'm never going to care about that ever again, really. You know, and it sucks because it can be harmful. I run a business. It can be harmful to the business when they do shit like that. But I realize that fighting against it is completely worthless. It doesn't do anyone any good, and the goalpost gets moved, and all it does is stops me from making more positive content. So I'm not going to deal with it. Just say, fuck them. Just keep going, man. Okay? So that's how I stay positive. I just don't let the other shit derail me. I just stay the course, and I have a good time with the stuff that I do here on the stream. And I appreciate every one of you who comes and enjoys what I do and doesn't make a big fucking production out of every tiny little thing that makes no sense. Okay? Thank you for that. All right. All of a sudden, we got a bunch of shout-outs to do. So, number one, Only Use Me Blade tipped me $1.50. Says, did you shop Project 7 to writers, like on Netflix or Disney? Yes. And I did at one point have a multi-million-dollar deal. But it all fell through. Goddamn COVID. Lore Spade has tipped $10 and says, I like your words. Please keep up the good work. Thank you, Lore Spade. I appreciate that. That gets us up to $32 in tips. Then, Rusty Edwards did a $3 tip. So the trolls want your life, but they can't get views unless they put your name in the title, so keep winning. I wouldn't even know because I don't watch their shit, but thank you for the support. And Lore Spade now, wow, did a $30 tip. Thank you, Lore Spade, for a $30 tip. Very generous. And that tip, in particular, will jump us to our first tiered reward for today. The Gunner Glasses. Now, keep in mind, I said this earlier on. If we do hit 100 today, it's going to be a vest. We're going to do the vest first. Since I'm already wearing a hat, it would only make sense to have the vest instead. Okay? Thank you so very much, Lore Spade. Okay. All right, next question is from Chim Charlton, who says, hey, DSP, what would you consider key contributing factors to your longevity and success on YouTube? What would you tell other aspiring content creators as advice in today's creating platform? Do you want to know the truth? I feel like the reason I have longevity is because I have longevity. I've been around so long, and I was one of the people who started with the, how do I put it? The improv style commentary, reacting directly to what happens in a game, not pre-produced content, not highly edited content, but instead full-on gameplay, reacting to said gameplay in an honest manner, right? Like, I was one of the people who started making that popular on YouTube. I didn't start the practice. I was one of the people who made it popular with the things that I said and the ways that I went about myself, People found me funny. People found me silly. People thought that I was an over-the-top character, and I got popular doing it, okay? Now, because I've been around for so long, people know who I am. People like my content for various different reasons. Some people just want to laugh. Some people actually trust my judgments when it comes to games and know that I do things a lot differently than other content creators. I don't accept paid sponsorships. I don't expect paid kissing butt of a game. You know what I'm saying? You watch me play a game, I'm going to be honest about it. And a lot of people really like that and appreciate that. Some people are here for the drama. They like to make drama every day. And so, yes, there's an element to that as well. If there wasn't these drama queens on the internet constantly trying to slander me, likely there would be less people who know about me as well. So it all goes hand in hand. But the truth of the matter is, I am a unique case. I am the exception to the rule, okay? There are not a lot of me left. There's not a lot of people who've been doing this for 14 years, who are sticking with it, who are making a living doing it, who are keeping up with everything, you know? A lot of people, most of the people, honestly, who were doing it back then don't do it anymore or have completely changed who they are, right? Take a look at, and I'm going to give this, I'm going to actually say this in a positive way. Review Tech USA. Here's a guy who also for a very long time has been a YouTuber. When he started as a YouTuber, he reviewed technology. That's what he was there for. It's his name, Review Tech. Now, he literally sits there talking about news, current events, drama shit. That's how he makes a living on YouTube. I'm one of the very few people who stayed true to who he was and what he wanted to do. All I wanted to do since day one was sit down, turn on a camera, and chill with a video game and share that experience with all of you. Now, the method that I do that has changed. Now, it's a direct feed, it's live broadcast over the internet, and there's conversation with you guys directly every time I do it, but it still remains that every day, what do? I turn on a camera, I record what I'm doing, I share that with the internet, and I chill with a video game. Right? That hasn't changed as much. Okay? So, that being said, I'm the exception. Most people today can't just be me and be successful. Almost no one. Okay? The longevity factor, the drama factor, the fact that I have long-time dedicated fans who've loved what I've done for a decade and want me to continue doing it. The reason I still do Ask the King is because I have long-time fans who want to see me keep doing this show. They directly tell me they would be very upset if I stopped because this is my legacy show. This is the show that's been running for over a decade. They want to see this continue. Even though every day I answer your questions live on stream, they like having the dedicated show. You see? So, all that being said, I don't know what kind of actual advice I could actually lend to a modern content creator. Because I don't follow any of the norms that anyone ever follows today to be successful, right? I'm not constantly talking about current events and drama events. I'm not putting thumbnails with my silly face all over every single thing that I do on YouTube. I'm not doing clickbait. I'm not doing all the trends, you know? Just this weekend on Saturday, I'm trying something different. I'm reacting to a video that people have wanted me to react to, a person who they talk about on my streams constantly, right? It's the first time I'm actually even trying something like this. It may work, it may not, you see? But I'm the exception. Most people had to do that shit to even possibly get any kind of attention on YouTube because YouTube's algorithm pushes that samey kind of content to the forefront. Okay? So yeah, Chim Charlton, I really wish that I could say, oh, well, in my years of experience, here's what I found about getting popular on YouTube. I can't because I'm the exception. I really am. And keep in mind, over the years, I went from YouTube to Twitch to YouTube to Twitch. I kind of jumped back and forth and changed my attitude and my focus a bit. So I don't really have that formula for success. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Well, I Leviathan Titan tipped $1.50 and says, take my money. Yeah, my money, take it, Phil. Well, I mean, I can't not. You already tipped. It's not like I have a choice in the matter. I have it now. So thank you for the tip. Next question is from Low Carb Madman. It says, as a current collector, I recall some of yesterday's streams where you mentioned statues and collector's editions that you used to buy. I was curious what was one thing you bought into and you were disappointed by it. Secondly, if you don't feel up to answering that first half, what was one thing that impressed you the most? Okay. At first, when I first started buying the collector's editions of games, a lot of them had some really neat things that I thought added to the game. Like if you get something that's like a collectible that's something from the game. Like I was mentioning, Fallout New Vegas Collector's Edition, I really liked it because not only did you get the game and this nice packaging, came in this big box, but in the box were all these things pertinent to the game. The actual casino chip, that's a critical part of the game. A deck of cards, and each character in the game is one of the cards, which is kind of neat, right? Like those things that add to the lore or whatever, all right? 2 thumbs up for those, all right? But that being said, there were some things that were absolutely ridiculously, stupidly bad. Oh, you're going to get a statue with the game. And then you get the collector's edition, you open it, the statue is only this tall, it's made of flimsy plastic, and it's broken. And that happened a lot. What happened was they found out that these collector's editions were actually quite profitable because they could sell you like a figurine that takes $5 to make, and they could sell you the collector's edition for like $80 more than the cost of the game, and you just got ripped off. Okay? And that would happen a lot, actually. It was happening more and more over the course that I was buying those collector's editions. Now, you might say, Phil, can you name some direct ones? Off the top of my head, I mean, you're talking about stuff I used to do 10 years ago, and I probably did 100 of them. No, not off the top of my head can I directly pull one out of my butt and say, oh, here's an example. What I would say is if you go watch the old release day unboxing videos, you will likely see quite a few of the collector's editions that aren't very good. Man, I remember it was a Splinter Cell game I bought, and it came with like a fucking RC plane or something. And I was like, what the hell does that have to do with the game? It's fucking Splinter Cell. You sneak around doing covert operations. Why is there a plane? Like, it has nothing to do with the gameplay. Maybe there's a plane in the game, but who the fuck wants a flying plane and pay like $100 extra for it? It didn't even make any sense what was included in that, you know? Or the Call of Duty, remember, was it the original Black Ops? It came with the RC car with the fake C4 strapped to it. Great, an RC car. But why do I want that with Call of Duty? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it was like, oh, we're going to toss in things to exorbitantly inflate the price, and then there's really no value added, you know? Now, if you want to talk about, like I said, some of the best ones, definitely, like, I actually thought this statue was pretty neat, and the Skyrim Collector's Edition came with an art, I think it was an art book, and some supplementary materials. Didn't it come with a map? I think it did, didn't it? I think it came with a map and this, right? It was pretty nice, the stuff that came with, for having all of that stuff with it. I'm trying to remember specifically if there was any other ones that like stand way out, but not really, you know, like if anything, what I saw, and there was about a 3 to 4 year period, right? I would probably say when I started doing this full time, so 2011 through like maybe 2014, like maybe 3-4 years where I was buying collector's editions on the regular, and all those unboxings I did, I couldn't concretely tell you, wow, I really remember this one time when I was blown away by the collector's edition stuff that came with the game. Usually it was just some nice supplementary stuff. Sometimes you get a little comic book or an art book. You get a little bit of extra, but it was never anything big. You know what I mean? Like, never did I think it ever, like, justified the price tag for that shit. Seriously. It was, let's face it, it was profit. It was money-making for those companies, all right? But there were some exceptions. I would say Skyrim was good, and Fallout New Vegas stands out in my head. Those are two that I really liked over the years, okay? Okay. Wingo tipped me $2 and literally used every kind of stereotypical thing about Wings of Redemption in their message. Thanks for the tip. I'm not reading any of that. The joke's on you. Okay, let's continue on. Hobo X asks the following. When you eventually get a new PC, what are your opinions on doing some emulation for playthroughs? And if you think that it's a legal gray area, what about only emulating for a system that possibly you already own the software for? For example, if you own a PlayStation 2 but you don't have a capture device for it, would you consider doing PS2 emulation because you already own that console and you can buy a physical game like Dragon Quest VIII off of eBay for cheap? Excuse me. Truthfully, I don't know much about this emulation you're talking about. The emulation I'm used to is like emulating a freaking SNES game on MAME or something, you know. I haven't done any major emulation of anything on a PC. I haven't messed with it. From what I'm gonna understand, if you do emulation of anything like a PlayStation console, it actually eats up your memory quite a lot. But I guess, you know, I guess the legality of emulation, right, is that, now, correct me if I'm wrong, if you actually own the console and you own the game, you paid for the product, then you can emulate it. But only if you already own the rights to that product. You can't say buy the console, but then just download a ROM and play it on an emulator. You didn't buy the game. You didn't buy the license to the game. Correct? I don't know the legality of it. I don't. For me, emulation has always kind of been a gray area. There have been times when I've used it. There have been playthroughs in the past that I did SNES games and things on there because you couldn't actively get them on a Nintendo console for capturing or recording easily. And it was frustrating to me because I'll be honest with you, it's actually harder for me to play something emulated than it is on a console right now. My consoles are set up to my capture device. I can go, boop, record immediately. Just this Saturday, when we watch this Down the Rabbit Hole video, I'm going to be watching it on a console. Why? I can just record right from the app as if it's a game. I can commentate right over it. There's no problems. It's easy to do. Okay? PC is harder for me. All right? But, I can definitely see why there would be certain situations where it's needed. What if there's old games you just can't get? You can't find them. They're collector's editions, you know, like, or not collector's editions, but they're rare finds. You buy it on the internet, it's like a $500 disc. Fuck. That's ridiculous. And people want to experience that game just for prosperity, not prosperity, they just want to experience it as a part of art. It's not that you want to own the game and resell it for a ton of money. You just want to play the fucking game, right? What I would say is, what may be interesting about this is Sony is about to come out with this new PS Plus package where they're claiming they're going to offer, they're going to offer retro games digitally on their modern consoles, right? So now you don't need to go out and get the physical versions. You'll be able to have a legal way to pay for this subscription each month and get the old games. Maybe that's the avenue to go then. The problem is, let me put it this way, Hobo X, I can't say yes or no. Because I don't know. I don't know what really is out there for emulation. It hasn't really been a consideration for me because I haven't really been able to do it regardless. You're right. If I have a new PC and it's top of the line and it can handle that kind of shit, kind of opens up new avenues. At the same time, is that an avenue I want to go down, or is it a legal issue? Now I got to worry about people reporting me for emulation and shit, right? I'm honestly not sure. I guess we'll have to see what happens. But if I want to play an old game, likely I'm either going to boot up my Xbox Series S, or I'm going to boot, my Xbox Series X, or my my PlayStation 5 and maybe pay for the month subscription and play the retro game on there. Okay? An anonymous tipper, to me $1.50, says, if the Wings thing pans out, react to the Gamer from Mars 4-part Chris Chan documentary. Okay? I really don't know anything about it. I really know nothing about this shit. I really don't. Like, I'm going to be the person who watches this stuff for the first time, and I'm, like, shocked because I don't know any of it. You guys know the memes. You guys know the stories. I don't know shit about shit. Okay, let's continue. Stealthy Koopo asked the following. How do you go about choosing a character to play in a new fighting game? Do you look for a character with good tools like anti-airs or reversals, good combo ability, good setups, a specific playstyle, or something else entirely? I don't spoil myself on fighting games or any games. I don't do any pre-done research. So when I'm booting up a fighting game for the first time, it's literally the first time. I'm not, I did research and found out that there's this character that plays like a Shoto with footsies, but then there's this character that plays like this, and there's this. I don't do that. If I'm going to play a new fighting game, typically, it's a game that's a series that's existing. How many new fighting game franchises really come out that are successful these days? You don't. You see your Tekkens, your Mortal Kombat / Injustices, your Street Fighters, right? You got these archetypes of fighting game IPs and series that have been out for a long time. So if I'm going to play, for example, Mortal Kombat 12 comes out. Well, I know all the characters from the old games. So I kind of know how they're going to play, and I kind of know what to expect. So I know, Jax will probably have a projectile, a ground pound, and some kind of a grapple. I know that Sonya will probably have high combo ability and speed and good anti-airs and maybe mix-ups. While I know that like Shao Kahn will probably be a more lumbering super armor style character who does high damage but is very slow. You see, I kind of know those character archetypes from being around the block. But I don't do any prerequisite research when I play games. So I'm going into it mostly blind 99% of the time with just with that prerequisite knowledge of games that I played in the past. When I play a game, am I looking for a certain character archetype? Actually, no, it's the opposite. I like doing variety, right? I want to play a grappler, but I also want to play a zoner, but I also want to play a hybrid. I want to do these characters, see what's available, what is in the game, what's available to me. What are the tools that you can use in the game? I like variety of gameplay. I don't like picking one character and literally saying that's the character I'll play for the rest of the game. I like seeing the variety the game has to offer. I do. In a fighting game at least. So there you go. I hope that answers your question. I actually missed a shout out here. First of all, thank you guys. We hit 100 likes on the stream. I really appreciate that. That helps tons for visibility on YouTube and engagement purposes. So thank you so much for the likes today. Lore Spade, excuse me, actually did a super chat and said, I hate flimsy plastic toys that were made in China.
Sorry about that.
I want some
That's
good quality
an important
collectibles that
phone
are
call I
made
needed
with
to
good,
take.
durable materials. Yeah, and you know, to some extent, as dumb as I
happens.
feel that I was for spending the money that I did back in the day on collectibles, I did buy a bunch of very high quality statues. And
Yeah,
that was
and you
not
still
just-
have 'em.
That stuff was very high quality stuff, meant to last.
Yeah, didn't
And
the
that's-
didn't the
you know
dial
what I
here?
mean?
Did
Like,
the
if
phone
you're-
break
if
because you
you're
kept
coming
playing
into
with it?
games and you want collectible, don't buy the collector's edition of the game that's $80 more to get a little plastic figure that was made in some factory, mass-produced, and breaks apart in 5 seconds, and it's a piece of garbage. Go get an actual statue made by
But you
a
did that,
designer,
and
an
then you
artist
sold
who
the
made these things.
cases
It's
to people
mass-produced,
without the
it's made
games.
of
You
very
fucking
durable
scammer.
things, you know what I mean? Like there's much better alternatives. to
No,
nice
Galaxy
collectibles
Names, it's
than
okay.
people
It's
jump into
nothing
the collector's
nothing
edition
wrong.
game,
I
you
just
know
it
what I
was
mean?
an important phone call I needed to take.
Okay.
And
Keep going. Slayer 0804 asked a
Oh,
question.
fuck you,
Says,
Slayer.
I've been watching you play Elden Ring recently, and I noticed you always complain about camera controls and delayed inputs. You actually compared the game to Neo, which you say has instant inputs. My question is, would it be better to change it to be like Neo with instant inputs, or do you think it would be too much of a change from Software fans who are used to the input delay and prefer it to be much of the same? See, here's the thing. We're going to get into this heavily when I do my full review of Elden Ring, which is coming. Once I beat Elden Ring, I am going to do a full-fledged review of the game. Okay? I'll give you a preview of that answer because I don't want to totally answer it right now because this isn't really the review of Elden Ring yet. But From Software games have always had innate, pre-built, part of the game engine, input delay, and it's come to be expected.
It's not
from
input
the people who
delay.
play
It's
the games.
input
alright?
cues.
It exists.
You have to finish
Okay?
pushing the button to
You
do
press
it.
dodge, and you have to wait, and then the dodge comes out. Compare that to Neo. The moment you press dodge, the dodge comes out. Or the moment you press parry, because remember, I did a whole spear build my first run in Neo 1, the parry instantly parries the attack.
Isn't
So you see an
that-
enemy
it's the
attack, you
fact
parry.
that
Oh, look at that. Instant counter
The
attack.
whole thing about
And I was
input queuing
one-shotting
is to
bosses in
stop
Neo 1,
you from just
parrying
mashing the
everything with the
button.
spear. There was an entire boss, they never hit me once. Just parry, 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 beat them. Right? It's so hard to do that in any From Software game because they have this installed input delay.
It's not.
Okay, it's
I mean,
intentional
it's
at
not a
this point. You can
delay.
argue the older games that FromSoft came out with, like Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1, that they couldn't help it. Maybe it was the game engine, maybe it was an outdated console or whatever. Today, there's literally no justification for saying, oh, it's because of this. There's no shortcoming. They could remove it if they wanted. They have made it an installed part of their gameplay. Okay,
The
And at
jank
this point,
is part
these
of the
games have now
charm.
been out
That's
for over
the
a
whole
decade.
thing.
People have played every version of FromSoft games. They're used to that.
Yes,
input
that's it.
delay.
He wants 100%
Okay?
iframes
If
during
you
rolls.
play any
He doesn't
FromSoft
get
game
that FromSoft
a
is
few
set
times,
up.
you'll get used to it, and then it's not a
Yeah.
problem anymore. The
So
problem is
why you
your
bitching?
first playthrough. The first time you play any FromSoft game, and it's the first time you're seeing that attack animation, it's the first time you're trying to time something, it pisses you off because it doesn't come out when you press the button.
Here's the
Okay.
thing.
But you
The
do get used to it
Elden
over
Ring
time.
is the... Yes,
Um,
I did.
There's going to be people who are
So why are you
longtime fans
bitching?
of From Software who are going to say it's just part of their games and get used to it and get good. There's also
Yes.
going to be a school of people who are going to be the opposite. Now, wait a minute.
Get
We're in
fucking
2022, and FromSoft tried so hard to convince us that Elden Ring was not Dark Souls, right? It's not. It's its own franchise. It's its own game. It's different. Okay, right? So, if they were going to make a whole new IP, wouldn't this have maybe been the time to say, we're dropping the input delay?
No.
Now we're going to change things up for the better. We want you to be able to react to things
Oh my
immediately
God,
when you press the button.
Phil.
This will allow for a different kind of gameplay
Like,
experience than our previous
here's
game.
the thing, Phil.
And it would have.
It took me a little
It
bit to figure
absolutely
out
would have.
the
But, and
input
again, I'm going to talk about
queuing.
this more detail in my review.
But you know what?
In a nutshell,
I figured it out.
take a look at Elden Ring's bosses. No exaggeration. Like 80% of them are large creatures with big lumbering swings that are extra delayed, and they have wind up, 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 and then finally they hit you, right?
Yeah? You can't figure
If
that
the
out?
game actually had responsive controls,
Oh my God.
the
Phil.
bosses wouldn't all have to be like that. If the game had responsive controls, you could actually have bosses that were fast as shit. Because you can react
They
to what they're
do
doing.
have bosses that
You
are
could have a
fast as
boss with
shit.
a little zippy guy.
Man, that
He's
second
doing combos,
assassin
and you
that
go
when I was
dodge,
trying to
dodge,
get the
parry, parry,
cerulean
dodge, dodge, parry,
dagger
parry.
was
Now, by the
fast
way,
as shit.
I'm not saying that doesn't exist in the game. I'm saying that's the exception to the rule. And those
Bill.
actual fast enemies and fast bosses are the more challenging things in the game because they're not giant broadcasted attacks that you can learn the timing for.
But
you see?
here's the thing, you can still like all these bosses have fucking telegraphs. That's the idea.
Again,
is to
I
learn.
feel like if I go any further, I'll feel like I'm fully reviewing the game, which I don't want to do here. Okay? What I will say is thus. If you want my full educated opinion on Elden Ring, watch my full review that I'm going to do once I beat the game. Okay? I'm not done
It's
with
gonna
it
be
yet. We still, like I
complete
just
crap.
said, on the pre-stream, we've probably got another 10 to 12, maybe 15 hours left. So several streams left before we actually wrap it up. Okay? But there's arguments either way. I see the argument either way. If something's always existed in a franchise and it's become a main part of the franchise, keep it in. That's what the fans want. But Elden Ring isn't Dark Souls. That's what they told us. Okay?
Yeah.
We'll
Here's
talk
the
about
thing.
that more when I review it.
It's not Dark Souls because the fact is it's
Bro,
open
Tuesday
fucking
Zone.
world. It's basically
Ask
they
Phil.
saw
I hope you were able to watch you until
Breath
I'm
of
in
the
my
Wild and
80s,
say,
but the
let's
truth
do
of the
that.
matter is that we're all going to get old at some point. If you ever get too old or find streaming too difficult, would you ever consider? I don't like the word he used. He said grooming a successor. I think the word grooming has way too many.
grooming.
emphasis.
Oh, that's what he did with
I'm not
Panda
gonna
Lee.
use that word. Basically, he's saying, would you ever have a successor that you would like train or prepare to take over the mantle or at least assist you in your stream capacities? Thank you and keep on rocking. Okay. Okay. By the way, we're going to go on a break after I answer this question.
Oh my God, I don't give
So
a
this
fuck.
is an interesting question because I feel like it's a two-sided question. The first side of the question is, would I ever have like an actual official successor who I would pass
Successor.
on my knowledge?
Successor.
even my- let's face it, my YouTube channels, right?
Damn
Would I
mushmouth.
pass that on to
Like-
someone at some point to continue the work and the legacy that I have the 14 years and counting, right? Would I ever actually consider passing the mantle on at some point in some capacity? That's number one. I feel like the other half of that question is, would I just have someone to assist me with my streaming in the future, right? As I
You have
get
a
older,
caretaker.
all right?
He basically
So,
he needs a caretaker.
let's-
He needs a
let's actually
Tom
tackle the
B.
assist first. Right now, luckily, I'm able to kind of handle everything. I'll be honest with you guys, when I upgrade my equipment, hopefully later this year, that's when some problems might arise because I haven't built a PC in a million years, and if I end up getting parts rather than a pre-built
Why
PC,
do you always hyper
that's gonna
exaggerate?
be a
I
rough
haven't
one to
built
get
it in a
to work 'cause I
million
don't really know
years.
the ins and
Just
outs
say
of
you
doing
haven't
that
built it in
anymore.
over a
I don't know
decade.
how much things have changed.
Stop being
in the
a
last
million years.
15, 20 years of PC building and shit like that, especially with the software aspect of it. Okay, another thing that I'm actually afraid of, I'll be honest, if I get a new PC, which I mean I have to at some point, this thing's not going to last forever. I have to set up a new version of OBS, right? I can't use the legacy one I've been using for years. And I
Yeah.
got to learn everything again. I got to learn
It's
how
not
to do
that
the setup
hard,
of all
Phil.
the scenes. I got to learn how to position everything. I got to learn everything.
You don't
from scratch.
use
I'm not kidding you when I
scenes.
tell you the setup I'm using is so old. And these
You don't
templates
even
have been in
use
place for
scenes.
so long. I don't even know how easily I could set this up again.
It's not that
And I
hard.
seriously doubt
It's
that they're gonna
honestly
let
not
you
that hard.
import my shit from this old ass version of OBS into a new
Actually,
one.
why don't you look that
Years
up? You
removed.
probably
So I
could.
doubt they're gonna let me say, "Oh, take those templates, just load it into the new one." I really doubt that's gonna happen.
You know,
Okay.
no, it
And
might
then on
be.
top of that, trying
Never
to
know.
learn things such as a green screen setup or a higher quality camera and how I'm gonna do that. I have a Stream Deck that people bought for me years ago, and I can't use it because I'm using old Windows. But having new Windows, I can use a Stream Deck. I got to use that. So essentially, it's going to be a huge amount of learning for me. I'm okay with it now. I'm 40. I can do it. But what happens another 10 years down the road, another 10 years down the road, if I keep doing this, I'm going to get older. It's going to get to the point where, you like what you do. You're settled into your ways, and it's hard to
You're
learn new
always
things,
settled into your
especially if
ways.
technology changes a lot, which it
Dude,
very well might in the
Yeah.
future.
For a long time, I used Streamlabs OBS,
You know
and
what I'm
I've
saying?
I moved over to
So,
OBS Studio. It's
I'm kinda
not that hard.
I know it's going to
Does
be
the
a
Stream
learning
Deck
curve,
work
it's gonna
at
be
this point?
challenging. I know that.
On him, no,
Will
it
I
doesn't.
need
Well,
to
I mean, he
eventually
can't use it on his, but
have
mine
someone
works
help me with this
fine.
shit. It's a possibility. I might have to have someone actually come in and assist me with this stuff. Now, hopefully, I will be in a position where I can.
You need somebody to help. Oh
Now,
my god.
not someone
Yeah,
who's
he
for
literally
free.
he's gonna need
I
a
have to hire
Tom B to be
professional
able
come and say-
to
right
stream.
Now, you may be shocked to hear this, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't talk about it. Most people who do this for a living don't just do it like me. They're not one-man shows. Most people who
Yeah?
do this for a living have an editor, have a tech person. They have people who behind the
Yeah.
scenes do that shit for them.
And you
they're
could have
just
done
the
that
talent
if you
who
had
comes and sits down in
saved your
front of the
money.
camera and plays the
And you
game
would have
makes
gotten
the
more
entertainment,
money.
And they have other people they pay to handle that shit. I don't. I do everything. I can't.
Because you're
I,
lazy and
I
you.
can't actually.
Oh, you gonna lean someone?
I
Lean
can't
in.
afford to have professionals come in and do that shit for me. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. Maybe one day when I get older, maybe I'll be able to.
Yeah, Roderick. If he
someone
wasn't,
who
he
could
could
be
have
a more
kept up
professional help
friends
me
that
with
could
that.
help him.
I don't know.
Like,
Right
you
now,
could
the
see
good news is
someone
I can
like
handle it
John
all. I
Rambo
feel
or
like
Howard
this
helping
year
him
may be a
out.
big challenge when I upgrade my stuff to
But
learn
he
a
won't.
new
He
setup
doesn't
on
want to
OBS,
pay any.
to
He never
learn
wanted
ins
to
and
pay
outs of
anybody,
green screen,
so it wasn't gonna
proper
happen.
lighting,
That's how people.
a new camera, all these new features that I'm looking to implement.
Like,
all right.
But
as of
here's the thing: the new
now,
camera and the new lighting won't take much.
Yeah.
If you
You
have the
know,
old lighting from that
right,
old
it's not even
green
a
screen,
consideration, all right.
you
But
could
maybe in the
actually.
future, especially as I get older, I might just need it. It may be a necessity. Okay.
Oh my
Now,
god!
but
You make it
by-
sound like you're just
by the way,
ancient.
Carlos,
and
how
you're
you
really
doing? Good to
not.
see you here today. Having an actual successor, someone who's like
Successor.
chosen to carry on the mantle
It's suck,
of
cess,
Dark Side Phil or
or.
DSP Gaming, I wouldn't want to give anyone the
Enunciate.
name. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would be pretty stupid to say, "Oh, now you are Dark Side Phil. You are DSP Gaming." No, there may be a time when
They could be the king of
I pick it up,
hate.
and if that happens someday, I would hope that there will at least be some people out there who will remember me in a positive light. As many people who will be idiots and only
Good
think
luck
about the
with that,
negative.
Phil.
I would hope that the things that I've done on the internet in the last 14 years, and of course to come, because I would like to do this as long as I can, that they will resonate with people, and they'll think
mean,
back on that
I-
legacy.
I-
By the way, I would hope
Like,
that the
if
legacy
you
would
want a
stay on
pre-built, I
the
got
internet for
Lenovo
all
would probably
time.
not be bad for a
Probably
pre-built.
not. How
Like,
long
if
are they
you
gonna
want to
allow
get
you
something
have
built
free
yourself,
storage of your
or you want to
videos,
build it
right?
yourself, I would
But for
always
now,
go with.
that's how it
Use like a
works.
PC
And,
builder. They can double check compatibility. I have
that
stuff I
being
need
said,
to take time to actually build.
one day it will all
rebuild
go
the
away.
computer because it's
It
been
is what
having
it is.
issues for a
But
while.
would I ever have an official successor that I pass this on to? No. What I will have
God.
is a bunch of people who I inspired to do it themselves. And I already have that. Every day I hear people say,
PewDiePie. Hey,
Phil, I
beat
was
your
inspired
ass.
by you to try this out. And I'm
Phil,
like,
I was inspired by you.
Phil, you inspired
Phil,
me.
Phil,
to
did
actually go
people
on and
get
do this
inspired
and
to
that. I've gotten those messages.
beat off on stream
No.
in front of children?
SSOH PKC has personally said
Phil,
that.
you
They
inspired me to
watched my
pimp slap an
content back in the
11-year-old.
day, and it inspired them to start.
Phil, you
pursue
inspired me
their
to
own
commit
content.
bankruptcy
They
fraud.
became successful, and that's just one example. There's many people over the years who said that to me, and it's not just big people who were ultimately successful. It's little people who just like doing it for a fun, for a hobby, and they saw how much fun I was
And they
doing.
do it so much better
having
than
it,
you.
doing it, and said, "Hey, let's do it. Let's just have a good time." And they turn it on, and they're like, "Ah, who cares if I get 5 people on my stream or 5,000? As long as I'm having a good time." That's what Phil does, you know. And I'm happy about that.
Phil,
I
if
feel
you
like
only
there
had
will
5
be
people
a
watching your
large
stream, you would
chunk
bitch and
of
moan.
people out there who at one point will say, "I watched something Phil did, and it kind of inspired
Phil,
me."
you inspired me to scam my audience out of $2,000 to show a cat.
That's actually how it happened for me. I, back in the day, became a fan of the Angry Video Game Nerd. I watched him making these silly videos that had very low production value. You could tell the guy had no budget, but he had talent. He had good writing, good delivery, and had passion for the stuff that he was talking about.
All 3
in his
things you
videos.
don't have.
And it came through, even though he was filming it in a dark, dingy room in his house with no good lighting, obviously no actors or anything to be in it. He was just fucking around. Those videos inspired me. I said, man, if he can do it, I can show that I have passion for games too. Now,
You
it's not
don't
gonna be
have
like his
passion, though.
I'm not a filmmaker. He is. He can make films that look great. I can't do
The
that.
fact
I don't
is
have
that
any directorial
It
knowledge or
doesn't
anything
cost
like that.
much to do.
But I
A
love video
ring
games,
light
and I
doesn't
have a
cost
sense
that
of
whole
humor,
much.
And people tend to tell me that they like
I mean, yes,
my sense of
backhanded
humor.
compliments. I mean, to
when it
be
comes
honest,
through, when
even
I'm at
James
gaming
Rolfe will probably
tournament or
admit
just
that his
hanging out
early
with
stuff
friends or
had
the like.
very little production.
And
It was,
you
you know,
know,
very cheap.
they
But the fact
basically
is that
like
now it's
this,
easier to
and
get
they
a
wanna
higher
see
production
maybe-
value.
I wanted to see if I could make it happen, and I did. I was inspired by seeing someone like the Angry Video Game Nerd be popular on the internet.
Yes,
Maybe I
because
can
you've
do it with
always
no
wanted to find a
budget,
way of being
little to
famous.
no talent
That's
or
why your
know-how,
fucking
but just throw myself at
website is
YouTube and see what
inspired
happens.
by Maddox.
And it worked. As crazy as a wild oddball situation it was.
Phil,
it
were you inspired by
actually
Maddox to
worked.
become a literal cuckold?
So, for every one of me that there is, right? I was inspired by AVGN. I'm sure there's people who watched me and were inspired by me, and then there's people who watched the people who were inspired by me and were inspired. It goes on and on. That's how life works, right?
Yeah.
And I don't
if
think
you're
that
inspired
I
by
need to name a
DSP, you
successor.
probably shouldn't say
I think
that out
One
loud.
day I will hang up the mantle. I'll take this hat off for the last time, and I'll say I'm officially retiring.
You're never.
Content creation. This is the last
No,
time
you'll
see
never
me
do
wear this
that.
hat
You'll
ever.
never retire from
done.
content creation. You
I
are going
thank
to
you
do this
all
till the day you die
for an
because you
amazing life
won't get
journey,
another job and you
you
have
know,
nothing
being
else.
able to do what I love for a living and share that with all of you for so many years. And I'll probably cry live on stream because it'll be so meaningful to me what you guys gave
It's
me,
been
the things
hard.
you gave me, and the fun years you gave me as a content creator. And I'll miss it.
We didn't give you,
you
any.
know?
I don't care.
But that's life. Things all end. All good things come to an end, right? We don't need to have Phil V2. We don't need to have DSP gaming go on forever. One day.
Not gonna
you
go
can
on
say,
forever. You're gonna die
time to
in
go.
probably like 10 years, dude.
Well, luckily that's not today. Not even close. We got lots of
Like,
good
look-
stuff coming, man.
Like, look
Lots
at
of
it.
good stuff
Look at
coming
his
in the
shirt
future,
when he puts his
and I'm
hand
very
out.
excited for
How
it,
his
okay?
it stretches around
Hold
his
on, now you made me tear
chest.
up, 'cause I felt very mean. It was a very
Oh,
meaningful
oh,
moment
poor
there.
baby.
And now I'm going to call me a sissy. You're going to make fun of me. Hold on. Let me start talking about rage quitting Kirby again. That'll piss me off again, and then I'll stop being so emotional. There you go. Fuckers.
Well, because you did rage quit Kirby.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first break of Ask the King. All right, let's take a break. All right, if you're watching live on stream, this will be like a 5-10 minute break. It'll be a short one. It's not going to be a lengthy break or anything.
Yeah, I don't buy
Okay.
that.
If you're watching on demand on YouTube on DSP Gaming, this is part 1. There will be more parts to follow, and I hope that you will watch the other parts. All right. Sounds good. I
See,
hope for
these
you
folks
guys.
don't
I'll be
understand,
back
like,
shortly.
he
Thank you for
can't.
watching, and I'll see you in
He
the future.
can't retire because he doesn't have any money. I love the anti-bullshit shampoo. But he doesn't use it.
Is that a mole man, mole man?
Yeah.
Oh my god, monster. Did you see that? Wow.
Alright, I'm Yeah, that's the thing. Like that got to him. But here's what I was gonna say: the whole thing about Elden Ring. So FromSoft games always have what's called an input queue. It's a what it's to do is it's to punish you if you just keep trying to mash buttons, mash inputs. So what happens is that it will force that once you're in doing something, you then have to wait till that's done before the next thing happens. It's to really kind of show how deliberate you need to be. But he expects it to be like every other game, just like immediately dodge out of the way. But he doesn't even dodge right. Like the reason that they have these long telegraphs is so that they can tell you, you see this, and now you can do that. Competent. Yeah, and like this entire segment has been either bitching about Elden Ring because the fact is he can't just get to the point where, hey, guess what? Like you don't even like, he's having difficulty even dodging out of the way of Elden Ring stuff. Like you give him a super fast boss, put him on a shmup. Let's see him play a modern shmup. He won't be able to do it. But yeah, here's the thing. What is he going to do? What is he going to do if he retires from DSP? If he retires from content creation? He's not going to get a regular job. He can't. He's too narcissistic. He's too pig-headed to do anything else. So... And the fact that he gatekeeps FromSoft games so much, he should be able then to immediately figure out, okay, here's what I need to do. His whole... You know what, right? If he actually had that, I'd give him credit. If he actually had like a back, just like money in a jelly jar or some shit like that he's been hoarding away, I would give him props for that. But he doesn't. We know he doesn't. But here's the thing, right? He can't, unless he actually curbs his spending, he'll never be able to do any of that kind of stuff. He can't retire. He's going to do this to the day he dies, and he doesn't care. He doesn't have life insurance, and he isn't going to, and the fact is he doesn't care. He doesn't want to get life insurance because he doesn't care. When he dies, he dies. He didn't care about Cat. Like, oh my God. Like, this whole thing, like that whole thing when he's talking about, well, she'll just have to get over it, just really kind of shows that, yeah, if he drops dead tomorrow, he's not really going to care, like, that Cat won't be able to, keep up with the bills in the house and all that kind of stuff. Instead, it's going to be, whatever, I'm dead, I don't care. It's literally, that's all he's thinking about. Right, I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think that's it because he's in denial about his health. He really is. Like him talking about like the carpal tunnel and all that is just him self-diagnosing so that he can easily get out of doing game streams. Listen, Plantanduro, yeah, if we hadn't seen, if it had really been that, like, all that WWE Champions money went into, like, this just little thing where it's like, yeah, I bought I paid off the mortgage, bought the condo, guess what? I then have like $1 million saved up, and I can live off the interest for the rest of my life. Fuck you guys, I'm out. I'd be like, all right, you know what? Big ups. But he doesn't do that. That isn't the case. Because this thing, he's done this longer than anyone else, and he just refuses to do even the most basic changes. Like, there's no reason that he should be, he's been doing this for 14 years, and he hasn't saved up a dime. He spent so much money that he didn't need to, moving across country so he could hide from everyone and be a hermit. And, I mean, you look at it, some of the big YouTubers like PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, they all work together. They all collaborate on things. And it becomes a thing where, like, oh, it gives everybody views, gives everyone money. They can do all that kind of stuff. Fuck, man. Markiplier's got that new choose your own adventure video thing that he likes doing. You think Phil would ever do anything for that? I mean, I saw that one that Markiplier did. That whole thing, actually, it's like, it looks like it's pretty good production value. And you know he's not going to get money off of those. Like, he doesn't make money off of them, as far as I can tell. He doesn't make any money off of them. He don't care. He does it because he likes it. Phil doesn't do anything because he likes it. Okay, also, if you look at it, he has very few Ask the King slides. They're all, like, this one on the throne looks like shit. Like, the whole Ask the King thing, it's like, dude. I love that Ask the King one with a rodeo, he's got the red nose like he's fucking drunk. Yeah, Plantanduro. That's the thing. He caught the big break, but because he was so stubborn, he didn't pivot when he should have. If he had pivoted to the face cam and just streaming early in direct capture, he'd actually be pretty good. Because, yeah, and if he just learned to laugh at himself, like, yeah, I'll just play the rage-quitting asshole, he'd have actually done well. Basically, here, Plantadero, that's basically what happened with Wings. You get in early, but, you know, you didn't do anything, and then it's like, well, Roger, here's the thing. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, because Derek's going to put all his money into OnlyFans and thoughts. That's just going to happen. $672. Fuck. Yeah, that's the problem, right? It's like he doesn't get that. If he had done it earlier, where he said, like, I'm in on the joke, I know I'm bad, but I'm playing the character doing it, it probably would have worked better. But instead, the mask came off that he's just a toxic individual that no one wants to be around. And think about it, his own wife doesn't want to go on errands with him. Oh, that's done, so I'm guessing we're coming back. So, hold on.
the song stopped. Oh, yep. There we go.
All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to Ask the King. I hope you guys had a good break. If you were live on stream, if not, if you're watching on demand on YouTube, welcome back to the show. So, it's time for shout-outs, because during the break we had some cool, we had some nice contributions. We start off with Atlas Telemon, who tipped me $1.50. He says, I hope you stay for many more years. I do too, man. Wholeheartedly, I love what I do. I love it. Like I tell you guys, I'm not making this up. I love what I do more than ever before. This is so fun to me to sit here and interact with you guys, answer your questions, have a good time every day with games.
Oh,
And I know as I
right.
get
I'm
older,
not
probably
saying he
ain't
should
gonna be games
do
every
that,
time,
like the
but
whole
something
thing with
different. Do
Tyrone.
some
But if
variety.
he had early
But I really
on
like it.
been in on the joke
I want to do it as long as I can. I hope
and
that
let
I
it be a
can, all right?
character, it
Thank
wouldn't
you.
have been that bad.
Also,
Rage
during the
quit
break,
games, be bad at
I
games,
received
whatever.
a $40 tip
Uh-oh.
from 1 Minute Man.
Oh, damn.
Here comes
Thank
the
you so
money.
much to
Here we
$1
go.
$40
Money talk.
tip.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Whale tip.
Dollar, 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 dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter. Ching, ching, bling, bling, patent pockets. We take the dollar, dollar, can a damn soul stop it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money
Actually,
talk.
like to see here on
Here
the
comes the money.
Okay.
Money, money, money.
Dollar, 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 dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter. Ching, ching, bling, bling, patent pockets. We take the dollar, dollar, can a damn soul stop it.
Or would it be gold? There we go. You guys please vote live on the stream. Now, over on the YouTube side of things, we got 2 membership renewals. One comes from 672, who's upped his membership for a year of support, entering month number 12. That's right. It's actually going to be 1 month, less than a month, actually.
Oh, Gray Fox. He's
where some
always
people
going to try to
will be
get
able
more
up their
money.
memberships to a full year, and then they get the new crown symbol, the new icon in chat. So 672.
See,
Re-ups
crown
his memberships,
symbols.
is always glad to support.
That's
Free
the
my
thing
music,
I always
Clyde
love is that
Baxter.
he
All Clyde had to
doesn't
do
want to
was
be
remove
the
his
king of
fake
hate, but he
crown from his
just
name
wants to
last
still
night.
use the
He
king
literally
thing.
decided to, be stupid about it. And all he has to do is ask me for an unban. He hasn't. I'm not too worried about it.
Oh,
Joe Man, 66, has also re-upped his membership. Says,
cares?
1 whole year. Can we get a PM?
God, look at
Much
them
love.
rocking back
Well, you
and
just
forth,
got
rocking
one.
back and forth.
Thank you very much. To Joe Man.
I don't even
appreciate
dislike
that
his
very, very
things.
much. Okay.
Yeah, right. That's
So people
pretty
are
bad.
voting on a vest. In the meantime, while people are voting on a
care
vest,
about a
let's
vest.
get right into the next questions, shall we? Okay. Holy shit, I still have three pages left. Okay.
Hurry the fuck up, then.
Our first question of part 2 comes from Mr. Adam Dark Blood. What a name. He asked the following. How do you feel about phrases and mannerisms being spread through your fan base completely and completely unrelated parties? It is a common occurrence in my household
Look, listen.
to yell, "It fits perfectly," when something fits just right, or to refer to something as, "We are the something triplets." My family and
Stop
friends
doing
have
those
rarely even
things.
heard your name, yet through my actions as a fan, they have picked up and used your sayings as everyday mannerisms for years. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, that's incredibly disturbing. I'd like to say that's actually creepy as hell, and I wish you and your family the best. What I would suggest is that you get a priest in your house, quickly to exercise it. Because you've been saying those
I would
things
honestly say,
for
you
years
know,
and
no.
years on end. You've probably
Murder
got a few
suicide
demons that have
pact
moved
in
in.
Minecraft.
And they're probably waiting to prey on you and your family. So I would say maybe get Father May-I in there and start, wiggling the holy water over his head and clear out the... Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so...
I mean, we don't blend
First
each other.
of
That's the
all,
thing. We don't
my
know.
mannerisms and my sayings, all right? What's funny about this is,
It-
okay, even though there have been things that I've said over the years in patterns...
Yeah, look at that
Even though there have
shirt.
been things
That
that
shirt
become
is like
kind of, a
way
turn of
too
phrase, I guess they
small.
would call it. Things that are
Look
common
at
that
it
I would say
stretching
my
on his
streams
man
and in my
titties.
videos.
Look at it.
Those things are actually way more common to you
Stop pointing. What the
than they
fuck
are
are you
to me.
doing?
And allow me to explain what I mean by that. Okay? When I'm sitting here on a
What you
stream
doing?
or I'm putting out a video or both, I'm just going with the flow. It's my normal way of speaking, right? My
A normal way of
the sayings
speeching?
and things that I say. I usually don't even realize if and when I'm using them. They just kind of come out.
Because
right?
it's autism.
I would say actually some of the things that Adam has referenced, like if it's perfectly or we are the triplets, are very old things, right? How often today, paper just started moving. How often today in 2022 do you really hear me say something about we are the something triplets? Very rarely, and even if I do, it's meant to be like a nostalgic throwback to the things that I used to say back in the day, right? I guess would there be new things that I say today? Or like I'm just curious, those who are here live, do you guys have any sayings or mannerisms in my speech that I say?
Great Fox, he's
today
probably wearing. Yeah,
you would
he
say are things that I say
probably
commonly?
needs to
'Cause I feel
jump
like
up a
these things
size,
here are
but
things that maybe
his
way
ego
back
won't let
when,
him.
like the
At least
whole
this King
we
of
are the
Retro
blank
one
triplets,
is the one I
that's
can
from
really
Kirby's
see
Epic
where
Yarn. That's an over
when his
10-year-old
arms are
playthrough,
down, you can tell it's really tight
that's where
around the
it's pitched
chest.
perfectly. Every once in a while, I'll say that, but how often?
God,
right?
dude, will you stop
Um,
rocking back and forth, buddy?
So
dude.
instead of talking about ban evading and being stupid assholes in the chat, could you guys maybe like respond to what I'm saying? Because people are
No.
dumb and they're talking about ban evasion and dumb shit has nothing to do with the show. Could you
Hey,
actually
wow.
respond to me in an interactive stream manner?
It's
before I
almo-
just
it's
fucking start kicking
almost
people out of
like
the chat? That'd
they
be
are.
nice. So
Just
anyway,
let them do what they do, dude.
John
God,
Smith
you
says,
expect
"Wow, dude,"
them to
is still
entertain
common. I
you
still
instead
say
of
that a
you
lot.
entertaining
wow,
them.
dude, I probably do. Yeah.
This is why you are the king of hate, because you fucking hate
You say
everything.
no, really. Okay, you're right. That's something that I picked up recently. I think I probably in the last year or two, saying no, really. I think that's something that's been more fair enough, or thus. That's fair enough.
Yeah,
I don't even
yeah,
know where I
Sid,
picked
he
that
does
one
need to
up,
get
fair
new shirts.
enough.
He refuses to do it.
I think that might have
Because
just been
again,
years
it's
and
I
years
don't
and
have money to
years
do it. I
ago
don't have money to
that
do it.
picked
I
that
don't
one
have
up.
money to do it.
I say I would argue and thus.
Thus.
Sounds
Think
good.
about that.
Fair enough. I would argue and thus. So
Contributions
those
are
things
mandatory.
That are part. And bottom line. Oh yeah, I say bottom line a lot, don't I, Battle Duck? Now you said
Like-
that, it kind of strikes a chord in my head, dude. I say that bottom line a lot, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh, Rydrick, he looks down. Oh, of course he looks down on people in
those
real
are
life.
things that are more.
Remember,
like
that was the
things
whole
thrown
thing
into
about
common
that,
conversation, right? But it's not
that,
necessarily like a repeated
grandpa that
phrase
couldn't
or
pay the
something that will
bills,
catch
and
on
he
in
was
the
talking
household,
about,
I
like-
feel. Like how many people would say, bottom line constantly because I say it in a video? I don't think you would. Or fair. How
No.
many people would say fair enough a lot?
I
But
probably,
say
if they
fair
said
enough.
bottom line,
Those are more
they're
like oh,
probably
just-
saying
those are
it
things
'cause,
you
you know,
implement in your own.
I remember
your
when
speech,
Stone Cold Steve
as
Austin
opposed to
said,
an
and that's the
actual
bottom
saying.
line because
Like,
Stone
we
Cold
are the
said so.
something
That's
triplet.
probably where it
I
came
say
from.
back in the day, those kind of things stood out more, possibly. And there's probably a few reasons why. Number one, because back in the day, when video comments were on in public until I turned them off for 5 years. Yeah, I did. But
Yeah,
before,
dumb
when
move.
the video comments were more public, whenever something like that would happen in a video, people would immediately start posting it in the comments, and it would go, here it comes. Everyone wants to say it, and everyone wants to repeat it.
Just
right?
let memes happen, Phil. You don't want memes
But
because
I feel
the
like
fact
those
is
sayings
that
are old now. I really do. I feel like those sayings are very outdated. But the thing is, to me, those sayings
Really?
aren't even things that I feel like I said that much. Now, maybe you feel that way, but I think I know why you feel that way. Because I'm the creator and you are the viewer. When you watch a video of mine and you hear me say, it fits perfectly, and you like that, oh, it's funny, you probably go back and watch the video again. You probably have videos of mine that are your favorites, and you go back and watch certain moments in a playthrough or certain countdowns or certain things over and over the years where those sayings stood out. So in your mind, you've heard it say it over and over and over.
yeah, yeah,
right?
Great Fox,
And when
completely.
you hear it say that much,
You can't
said that
control
much,
memes.
excuse me,
You just
now
let
it
them
becomes
happen.
resonant in your mind as something that is associated with me as a content creator. Even though in reality, I probably didn't say it that much. Okay? But
Yeah,
it was a
memes
notable time
happen
when
like
I
that.
said it, and it's a time, a moment that stands out, so people remember it, and you think, oh, that's a saying Phil says all the time. But maybe I didn't, right?
Who cares, Phil? Who
So
cares?
I'm not sure. How do I feel about this? Is Adam's question. He said, how would I feel knowing that across the globe there's likely families of people saying my sayings over and over in their households?
I would
In
would
truth,
say,
Adam,
you know,
you
that's
and your family have probably used those phrases way more than I ever did. I don't think I say it fits perfectly or we are the something triplets that often, right? Even back then, every once in a while, but not all the time. But if you've adopted it as a saying in your house, then yeah, your family's probably saying a hell of a lot more than me.
really.
And that's funny to me that there are actually people who are repeating things that I've said on a stream on a whim.
Yeah, it's
And it's become like a thing, you know, a meme for them. So it is like a family meme. It's funny.
family meme.
Let's see here. Plum Girl says you need to make a T-shirt with your fan favorite DSP quotes on it. Battlelook says we only see that you stream and record. We don't see you when you're taking a dump. Shocking. I know of all the invaluable conversations that we're missing out on. Alice Telemon did a couple of tips here, and he says all employees proceed to the bottom platform. I repeat, all employees recede to the bottom platform. Again, how often do I say that? That was one playthrough, but it became a big meme, and then it became a song I play, and now people mention it. You see? Then Atlas Telemon did another $1.50 tip. He says, actually, you literally say 100% of the time you land a spinning pile driver with Zengi if you say, yes! Really? I got to pay attention to that tomorrow night. I'm going to pay attention to that. Tomorrow night, tell me about that. Say, if you grab an SPD, you're going to say yes. I probably do. He's probably right. It's an exaltation of accomplishment when I land the SPD. TX Shooter 50.
Well, Trip Fontaine, yes.
What was the saying you always say since you played Watch Dogs? The saying that I always say since I played Watch Dogs.
Contributions are mandatory?
Oh.
Is it?
What saying did I start saying during Watch Dogs? Darkness is I always say, Sledgehammer. I do always do the Peter Gabriel. Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer. I love that song. That's why.
Dude, Phil, seriously, you are not.
It looks like Platinum
a
Vest
singer.
is going to
Stop it.
overwhelmingly win this poll. So I'm just going to prematurely end it. I'm going to get the Platinum Vest on. And then we're going to go to our next question. I know. Sledgehammer is a good song. I want to be your sledgehammer.
He's still singing. Yeah, but
Here it is. Now,
the Chippy Pop vest. You
now,
look like a fucking thing of
if
popcorn.
we get the full 150 today, you guys get to pick. You can either have a vest swap to a jersey, or we can have a different hat for the rest of Ask the King.
He is gonna make them
I say
care
hello
about
and
those
welcome every
football
day.
jerseys.
Nice. Hello and welcome to the pre-stream podcast. Hello and welcome to Ask the King. Hello and welcome. I have gas. It's a good way to start a video. Okay. Kevin Bernstein. Fashionable to ask the following: who inspired you to become a streamer and entertainer, and how did you first get into the business? Do you recommend this for someone who is tired of working a boring 9-to-5 job? So
You've
first of all, I
already
already mentioned this. It was
Yeah.
actually watching the Angry Video Game Nerd that inspired me to try to make content. Now, he didn't make the kind of content that I wanted to make. He was making produced, scripted reviews and stuff like that. And not to say that I didn't feel like I wanted to eventually try my hand at that, but I just wanted to play video games and react to them and see what
No,
would
right,
happen.
Jack. You don't rock the
very
tinfoil
different
vest.
Than the kind
You
of
have
content he
your
puts out.
groomsman
It's-
rock.
he has
No, actually, yeah, you rock the tinfoil vest. Have your groomsman rock like the different vests.
I'm playing
Like
the game
one of them
live.
denim,
It's
one of
very
them
different.
gold, one of them red.
But did I ever think that I was actually going to make a living as a streamer or entertainer?
Yes, you
Never.
did.
It just
Especially
happened.
once
It
you
got popular out
got
of
fired
nowhere.
from your
I lost my
helicopter
out of
job.
nowhere, and it happened to be something I could fall back on. That at that point I could find a way to monetize my videos. Okay, how did I first get into the business? It was a hobby. For 2.5 years, I dicked around with a camera pointed at my TV.
You still
playing
dick
random
around.
games, swearing like a sailor, and just having silly fun with it. Never taking it seriously for a moment. Never. And then
that's why you
when I
failed.
lost the office job that I had for almost 5 years,
You got
I
fired.
had nothing else to fall back on at the time, and I found a way by teaming up with, at that time, Machinima, to monetize my content. And that was the history. Like, after that, it was just make videos, monetize, and make a living doing it. Do you recommend this for someone who's tired and working a boring 9-to-5 job? As I've said, I don't feel, all right, that anyone could do what I do right now. You have to really follow the trends. You have to follow what the YouTube algorithm is going to pick up if you want to have any kind of a hope of making a living doing what I do. I am the anomaly because I've been around for so long that I have dedicated people who like what I do and support the style that I do, but someone new just jumping into it probably would not find success doing it this way. You would have to adapt to all of the new trends. and things
Legendary, I
people
do
are
remember
constantly
that. Although,
Okay.
whew,
So there you go. Could someone potentially jump into this full time instead of a 9-to-5 job and make a living? Maybe. But there's been people, and I'll give you an example here. Someone that I'm actually very sad that this happened to. Okay? Stuttering Craig. Someone who many years ago started to some extent internet content creation for gaming with Screw Attack. Remember those guys at screwattack.com? And every day they had hard news, and they had game review series, and they had the,
Right. Yeah, you don't remember
Side Scrollers podcast.
Him and Handsome
and they
Tom's
had,
founded Screw Attack.
What was the name of the show that's now still popular because they sold it? The Versus show, where it'd be like Goku versus Superman and shit like that. I can't actually remember the name of the show. They sold it to Rooster Teeth, and they made a lot of money doing it. But basically, this guy, along with other people, because there's other people who were along for the ride with him, but they kind of all left over the years. Death Battle, that's what it's called. Yes. He was one of the innovators of internet content creation for video games specifically. I mean, his business was so popular, he ran giant scale gaming conventions and everything, right? In Texas and all kinds of stuff. I attended one of them. Okay?
Did you fuck Leanna then?
But over the years,
No.
Okay.
you know, he basically fell out of prominence because Screw Attack ended up falling apart. People left. He sold pieces of it, and essentially he couldn't stay afloat anymore. So the thing is, he absolutely
Well, here's the thing, Sid. Don't worry about that. Game trailers actually did
wanted
work with
to keep
Screw
making
Attack.
content about video games, and he tried to be a YouTuber. He basically changed. You know, he stopped doing that kind of stuff, and I think it was about 2 years ago. He started his own independent YouTube channel. He's like, listen, I got thousands of people all over the globe who followed my content over the years. We can make this happen. And it didn't work because you can't make a living doing that anymore. You just can't. Like, he tried to start from scratch and say, I'm going to start over. We're going to have podcasts I'm going to do. We're going to have guests like the Angry Video Game Nerd on the show. I'm going to do gameplay stuff. I'm going to talk about news. We're going to do all kinds of stuff. So basically, he tried to start from scratch and do his own brand of content on YouTube. And it failed. And I actually don't blame him. I blame YouTube because it's impossible to start as someone like this and make a living doing it. It's impossible. You have to have some kind of a weird foothold already. You need to get virally popular because of the algorithm. You can't really
Here's the thing.
just
If you
make
find
a
an
living
audience,
putting out honest
you can do
content
that.
anymore.
YouTube
doesn't exist.
can't be the only
At one
thing, though.
point
You're
it
probably
did,
going to need to
but
do
YouTube
Patreon
changed
and
their
Twitch
shit
and
so
things
many
like that.
times over the years. Demonetization, loss of monetization, the algorithm changing time after time. You got to ride that algorithm. You really do. You got to find that sweet spot of how can my video get noticed by a maximum amount of people. And if you don't aim for that, you can't actually be successful.
You have to try to,
ride this trend. You
right.
have to
That's
do
the thing.
those
You have to
things.
try to grow.
It sucks.
You have to try to diversify things.
I like
Patreon's
Stuttering
actually a
Craig. I
good
met him
thing
a
if
few
you
times. I
can
thought he was
do
one
the
of nicest guys I
rewards.
ever met. He was
Patreon's
really
a
nice
good
to
way
me
of making
at
money.
a time when no one knew who the hell I even was. He was a gentleman. And then when I was a content creator many years later, and a lot of people hated me on the internet, he was nothing but nice to me. That is not a man who deserved to basically be kind of thrown out of what he loved. Because you know he had a passion for it, and he had to quit. He had to quit making internet-based gaming content because he couldn't make a living doing it anymore. He had to do what was best for his family. And now he's completely 100% out of it, and no one hears from him ever again. Sucks. I don't
Well,
like
that
those
happens,
kind of
though.
guys. I don't. Pisses me off. Anyway. TX Shooter
Yeah.
did a super chat. And he says, I remember Didn't you say fool of my enemies a lot? So you're talking, okay, you're talking about the Watch Dogs 3, what the hell was it called? Legion? Watch Dogs Legion playthrough. You're right. The fool on my enemies we still bring up today because that song fucking sucks ass. I can't believe they used it in the game. It was so bad.
Dude, your
let's
your
continue
songs
on.
suck ass. You can't sing.
The $1,000 Kitty says he was outed as a scammer. He betrayed and screwed over his friend, the other Screw Attack guy. You're talking about, that was like over a decade ago. And after that, he went on to run Screw Attack successfully afterward for many, many, many years. In fact, he was more popular after Handsome Tom left. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Dude, he just
Sounds like
said
someone has
he
some
screwed
sour
Handsome Tom
grapes
over.
there.
Well,
That's
then,
like completely outdated information. Anyway. All right. Captain Charisma asked the following. In the past, you've
Oh
been
my
very
God.
anti-sponsored content when it comes to gaming.
the whole
You also
thing what
share
they
these views on
basically
all
said
content.
was,
Where does the ethical line get crossed?
yeah,
Does
that's the
someone
thing.
having
Time
a
doesn't
20
erase that.
second
If he
ad
fucked
read
over
in an
Handsome
hour-long
Tom,
video
that
take away
doesn't
the
mean,
content,
oh,
or does it
well,
go
you're
deeper
still
than that?
successful.
Well, I
Dude,
think it's take away
people
from
get
the content,
scammed
or
all the
does it go
time, and
deeper
they're
than that?
scammers get
When does a
successful all the
video go
time.
from a video with an ad to a paid shill video to you? Okay. Personally, here's my take on paid advertisements, okay? First of all, 100% a paid advertisement should be fully disclosed as a paid advertisement, period. None of this hybrid bullshit where a content creator gets a game early, plays it early, but can't criticize the game because, oh, the review embargo is next week. So they literally can only sit there and say positive things about the game, but they don't tell you it's a paid advertisement. It literally is. But they won't say, by the way, this stream is 100% a paid advertisement.
A
just
lot
so you
of
guys
times-
know. They don't ever do
A
that.
lot
Maybe
of
they'll
times
put
the
a little
streamers I
blip in the
see,
description
if
of
they
the
get
streamer
it, if they
video
get a
that
key,
no one reads,
they'll
it's
actually put
completely
on the
dishonest.
stream,
I
it'll
disagree
say,
with that kind of
key
content.
provided by
I
the
don't
developer
necessarily
or the
disagree
publisher.
with
So
someone
you'll see
taking
it.
an ad space to make a paycheck. I just think it's really corny, and I'll give you an example. So my wife and I have been watching some different shows. One of the shows we've been watching recently is Shark Tank. Well, because we watch it on one of these apps that has ads, we have to watch TV ads. One of the ads we've seen
Okay.
has, what's her name? Melissa McCarthy, the actress, the comedian. And those two guys that are called the Property Brothers, I don't even know what their names are. But I know that I guess they're very popular for like HGTV. They have shows and shit on there.
Yeah.
And the ad is, for some reason, Melissa McCarthy is like, she has a slingshot. And she's shooting things in her house and breaking them. And the Property Brothers are like going like this, dodging the things she's shooting as she destroys things in her house. And then it's an ad for something from Chase Bank. Okay? Now, I watch this and I say, what the fuck am I watching? Number one, what the fuck does Melissa McCarthy have to do with the Property Brothers? Absolutely nothing. It's
She
a
got
weird
paid.
team up that these people would even be in the same
Oh my
piece of
God.
content together of any kind. I have no idea what the segment's supposed to be about. I've seen the ad about 25 times now because it plays every fucking time we watch Shark Tank. And I still don't know what it is. It's an insanely poorly designed ad.
It's a
that
commercial.
doesn't
They're
hit
not
on
that
any of the
good.
things you would want to know, like what is the product, how does it benefit me. It's a complete waste of everyone's time.
Who
It's
cares?
literally just watch this video with people you probably know from other shit doing random shit. And then they're like, oh, Chase Bank. Huh? The fuck is this? Now, do I fault anyone in that video for taking a paycheck to be part of
Kind
that
of.
ad?
You're starting to do
I
it.
mean, no, I guess you got to make a living. I mean, Melissa McCarthy's been in ridiculously large comedy movies. She's
Yes,
probably
you
filthy
are
rich.
doing it.
Property Brothers
You're shitting on her.
TV shows
Listen,
they run.
believe
I
me.
believe they have a magazine that I've seen at the local grocery store. At one point, a couple years ago,
I mean,
they actually had their own personal product line of shit being sold in Kohl's stores. I don't know if they made any money doing that, but to my knowledge, they're already filthy rich. So why these particular celebrities would need to be chosen or choose this ad and choose to be a part of it, I'm at a
because
loss.
it's an easy paycheck.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're already rich. Do they
Yeah,
really
Planted
need
Dirt,
to
you're
take
right.
the easy
The
paycheck
ad is
to
stuck
be
in your
this
mind. It
weird
did
ad
its
that
job.
Makes no sense, right? Now, if you are someone on the internet like a content creator and you need to make a living doing your content, and you have an ad space in your content to advertise a product. Like, for example, if I had a sponsor and I said, ladies and gentlemen, Hori neck phones. This portion of the stream is paid by Hori neck phones. You can get them now on Amazon for $50. And there's a sale, and here
I'm
and they work really
surprised
well.
that
and
you
blah, blah, blah.
actually aren't.
If someone
Hori
did
hasn't done
and
that.
this is a paid advertisement.
You've done
just
so
you
much
guys
on
know.
Hori. It's almost like you should have been
Do
paid.
I necessarily fault someone for doing that? Not really, I guess. Is it annoying? Yeah. Is it a complete waste of your time as a viewer? Of course it is. You know that nothing that's being said during that portion of a stream is genuine, right?
Yeah.
But I don't
right,
necessarily think that it's like that.
He couldn't be
if it's
on
just
set because,
one
one, he
moment or
can't
a couple
act.
moments. Let's say someone's put out a 3-hour stream and they did that twice. Is that big of a deal?
We already saw
I mean,
Perry.
someone's
They
trying
had to
make a
kind
living
of
there. You gotta
stitch
understand,
together his
right? I guess
stuff on
that's okay.
Smiling Friends because
All
he's
right, and by
just
the way,
not that
that
good
was
of an
not an
actor.
official product placement at all. That was an example. I have absolutely no sponsorships, no partnerships, nothing here.
You
I
don't
just
even
don't
have
want
to
anyone
say
listen
that.
through
Like,
and
his
say,
autism
"We're
is
still
like,
trying to
oh, no, I
advertise."
didn't
No,
have it.
I
It's
have
like,
no
dude, we
partnership
know
with
you don't.
anyone to advertise anything. Okay, that was just an example, right?
But you have so many Hori
Now,
things, you might as well have gotten a fucking...
For me, where does it go too far? It goes too far when you see influencers pushing product to make a buck and actually doing things like false testimonials, or
Bill, you would
I
do that if you could.
really strongly disagree and hate when people get a game or a product early and they are using said product or playing said game, but it's a paid advertisement. They're not able to be truthful about it, right? Like, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
If a mouse company contacted me and said, we'd like to send you this mouse for free if you would do a review of it, I would say, sure, I'll accept your mouse for free, but just so you know, if I don't like the mouse, I'm going to say that in the review. I'm not promising you a positive review on your product. You have to understand I'm going to be truthful in my review of this mouse. And if they agreed to that, then I would take that sponsorship opportunity. But if they said, oh, no, listen, the whole point here is we're trying to get advertising out there for our product.
Same damn guy.
So
yeah,
if we send
Perry's
you this for free,
acting did make
we're
it
gonna
funny,
make an
but...
agreement with you that we're going to pay you
Yeah,
to put this
Phelps,
product in your
that's the
video
thing.
or whatever. You have to be positive
BOOBA
about it
Pro that he
completely.
has
I
to
would
be a
say,
sponsorship.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to be dishonest to my viewer base, okay? Now, you guys may not realize this. There's a lot of content creators out there that are doing just that to you on a daily basis. And they may not even, you may not know it. They may not be transparent about it. It may be that they only put information about the stuff that they're advertising in the description of their video or the description of their stream. And you think
Here's
that
the
they're being
thing. If
legit,
it's a video,
they're being advertised
normally
to
times it'll
constantly.
say includes
There's
paid
content creators
promotion.
that are like this, okay? Obviously, I'm not going to say names. It's
No,
not
plenty of
litigation
I get that.
process
I
people
understand
try to sue me. But the
influencers,
thing is, you have to be
scamming their
diligent with
fans.
what
I
you
get
watch.
that.
You have to
That
be.
is
You have
a
to know that when you're watching someone put out content, that's not a paid advertisement. Okay? This is becoming a big problem with online content. Instead of being, oh, I'm an online gamer and I share passion just like you, it's like, oh, I'm an influencer. And therefore, everything I do is to be monetized and, you know what I mean, and make a buck. It's
you
ridiculous.
do know that
okay?
influencer is a different
It
thing
is.
than
It's just ridiculous how
God.
much this is becoming a prominent thing. And what's happening is certain companies are making a fortune on this shit because people are
I don't
buying their
remember
product, playing
I-
their game,
I don't
doing
know
shit that normally they
Poseidon.
wouldn't do because their
They
favorite content
Poseidon. I
creator
only know
did it,
Poseidon
said
as
it's
the
good,
god of
and
the seas from the
these
Greeks. So
idiots
he
don't realize
scammed
they're
$500,000
advertising.
out of Greeks.
It's ignorance about
I could
how
see
it works.
that.
And the funny part is, you usually will not hear a content creator talk about it. Why? Because that's how they make their living. That's their gravy train. Do you guys remember years ago when I was going to play State of Decay 2? And there were 3 or 4 very prominent content creators who got the game earlier on in the week. And I called it out on Twitter and I said, these people are paid shills. They're literally being paid to play the game. They can't review it yet. The review embargo's later in the week. So anyone you watch is saying the game is good and lying to you. Wait for later in the week, and then I will make my content that will be genuine.
See,
And
that's
what
the thing.
happened?
He's
I actually
trying
got
to.
attacked by numerous content creators, all of which have these kind of agreements, and say, oh, Phil's just sour grapes because he's the old man content creator who can't get those kind of arrangements. And he doesn't understand how the industry works and blah, blah, blah. They literally felt attacked by me. I'm
Really?
nobody. And they actually came
You
after
aren't
me
a
on
nobody,
social media,
dude.
saying that
You can't
oh,
be-
you're an idiot, you're a scumbag. You're saying,
You
I was
can't
like,
be
wait,
a
now think
nobody
about it.
and yet
I'm
talk
no
about
one.
how
As
you
someone
were
who has
like
40
inventing
times
Let's
the
Plays, like
viewer
you keep
base of me
lying.
is gonna attack me for saying it. You know what that means? I struck a chord. It means I was right. And I'm 100% correct.
No.
And they're afraid I'm going to take away
It doesn't
their
mean that you were
lucrative
right. It
sponsorship
means that you were
opportunities by pulling
basically.
the wool off of your eyes and making you realize that's exactly what it is. You see?
It doesn't mean that you're
So,
right. It means that you
In
basically
regards
hurt
to
their
sponsored
reputation.
content, okay?
And guess
Listen,
what? If
I
you're
understand.
wrong,
It's not easy making a living doing what you love. If you're a content creator online and you have a product placement once in a while, and it's not intrusive to your content, and as long as you're blatantly calling out that you're doing an advertisement, all right, that's okay in my eyes. Sometimes, right?
yes,
there's
Emma.
people called
In his
unnecessary
eyes, that's the
evil.
thing.
No one
He
likes to be
can't
advertised
understand that
to,
he
but
might.
if
That
people need to
there
do
might
it
have
to
been
make a
people
living,
who
then
weren't
so be it, all right?
paid for
As
it,
long as they're not being
or who didn't
dishonest
pay for,
and
or
trying
who
to pull
could
the
be
wool over your
honest,
eyes on what
and
they're
he
doing,
basically
I'm
is
okay with
calling
it.
them
But
shills,
I
even though that's
1,000,000%
not the thing.
disagree with these content creators who get this
Stop
shit super
with the
early,
fucking
put
hyper
out
exaggeration.
playthroughs, do streams, and it's paid advertisement. They are not allowed to criticize the game because the review embargo hasn't raised yet. So they're literally just advertising to their audience and not telling them. They're making money hand over fist because the audience watches that.
Here's the
early
thing,
video,
Phil.
and
If a
they
game is
contribute. They
bad
throw
and
tips,
you're
they throw
streaming it,
super chats, they throw
you're gonna
memberships
see
and
how bad
subscriptions,
the
they
game is.
contribute to their Patreon, they buy their merch and shit because they got the game early. Now tell me, what the fuck did that person do to earn that? Do they deserve it? Just
Oh my
because they're a
God.
paid shill and they play the game and they tap dance and they fucking kiss everyone's ass, do they deserve to make a double paycheck? Not only did they get paid by the company who gave them the shit early, now they get paid by their own viewer base too. How dumb of a viewer can you be to think that that kind of person cares about you? Right? That person
Jesus
literally is
Christ.
there to make a buck. If they couldn't make a buck, they wouldn't even turn
Yeah,
their fucking
the
stream on.
jealousy is
right?
so strong
So
here.
That's what actually gets me about
He's
content
mad he
creation.
doesn't get
That's where
these
I draw the
things.
line. If you need to have advertisement in your content to get by, to make a living, I'm not gonna fault you for that. Have
Yes,
an
you
ad
will.
every once in a while, but at least
You
have
are,
some
though.
fucking credence, some fucking
You are
some respect
basically
for your
shaming
viewing
people
audience,
for
and at least
this.
put out content that's real. Not, oh, by the way, today's entire stream is a paid advertisement. Well, fuck off then. Go fuck yourself. No one needs you. You're not necessary to content creation. You're
Neither
the
are
end
you,
product
Phil.
Of a fucked system where people believe that you're actually someone who's trying to care about what they're putting out when you don't. You make a paycheck. You're a money printing machine, but you're a scumbag. I will never ever respect someone who literally sat down today and turned on the camera just to fucking have a paycheck and then they turned it back off. That's beyond fucking to me. You know? Have some dignity, have some fucking respect, have some kind of credence in what you do.
Oh my
And you know,
God!
to
The
some
lack
extent-
of self-awareness.
Okay. To some
Motherfucker.
extent. Just so
That's
you guys know,
you!
all right.
You
This
turn
is
the
what
thing on.
really
You
irked me about the
expect
early days
tips
of
for
YouTube,
all that.
Because when I got into gaming on
Motherfucker.
YouTube back in the day, all right,
That's what you expect.
basically,
You
I loved
fucking get
games.
pissed
It was
if
my
the
passion,
pre-stream
my hobby for
podcast doesn't
my
have
life.
contributions.
And for 2.5 years, I put out videos on YouTube, and I never monetized
my
a single
God.
thing. I didn't take any paid product placements
Oh
or
my
nothing. It wasn't until I
God.
lost my office job that I made it my job, and I monetized
That-
my videos.
The
All of a
fuck?
sudden, in 2011, when me and a few other content creators started to monetize our gameplay videos, you all of a sudden had all these people who never put out gaming content before who jumped into the space. All right? The one that notably I criticized back in the day was Toby Turner. He made zero gameplay content. Zero. Until he could monetize it. And then immediately he jumped into the space only to make money. doing
I
it.
can't
That was the
rewind
only
it. Not
reason
on
he ever did
DLC.
it.
No.
And he got giant sponsorships. He was fucking advertising Madden. What the fuck does Toby Turner have to do with football? Nothing. But
What do
these
you have
idiots
to do with
paid
video
him
games?
Money
Nothing.
to advertise games. Okay,
See,
that is a grade
that's the
A
whole thing.
example
He
of the
he just
person who I
expects
don't
because he
respect,
was first,
because you didn't
he should
even
be getting
care
it.
about video games until you could make a
Yes,
living doing
Gray
it.
Fox.
And then all of
You
a
and I had
sudden,
the exact same thing.
50%
He
of
thinks
your
he's the
content
first,
is video game
but
content.
he
Like,
thinks
get
he's the best
fuck
because
out
he
of
was
my
the
face.
first.
You are
No.
you're just incredible. The dishonesty, the disrespect, and the fucked up mindset of people like that, you know. And he's not the only one. But if I mention other people, all of a sudden people will try to get me in trouble for it. Because there's quite a few people who back in the day, all of a sudden, became gamers overnight when they could make a living doing it.
Phil, I've been listening to your thing.
Okay.
I'm almost thinking you
Let's
weren't
continue.
a gamer.
And by the way, we got about another 15 minutes before I have to go on break here. Young Sinatra asked the following: what's the coolest place you've been to in Washington? Well, basically, when I moved here, I looked into some of the nice places to go. And
That was
Kat moved in
amazing.
with me.
That was some.
We actually
Oh
went
my
to a
god,
couple.
that was some fucking
I would say the
gold.
two coolest
That was
places
some
that I've been in
fucking
Washington
gold.
State so far
Mate,
would either be the Pop Culture
Yeah.
Museum, and I forget the actual
Yeah, Brandon, I don't
name
think.
of it,
Yeah,
but there's it's a pop
I
culture
think that's the
museum.
case.
It
I mean,
focuses on all
other than
kinds of stuff.
fighting games,
music, movies,
he
television,
didn't really
video
play a lot
games,
of them.
comic books, all kinds of fun stuff.
he
And
really
they rotate
honestly
their
thinks.
exhibits
Yeah,
around. Just the
he
few times
thinks
I've been
that, you
there,
know, because
I've actually
PewDiePie
seen
took his
some
thunder. It's
horror
like, dude,
movies,
you've
sci-fi
been on the
fantasy movies like
decline for
Star
about
Wars.
10 years. I would say.
Nirvana had its own exhibit.
Like by the time he
history
got
of
to
Nirvana
Machinima,
the
he was
band,
starting on the decline of
Legos,
views.
an actual indie video game exhibit, Jimi Hendrix. I'm trying to think, because there's more than that I've seen. I guess that's what's coming to mind. Oh, fantasy. They had a whole fantasy exhibit where I got to see things from all different fantasy movies like Lord of the Rings and Labyrinth
Oh,
and shit like
goodness.
that. Props and outfits and all kinds of stuff. And also
Okay.
they have some really cool things. Like they have this room you go in, and it's like this projection simulation where it makes you feel like
You've
you're
been
in
doing enough
space and
projecting
shit.
already,
It's really
Phil.
neat. We did it together and loved it. So I would say the Pop Culture Museum is really, really neat. And then the other place that I actually really like, but you'll only like this if you're into kind of like marketplaces. Okay? So for example, if you like shopping, but you like walking and shopping around and seeing a variety of stuff, Pike Place Market. Pike Place Market is an indoor market. It's half outdoor, half indoors. It's very unique the way that they set this up. And you could get so many things. You could get artsy stuff. You could get actual artwork. You get handmade things like gloves, hats, clothing, jewelry. They sell food there. There's a food market where they sell fish and other stuff. But you could buy baked goods. You can
Yeah,
buy cooked
and well,
foods
that's
there.
the thing.
There's
He
a
doesn't.
giant
He
comic book
didn't
store
go
there.
to
There's
Washington
collectible
to
music stores where you could buy legacy things like
admire
records and
the
tapes and things like
beautiful
that.
landscape,
It's a really, really
all that
neat
stuff.
market.
He went there
And
because
then when you're
Seattle,
there,
good big
there's great
city,
restaurants
and
for
it
seafood.
was
The
far
original
enough
Starbucks
away
that was the
from
first one
everyone
ever in the
else.
world is right there.
I mean, fuck,
And
he
then
could
if
have
you
picked
walk
somewhere
downstairs
in
to the
rural
Pike Place Market,
Washington
you
to
end up on the
live.
waterfront. And on the
And
waterfront,
he'd be
there's a whole
fine. He'd
other
actually be
slew
a
of
lot
fun stuff,
better,
like an
but he
aquarium,
needed to be
a
Seattle
big mall
because, you
with all
know.
kinds of nautical themed things. They actually have a motion ride there that you can ride. A giant Ferris wheel called the Wheel. If you played The Last of Us 2, you've seen
Oh,
the wheel at the aquarium
Jesus.
because those things are real.
Yeah, he only cares about.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. And I would say it's you could spend a whole day there and have tons of fun and eat 2 meals there. It's just a lot to do there. So, in my opinion, those are the 2 coolest things so far that I've done since I lived in Washington State. Now, I'm not saying that there's not other cool things to do. I'm just saying like those are the things that are kind of unique
So
to here
many
that
things.
stand out in my mind.
They said
Okay.
there's so much great nature. It's a bit
There you
like
go.
going to Alaska and be like, oh,
All
I'm just
right.
gonna go to the tourist thing.
Continuing on.
Go and see some of the,
We're now
the
going
great
to move
nature
on.
in that.
We have a question from a patron. And I actually owed this person the answer to this question a while ago. And somehow the question kind of got lost. And now I've remembered and I brought it
Uh-huh.
back up. Now, this is a
Scammed.
question that I actually don't think I can answer. You guys may be able to answer this question because I don't have the
Oh,
answer to
Jesus
it. So let's
Christ.
see. This will be for long-time viewers and fans. All right? So this question is from Giovanni. And he asks the following. Whatever happened to your 2010 Game of the Year countdown videos? They've been gone since they were ever released on Blip TV that year, and they were never reposted since. Was there legal issues re-uploading those to YouTube when Blip?
He
Live
forgot.
shut
He
them
doesn't
down,
have
or
them
was there
anymore because he
another reason?
forgot and he doesn't have the
This
backups.
has been almost like a lost tapes types of scenario, because they came out, and I always remember what types of games I should look into getting every year based on your Game of the Year countdown.
Oh,
You were a gamer that
Jesus.
tried to play every single new release at that time, so your opinion always mattered
Can you
most to
believe
me
that?
compared to anyone else who had a gaming website or put out content. Also, being that the only countdown, it was the only time you did a countdown with 20 games
See,
in the
he
countdown.
has them on drives. I don't.
And they were
I
all
don't
released
know. I
that
don't
year,
buy
and it makes
that.
that list stand out because of it. Do you remember any of the games on the list, or would you be able to re-upload them? Even a written list would do. The rising prices of PS3 games recently makes it astounding to afford anything.
Like,
so
how about
actually
this,
knowing
patron?
what games were
Whatever
good
patron this
would
is,
actually help
fucker.
me and maybe
Why
other
don't you
people
actually,
during
you
that same
know,
time period,
think for
pick out
yourself
games.
and make your
I'm a
own
long time
fucking
fan. I hope that you keep staying strong.
thing?
So the question is, whatever happened to the 2010 Game of the Year Awards? All right.
Uh-huh.
Now, I can only partially answer this question, okay?
Partially answer? But
All right. This was a time in history that I'm not proud of. This is a time in my content creation history 12 years ago when I made one of my most stupid, most infamous mistakes, making risque jokes that were insensitive and that pissed off people. Okay?
it wasn't
what
risque.
happened
You
was,
just completely
I've
went.
been uploading content to YouTube for a very long time. All right? 2.5 years at this point. And I lost my office job and I needed a way to make money. So I started monetizing not my gameplay on YouTube, because you couldn't monetize gameplay on YouTube in 2010 unless you were with a partner network, which I was not.
Click
But
on the ads.
You
Click
could
on
have
the
your own
ads.
personal AdSense account, and that account could
Come on.
monetize non-gameplay style videos like vlogs. So I had a vlogging channel, and that vlogging channel blew up when I lost my office job, because people felt bad, essentially, that I lost my job. They felt like I was an underdog content creator. I wasn't, super duper.
He always
well-known.
thinks
I
he's
was
the
well-known
underdog
for
content
gaming,
creator.
But, people looked at that and were like, this is fucked up. Feels, makes good content. We support him. We like him. And people came out in droves to watch and support those monetized videos.
Yep.
Sadly, what
Don't
ended up
forget to
happening
interact
was I
with
think
the ads.
people got
Click the ads.
overzealous, and YouTube saw that overzealousness of activity with my vlogging content and said,
Yeah, because you told them.
basically, people are going crazy clicking ads and shouldn't, and therefore, we're turning off your AdSense. We're suspending it, okay?
Yeah?
So, over the years, you've heard tons of slander about that, people spinning it into something that it wasn't. No, I was not removed from YouTube's AdSense program because I said anything in a video. That's completely false.
Oh,
Okay? That's complete bullshit. That did not
that's some
have any
bullshit.
bearing on what happened in that situation.
I'm gonna wait for
Okay?
Hate Army
In
Watcher
fact,
for
it's hilarious. The people who say that
proper even
reference a
and
video
to
that I made a year
put
and
that
a
up.
half prior. Okay, I had advertisements.
fucking
on all
said
of my
click on
videos
the
for
ads.
a year and a half before my AdSense was suspended, and I had said something like that, something stupid in a video. It had nothing to do
said
with
that.
anything that I said in any video. What happened
You
was
said
people
it.
felt bad that I got laid off, and
No.
they went in exorbitant amounts and clicked on ads. that they
Fucking
shouldn't have
said
done
it.
You should only
And
be engaging with an ad if
they
you actually
found
have
that.
interest in said ad. Okay, so because so many people did this,
I don't
alright,
know if it
in a
was
very
click on the
short
ads.
period of time on
This
YouTube,
is, I
made an
don't know.
exorbitant amount of ad revenue money, and then they turned off my AdSense and said you're suspended. That will be suspended indefinitely, and you can't make money on AdSense anymore. All right. So at that time, that was about, I want to say that was October into November of 2010. So I was like, this sucks. Now what do I do? Well, there are other alternatives to YouTube. So I started uploading to a website called blip.tv. Now, this was a competitor, but not really to YouTube. They were a very different kind of website. You couldn't even really... The search functionality was nearly non-existent, didn't really work. You couldn't really sort your videos properly in playlists the way that you could do on YouTube. They claimed that they were adding that kind of added functionality and never really implemented it in the time that I was there. The videos didn't play back as well as YouTube. There was a lot of people having issues watching the videos. And they barely had any advertisements to go around. So if you had a video with an ad on it, you would literally see the same ad a million times on this site. The Zappos ad, which is for clothing, was actually infamous because it was the ad that was played 5 zillion times during Christmas of 2010. Okay? So why am I bringing all this up? Because at this time, I couldn't make a living on YouTube. So I upended all my gaming content and I put it on Blip TV, which is why there is no top 10 or just Game of the Year awards for 2010 on YouTube at all. It's a missing year. Okay? Can't find it. Now, you may say, well, what happened on Blip? I got kicked off of Blip. It's my fault. Today, I will wholeheartedly say this. I feel Blip acted harshly and Blip treated me unfairly. But I do feel that I did something stupid to cause myself to get kicked off of Blip. I made one video that contained anti-Semitic jokes in it. Okay? Now, I had made racial jokes over the years and never got into problems on YouTube
What was
at
that
all.
again?
Not once. But because I made an anti-Semitic joke and jokes in that video. It's infamous, this video. Okay?
Yes.
Basically, Blip contacted me and went overnight from, oh, you're the new Mr. Popular here on our website. You're going to make a lot of money, and we're going to make a lot of money on you. We want to have a private meeting with you and management at Blip. We're going to talk about your future. We want to grow your channel. You are the new guy. We're happy to have you here. We're very excited. 2 days later, I got a termination notice. We're kicking you off the site. You're not allowed to be here anymore. You only have like 7 days to remove your content, then we're deleting it permanently. All ads have been removed from your content. Get the fuck out. Literally didn't
To
get
entertain you in the
any time
future,
someone reached
please
out
go to
to
my
me
partner
saying,
channel,
hey,
The King of
you
Hate
guys
HD,
don't
and
do
click
that
on the
again.
ads that show up on the videos there. Because
It was just get out.
I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there. Because hopefully, fingers crossed.
At that point, I've told you guys this over the years. I was essentially trying to emulate jokes I had heard on the Howard Stern show.
In the future, please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there. Because
So here I am thinking that I'm like Howard Stern and I'm going to be immune to it. Obviously, I was not. I was an idiot.
There we go. Sorry.
And I paid for it.
The
Okay?
fact
So I
is,
kicked
it's
off
not
Blip
hard to
TV,
find.
All the content
Pick to go. I just put
that I
click
had
on the
uploaded to
ads.
Blip TV
Boom.
got
There you
deleted,
go.
including
You fucking
the Game
said
of the
that
Year
shit.
Award.
I'm sorry,
Now,
you did. That's why your AdSense
I
got fucking dropped.
swear I uploaded
And
that
they said
to
it
YouTube at
more
some
than once.
Like, I swear to God I did. I swear that I'd taken the stuff that was there and I'd re-uploaded it to YouTube so that way at least people could watch it. But maybe not. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
it's Howard
Like,
Stern's
You're
fault.
asking me something from 12 years ago and I have no frame of reference. I don't remember, you know. I swear that what had happened was I got kicked off Blip, so I said, okay, guys, I'm coming back to YouTube. All right. You know what I mean? And basically, like, I wish I had the answers. I know for a fact I don't have those videos anymore. They're gone. I don't have hard copies of those anywhere. It's 12 years later, right? So I don't know where they would be. I don't know if anyone archived them. Likely someone did. You would think that people archived that countdown somewhere, but I don't know where. So like I said, this would be more of a question actually for you guys, the viewers, to maybe look and say, can you answer it? Because I don't actually know if anyone actually did save the Game of the Year awards from 2010 anywhere, and if those are actively viewable anywhere or
Well,
not.
Grandpa, it's
But
not
I
only
wanted to
that,
read the
but
background
here's the
of what
thing about
happened,
Howard Stern.
why it's
He
not,
also took his lumps. He lost
why that countdown
sponsorships.
is
I
not
mean, the
available
fact
anymore.
is
You
that
know what I'm saying?
this was Shock Jocks. That's what happens with Shock Jocks. Sometimes, you know, you take a loss.
We'll see. We'll see. Leave video comments. Leave in the comments of this video. Let me know, is that available anywhere? And maybe we can help out Giovanni to find it, because I have no idea where that countdown would be at this point. Okay? There you go. Excuse me. So before we adjourn for a break, because this will be the final break, and then we're going to have the final part of Ask the King, I do want to do shout-outs. I want to say special thanks to my ongoing patrons who actually pledged to my Patreon. I know that I don't talk about my Patreon that often.
You don't
and I know
give
that
any
it's basically
rewards
not
either.
a major part of my content. There are still perks people get. This is one of them, actually, is to get a shout-out when I do Ask
I
the
don't
King.
know if
Obviously, these people
DSP
have
produced
been
that
waiting a long
himself
time. It's
or
been
if somebody
4
else
months since I
did.
did an episode, but here we go. Without further ado, thank you to my ongoing supporters on
That's the
Patreon.com.
thing. Like,
Big Tone 995, Crisis MOD, Martin M, Maya the Bees,
like he said
Planet
more than
Jeff,
once to click on
Robert
the.
Wayne,
Oh, of course,
Trey
Planet Jeff.
Coley,
Yeah.
Tubar King, Sean Given, Thomas McDonald, David Denmark, QPZ MWN, Richard, Riley Hagan, and Storm Force Gamer. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate that. you guys give me the ongoing
Stop
support.
fucking
I really,
futzing
really
with your
appreciate that.
mustache.
Okay? All right. It is time for our second break of Ask the King. When I come back from this brief break, we will have open forum questions that you guys posted on my website, dspgaming.com. We'll have a Twitter question, and we'll probably have a little bit of time for open questions with the Q&A of the chat. Okay? So thank you guys so much, and I'll be back shortly. Awesome.
Yeah, Planet Earth. Even ironically, yeah, it's just not worth contribution. But think about that. He's saying, "Oh, I never said it." It's like, dude, everybody has it. Like, I think that's even in the Down the Rabbit Hole video. Like, the whole thing about it is, click on the ads. That was known. It's been known for years. He's just trying to hide that. Because the thing is, I went to Pick Go and I pulled that one out from his old Dark Side Phil thing. He doesn't want to admit that he told people to click on the ads. He never wants anybody to admit that. Like, he wants it because he's being lazy because he doesn't get his normal 20-minute one. It's now like 2 10-minute ones. But that's the thing. Like, I'm sorry, you can find all that, and he wants to hide the fact that he did that because the fact is it makes his victim complex seem a lot better. Yeah, Planet, he's an habitual liar because he's also admitted it before. He can't literally keep his lies straight. Like, I'm pretty sure that's actually in the Down the Rabbit Hole video, is that, yeah, he got his thing because he told people to click on ads. It really, the thing about a Planet Earth is that the biggest problem with Phil is that he is the biggest he is the biggest victim of pignosis. Like, the pignosis for, like, him saying that is not just for his audience but also for himself. He doesn't want himself to have to, you know, he doesn't want his fans to see how bad it's become. He likes it. Yeah, that's the thing they say. Well, it's because he has to, because if he doesn't, then his entire if he doesn't actually because he needs to convince himself, because if not, his entire thing falls apart. But we're going to continue watching this. Think about that. Oh.
And what you know,
right.
email.
It's not VLC.
That's where the fun comes from. So I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, the King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos in the future. Please go to my partner channel, the King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there. Channel, the King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me...
Wait, is it still muted? Well, VLC should be muted because that's the stream itself. But yeah, click on the ads. That's the thing. It didn't take me that long to find where it said click on the motherfucking ads. Oh my god. I can't believe it's like he's trying to hide that when it's so obvious that this is not that wasn't a Detractor video. That was a fucking that's on his Dark Side Phil channel. That's the thing. That's on his Dark Side Phil channel, and he's still bitching about how I never said that, guys. Like, it's like this is why he'll never improve, because he's in denial to himself. Yeah, Planted Earth. There's an actual Planted Earth. I think what you're thinking of is the one that was in 2011 where he after he got fired. That might actually that was from 2009. But yeah, I think that one he says participate if you know what I mean. And he might have been, but that one, the one that he was saying literally is him saying click on the ads. So, I'll be right back. I'm going to be back in 1 sec. I'll leave you with Phil's music in case he gets back before I'm back.
This is fucking stupid. Yo, it's ridiculous. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Yo, it's ridiculous. Yeah. This is fucking ass. The Doodle Craft in here. What a crappy life. The Doodle Craft in here. What a crappy life. The Doodle Craft in here. A little bit. The Doodle Craft in here. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, whoa. The Doodle Craft in here. A little bit. What a crappy life. The Doodle Craft in here. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, whoa. The Doodle Craft in here. The Doodle Craft. The Doodle Craft in here. The Doodle Craft. A little bit. The Doodle Craft in here. The Doodle Craft. 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 Oh crap. Whoa. The Doodle Craft in here. The Doodle Craft. The Doodle Craft in here. Oh crap. The Doodle Craft in here. What a crappy life. The Doodle Craft in here. Oh crap. The Doodle Craft in here. The Doodle Craft. The Doodle Craft in here. The Doodle Craft.
There we go. I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, Jasper, will you stop that? Don't knock down my cup. You get it in. I know you don't want me to stream. Okay. Yeah, let's turn that off for a bit. I know.
Didn't want you to miss any of that. Buddy, what are you doing? Buddy. Oh my goodness. Yes. Sorry, we have a guest on the stream. It's Boy Jasper. He got up on the desk. He's like, "Nope, I want pets now. Don't care about Dave. Pets." So, he's getting pets. Ain't that right, Boy Jasper? Mm-hmm. Yes, all right. No, you're not going to knock over my pitcher of lemonade. I'm not cleaning that up. Yes. Boy Jasper, you happy to be here? I know. Boy Jasper is currently here just making a mess of everything. Doing cat stuff and knocking everything over. Isn't that what you do? And rubbing himself on everything. Including the microphone, because, you know. Hey there. Replace DSP Kirby with Rye Kirby. Yeah, I don't know Rye Kirby. Yes. Oh, the music stopped, so it looks like he's gonna be back soon. Okay, buddy. Buddy, I'm gonna need the microphone now. You keep knocking things over, and then you get spooked when you do that. Hold on. Oh,
Happen with
sorry.
game releases. We're probably in the next few
Knocked
months.
some
We're gonna have
screws
some
over,
digital
and I
events
need
that
to
are gonna
get them
announce a
before
bunch
he
of new
tries
games,
to
and who knows
eat
when they're
them.
coming out, right?
Because that will be bad.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's head in to forum questions. We start off today. The first question. Big Papa Pump asked the following. With the trend of remastering or remaking classic games, for example, Resident Evil 2 Remake or the Spyro Trilogy, do you think that the originals are better? Do you prefer the newer takes, and why? I prefer the classics myself for nostalgia purposes.
Okay.
It's a good question, but I think it's very game specific because not every remake is equal. Let's put it that way, okay? Let's actually analyze the two series that Big Papa Pump brings up specifically here. Spyro Trilogy. You can play those games on classic PlayStation, and are they outdated graphically? Of course they are. Gameplay wise, I would argue they hold up. I've played Spyro 1 on classic PlayStation 1 emulated, and I thought that it was quite good. Challenging if you're trying to do all the collectibles, but still pretty darn good. The remake trilogy that they ended up coming out with, I ended up playing Spyro 2 and 3 in the remake trilogy exclusively because I wanted to play the whole trilogy, and I'd already played 1, so I didn't replay 1. Now, 2 and 3 in the remake trilogy had a few kind of quality of life improvements, but were they necessarily different from the original games? The answer that I would actually say is really no. They really are, kind of dead on accurate to what the Spyro trilogy originally was. So in that case, even though there was a remake, it really felt like you were playing the original games with some modernized controls and graphics and some quality of life improvements that were very nice, okay? If you were to ask me definitively, what's the better version, I would say, hey, for nostalgia purposes, if you want to really experience those original graphics, controls, field of view, etc., go for the classics. But if you really want the optimal experience, all right, you'll want to go for the remake trilogy, right? It really is. It's the same games, just kind of better and improved. Okay? Now, Resident Evil 2 Remake, I feel, is a different animal entirely, and here's why.
Got deleted.
Resident Evil 2 is a classic, okay? It's a game that stands in survival horror history. It greatly extrapolated upon the formula of Resident Evil 1 in many different ways, and to this day stands as one of the best classic survival horror games ever made. Okay, if you were to ask me in the original, big standout survival horror games of back in the day, I'd probably say Resident Evil 1 and 2, but probably 2 is the better of the two. For nostalgia purposes, I would say, I really like Resident Evil 1. I think it's the better game because I like it. It's the original survival horror game I ever played. It scared the shit out of me when I was young. But Resident Evil 2 definitely is a better game overall, you see. And it's a classic. I would say Resident Evil 2, probably Silent Hill 1 and 2, and then maybe 1 or 2 other horror games from that era are the big ones that you would reference if you're talking about the biggest survival horror games of the PS1 era, okay? Resident Evil 2 Remake took the original game, the idea behind it, the basic storyline of it, okay, the gameplay elements of it, broke them all apart and said, how do we make this PS1 game a PS4 game, right? We're going to completely rip this game apart and redesign it from the ground up. And that included the map, the puzzles, the gameplay elements, the graphics, even the story was kind of a little bit shuffled around and readjusted. Although, if you play Resident Evil 2, the original, and you play Resident Evil 2, the new version, the remake, you'll generally get exactly the same story out of it. You'll actually get more story out of the new one because they added in supplemental logs and things in there that give you more of an explanation and better explanation when it comes to what exactly they were all about, or the plot was all about, okay? But they are absolutely two different games, okay? If you play the original Resident Evil 2 and then you play the remake, you'll see, oh, I see what they did there. See, the original game had this enemy type or this room and this puzzle, and they put it into this game, but it's different, and they changed it, and it's kind of a homage or a reference to the classic, but there is completely new and different stuff in Resident Evil 2 Remake that's not present in the original. It's actually a slightly longer game. If you play on the harder difficulty, oh my god, it's crazy challenging. And I really liked what they did there. I did. So if you look in my and by the way, thank you so much, Lore Spade. I will shout out your tip when I answer this question. If you look in the long term, excuse me, the big picture. That's what I meant to say. The big picture, all right? Of all the survival horror games I've played in the past decade, okay? I actually think Resident Evil 2 Remake is probably in the top 3, if not the best one. It's that good of a game. If you remember, I named it my game of the year. It's that darn good of a fucking game. It's just insanely good for survival horror games. Everything you're looking for is present in that game. Challenging gameplay with
Ryan, I'm
responsive
glad you like
controls,
it.
impressive
I had a little
graphics,
bit of
great
difficulty getting
puzzles,
the
a story
goatee was
that
probably
keeps
the
you
most
thinking,
difficult thing. I had to do a
and
little
you get to
perspective
play
work
the
to get
game
it to fit
twice
just right.
because you play as the two different characters, and it's different versions of the same plot, but there's variations in the gameplay elements. It's a game that actually has longevity and replayability. It's kind of like the best of all worlds when you're looking for a survival horror game. So I would almost say Resident Evil 2, the original, was best in class survival horror for the late 90s. Okay? Resident Evil 2 Remake, best in class survival horror for, when did it come out? 2019, something like that? Whatever year it came out, best in class at that time, you see? But even though they're called Resident Evil 2, they are definitely different games.
Yeah, Sid, he is
because of the
pixelating Resident
insane
Evil
amount of
2.
changes and modernizations and things that they did to the remake. So this is the difference with the Spyro remake trilogy. If you play the new one, you're essentially playing the classics with some improvements. If you're playing the Resident Evil 2 remake, you're literally playing a different game, but it has all these references as an homage to the original, and therefore it's actually, in my opinion, is it a better experience? Yes, but that doesn't mean you should skip the original. The original itself is its own experience that's very different from playing the remake. And this is where remakes are not equal. You know what I'm saying? Like, some remakes will just try to just redo that same exact experience slightly better, like Spyro, while others said, no, we're just going to make a whole new game, which is what Resident Evil 2 Remake was. So, honestly, I don't think there's an answer here. Like, are the original Spyro games better than the remake trilogy? Nah, they're about the same, if not a little worse, because they don't have the quality of life improvements and better field of view and slightly better graphics. Is Resident Evil 2 Classic better than Resident Evil 2 Remake? It's a different game entirely. You see what I'm saying? You can't even really compare the two and say which is the better version, because they're different. There's like two different games.
Okay.
Oh
yeah.
Personally, would I like to see
Sit
more
on that
classic
fence like
games
Boogie.
remade for a modern audience and completely remake them from the ground up? Yes. Are we getting that? Actually, no, we're not getting that very often. What we're getting is graphical facelifts. What we're getting is very minor tweaks. For example, does The Last of Us 1 that came out on PlayStation 3 and then within a year was put out on PlayStation 4 need a version on PlayStation 5? No. That is a way to nickel and dime that customer base who loves that franchise and get them to buy the game a third time when it's literally the same game. Was there a reason that Grand Theft Auto 5 had to be on all the consoles? Of course not. It's the same freaking game, you see? So, it's game dependent. I would like to see more full-on modernization remakes like Resident Evil 2 Remake rather than the facelift remakes that we've seen recently that seem to just be kind of, cashing in on the whole remake craze. But I guess we'll have to see if we'll get any more, because it seems like it's case by case at this point. Okay, so Lore Spade, a $50 tip, and he says, the real Lore Spade is tipping the SP game.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Not back
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then your talking don't matter. Ching, ching, bling, bling, patent pockets. We take the dollar, dollar, can a damn so stop it.
on the
Here comes the
stream.
money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Thank you, Lord Spade.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then your talking don't matter. Ching, ching, bling, bling, patent pockets. We take the dollar, dollar, can a damn so stop it.
Best. Would it be the pilot hat? Would it be the Pikachu hat? Would it be a Viking hat?
Pilot hat, pilot hat, pilot hat, pilot hat.
Or would it
pilot
be here, people asked me to do this. We'll do the camo hat. The green camo hat. People asked me to put those into the choices again. There you go. Alright. There we go.
hat? Sid, I
All
couldn't
right.
tell you.
Now,
And they pay a lot of money.
please vote. Let's continue.
Please vote.
Okay. This question is from Barack Obama, the real one. He actually posts on my forums. I don't know if you guys knew that. He says, hey, Phil, I remember back in the day you played Black Ops 4 Blackout for the entire year on a nearly weekly basis. when Warzone came out, you only played it a couple times and you ended up giving up on it forever. Is there any reason why Blackout lasted a year while Warzone died out almost instantly? Yeah, for the same exact reason that I played Black Ops 4 multiplayer, that I played the recent Black Ops, what was the one that I played a year or two ago? Whichever the latest Black Ops game was, the reason that I played that multiplayer for an extended period of time as well, as opposed to when the Modern Warfare remake came out, I dropped that shit within like a month, right? And here's why. I don't
remember
like
what other questions, but we did
the
get
combat
to hear
engine
him deny that he clicked on the
Modern
ads.
Warfare remake in any way, shape, or form. It feels clunky and slow and sluggish to me. They put a lot of extra animations and things in it that I don't like. I like more responsiveness and more kind of like, okay, I'm playing the game. I want to be able to zip, 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 shoot, 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 reload, move, fast, reactive controls. It felt to me like when I was playing the Modern Warfare remake that it's like everything's slow-mo. Everything's, I'm busy. I got to do a fucking 400 frame animation to reload my gun, and I gotta draw. It takes forever to draw your weapon. It just doesn't feel to me like an engine where you can react very quickly to anything. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the take I had on it when I played it. I didn't really like it at all. Yeah, I didn't really like it at all. And I was like, damn. Not only did I not like the multiplayer, then I played the Battle Royale, and I was like, damn, it doesn't feel like the Battle Royale Black Ops 4 Blackout at all either. It's because they changed everything about the game at the time. So obviously, if I don't like what they changed about the combat engine of the game, right, I'm not going to like either version, whether it's the competitive multiplayer or whether it's the other side of it, the Battle Royale. So, yeah, I just hated it. And then what sucks is when the new Black Ops came out a couple years ago, all right, I really liked the multiplayer of it, but then they used the stupid fucking Warzone as the Battle Royale. So it was like you're playing two completely different fucking games. So I again skipped the Battle Royale and didn't bother with it because I didn't want to play shitty Warzone and that bad engine. Okay? So it is what it is. Now, apparently this year, they're doing, what is it, Modern Warfare 2? Is it going to be any good? I have no clue. I guess we'll see. I mean, I haven't played Call of Duty for a year now because Vanguard was a piece of dog shit. So I guess we'll see what happens with this. Again, I think what's going to happen, it's going to have to do with the beta. When this beta, alpha, whatever you want to call it, comes out in the summer, I'm going to play it, and I'm going to see if I like it, just like with Vanguard. If I like it, maybe I'll get the game. If not, I'm just going to fucking skip it again. If anything, this year proved you don't have to play Call of Duty every year. You're missing nothing, right? Okay. Our next question. By the way, the poll is going. Please vote on the kind of hat you'd like to see. I'm going to let it go for one more question, then I'm going to put on the hat. Okay. Next question is from Blonde Fella, who says, just asking, why did you block some ordinary gamers from your live streams? The guy genuinely enjoys you and wants to play Siege with you. Allow me to clarify the situation because I'm so confused about the situation, all right? So, to my knowledge, I guess this guy, Some Ordinary Gamers, is a big content creator on the internet. I don't know who he is. I never heard of him.
You don't know who anyone is.
And I think this was years and years and years ago. I think it was on my Twitch channel. Somehow he got banned. I have no idea what happened. I have no frame of reference for it. I have no clue whatsoever anything about this guy. Like, I don't know anything. Okay?
He's the guy.
So I guess what happened was somehow he ended up getting banned on my stream. I don't know if it was me. I don't know if it was a moderator. I have no idea. I have no idea who this is. Okay? But people started coming to my streams exclusively saying, hey, why'd you ban this guy? Unban him. Why'd you ban this guy? Unban him. Now, it would have been one thing if it was like one guy coming to me nicely asking. It was like people were coming in droves to the streams trolling,
he streamed him, that's why.
Unban him, unban him, unban him. I don't know who he is. I don't know what you're even talking about. If someone had intelligently come to me at one point and said, hey, Phil, so a content creator came to your stream and you banned him, can you talk to him? Can you work it out? Maybe I would have. But what happened was it seemed like the followers of this person were a bunch of fucking idiots with the way that they went about it, and they came and basically kind of like spammed and trolled my stream.
You don't even remember why you banned them. Of course, the
moderators then banned them too. And it just became like a thing for a few weeks where people would constantly come to the stream saying, why did you ban this guy? Can you unban him? I don't know what you're talking about. And nothing ever intelligent ever came of it. It just kind of just became this ongoing mess to the point where I just didn't care about it anymore. Okay? Now, I swear, that was on Twitch, right? So, this person, blonde fella, posted this up on my forums over the last few months for this episode of Ask the King. I'm on YouTube now. I've been on YouTube since full time since May of last year. So if this guy actually did want to come to one of my streams, I'm fairly certain he'd be able to, because I wasn't streaming on YouTube when he got banned. He got banned from my Twitch channel. I don't use my Twitch channel anymore, right? So, to my knowledge, there's nothing preventing this guy from coming and saying something on my streams. I don't think he's banned here. I have no idea. Okay, and by the way, no one's talked to me. Again, this guy never contacted me and said, hey, Phil, I got banned. Can we talk about it? Nothing. Maybe it's just a meme. Maybe he thought it was funny to send his followers after me or something. He thought it would be funny and have reactions. Maybe he watched his followers troll me and he made videos about it. I have no idea. Again, I know nothing about this person. Now,
No, you know nothing
as
about
for
anybody.
Siege, I don't play Rainbow Six Siege. I literally didn't play Rainbow Six Siege ever. Outside of launch week, I played it twice. And I personally thought the game was one of the biggest broken messes I've ever seen. I never went back to it. So why a content creator would contact me and say, I want to play Siege with you, I have no idea, because I don't play Siege. You see, like, that doesn't make any sense. That would be like me reaching out to, I don't know, Captain Sparkles and say, hey, Captain Sparkles, let's go play Mortal Kombat. And I just keep going on his stream,
Yeah, I
spamming
do
him.
notice,
Let's play Mortal
like,
Kombat.
he
Let's play Mortal
really
Kombat.
is
Like, dude,
talking
I'm a fucking
down
YouTuber
about
who makes
this
Minecraft videos.
person.
Why are you spamming me about Mortal Kombat, right? That's the same thing here. Why are you coming to my streams to tell me about Siege? I don't play it. What are you talking about? You've confused me. I am very confused. So if anyone wants to clarify the situation, by all means, please do. I have no idea what's going on.
You don't know
I don't know if this
anything.
guy is banned from my channel or not. I don't, you know. It's unbeknownst to me. Okay? All right. It looks like we're going to do a hat swap to the pilot hat for the conclusion of Ask the King today, which I'm okay with.
All right. Well
Amazing.
then.
Okay, let's continue.
I think that
Next
means
question
we
is from
need-
Hans Sala, who says, I've realized
Sorry,
lately the
PSP
big
Kirby.
influence that Souls games have on other games, more specifically in terms of combat and challenge. What are your thoughts on this matter, and do you think it's a positive or negative thing? It could be a positive thing if people take the things out of Dark Souls that are good and kind of applies it to other games, but sadly what's
If the
happening
Pigler's coming up.
is because Dark Souls became so popular, virally popular, right?
There
These
we go.
companies basically made a bunch of knockoffs. Lords of the Fallen, and probably another 14, 15 games I can mention just in the last 5 years, took the Dark Souls formula and said, we're just going to make Dark Souls, but our version of it with a little spin, a little twist to the gameplay or whatever. But essentially, when you play these games, you realize it's Dark Souls, right? It's their knockoff of it. And sadly, I hate to say it, in all the ones that I attempted, to play the spin-offs, I didn't like them. I always
Yeah,
felt
you
that they
see,
were far,
DSP had a cameo in the
far
movie. Look
inferior
at him. He's even saluting the
to
guy.
the originals, and I never had a desire to play them. You know, the only one I would say that I liked that was different enough was Neo, and we kind of already touched upon it earlier in this Ask the King, that Neo has ultra responsive controls. So it's kind of like Dark Souls, but in a feudal Japan setting with ultra responsive controls, and that's the thing that makes Neo feel different. You see? So there you go. Okay. So I don't know.
I love we
don't
got
think
the
there's actually been a
platinum
company
vest
that's
and
made
the
a
pilot
Dark Souls
hat.
style game that's
I
as
love
good
it.
as the originals,
I
and therefore
love
I
it.
don't really care for them. I'm okay with Dark Souls kind of rubbing off on other games. I'm not okay with people just literally biting the formula and saying, "Oh, well, our game has a few guns, so it's a little different." No, it's the same game. It's just you added a gun, but it's literally Dark Souls. You know, it's like these companies don't even try. They don't even try to
What
hide
about
it.
Kirby? Is Kirby Dark Souls?
The thing is, I guess there's a market for it because obviously the games sell. It's what it is people really like this ultra difficult style of game, and if they don't have a FromSoft version out at the time and they're tired of playing the other ones, they actually think what they do, they use those other games to kind of fill in the gaps. For me, they just don't appeal to me. Okay. Next question
That's the
from
always
Letaria.
complains.
He asked the following: earlier this month, you stated the plan to do a full game review for Elden Ring upon completion. While your review series have always been entertaining and informative, I'm a bit skeptical out of the fairness of future reviews since the review of Last of Us 2. Why it's true the game had flaws with its narrative and pacing, and it's far from perfect. It's difficult to believe that it received a fair review when you scored the game a 5 out of 10, but later on you placed it in your Game of the Year countdown. I understand full reviews are no longer a staple part of your content, but do you plan to make any changes to how you approach future reviews? Sure. Here's what you should do. You take the number score and you fucking throw it away. It means nothing. Number scores are fucking worthless. What you need to do when there's a game review is listen. Okay? Stop looking at the number and say I'm lazy and I'm going to judge my entire judgment of a game off of a fucking number that someone threw out. The number is a fucking piece of shit. It's a waste of everyone's time. Okay?
But you used
what you need to do is listen to what the person actually has to say in their review.
I can't believe he actually answered that question.
You can look and listen. Yeah, you can look here and look and listen. If you look
here
and you see the 5,
look, listen.
You take the 5, you crumple it up like this, and you throw it away.
But then why did you give it a 5?
For the rest of the review. All right?
The 5
now,
implies...
If you actually listen to my Last of Us 2 review, I said I'm incredibly torn about the game because the graphics, the gameplay elements, the world design, right? All of these factors that make a good game are outstanding, best-in-class style examples. The sneaking style gameplay is vastly improved from the first game. The environments are really cool.
Yeah,
and
that's the thing.
And original. They
by
actually feel
saying
like you're in
that, it's like,
Seattle
dude,
for
don't
half the
even
game
listen
when
to
you're
this
going through
guy.
those areas, I know because I live in Seattle and it feels like it. It's really neat. The graphics were absolutely outstanding.
Like if I gave it, if I said that a
But
game's a 5
what
out
I
of
said
10, I
is
would
that the
never
one
put it in
key
anywhere near Game of
factor
the Year.
to all of it is that the story killed it for me because the story was, in my opinion, poorly written, poorly paced, and just was not a very good story at all. The story made you feel like shit the whole way through. Why do I want to play a game to feel bad? Right? I got enough things in my life to feel bad about. I don't need to fucking worry about something else making me feel like shit. And I feel like that's what it kind of was if you have a good life, a happy life constantly, play The Last of Us 2. It's a good downer. But outside of that, like everyone else who has like a normal life with problems and shit, do you want to play the game and feel stressed the fuck out? Everything's bad and sad. People are killing each other in gory fights left and right, ripping each other's intestines out and strangling each other with them. It was just disgusting.
Burroughs,
it really
basically
was.
everything that
Some
makes the
people actually
game
called it
good was
torture
there,
porn.
but you felt bad so the game
plot
wasn't
of the game
good.
is essentially misery and bad decision after bad decision. The further in you get, the worse
I
it
don't-
gets. By the end,
I don't
it's a
think
disgusting,
it's-
horrible mess that scars you for fucking life. Wow, Game of the Year. 10 out of 10. I felt, what a great game. You see what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean... The thing for me is, everything that was great about the game was kind of off-put by the fact that the whole plot of the game was so bad, in my opinion. Okay? So, that being said, I can say the game was good and bad for various reasons. And
Yeah,
if you
this is
remember, in
fucking
my actual
regarded.
review, and in my Game of the Year countdown, I said I would actually be doing everyone in game development a disrespectful job if I didn't acknowledge the best-in-class accomplishments of The Last of Us 2. That game has the best accessibility ever of any AAA release ever made up to this point. There is not even another
this is
video
literal
game,
fence
AAA level
setting.
game made that has the accessibility
Because he
and
wants
features
to, he
that The
doesn't
Last of Us
like
2
the
has.
story, and
That
I
is
don't
an
like the
industry
story either. I didn't
accomplishment
care
that needs
for
to be
it
remembered and
personally. I felt like it
emulated
was,
moving forward.
oh, the cycle of
The
violence,
graphics
but it's
were
like you continue
ridiculously
going on it.
lifelike and good.
But
the
that's me.
gameplay elements were very improved from the first game. And again,
My
the
problem,
world
though, is
design was
that-
superb. But it's all ruined if you don't like the story, and I hated it. I thought it was one of the worst stories in a
then
game
why
I've
would-
ever experienced, and it was one of some of the worst writing and pacing I'd ever experienced ever in any video game. And it ruined it for me.
Oh yeah, he's
So it's kind of
definitely
like
kissing
it's
super
it,
blind,
it's
man,
kind of really
with that
pulls me in two
accessibility.
directions.
He doesn't
see?
give a shit about
So,
accessibility.
if you listen to my review and you heard 5 out of 10, but then you saw I put it in my Game of the Year awards, and you say, well, I can't trust your reviews anymore, that's your fault. You put way too much weight on a number. The number means nothing. The number is just a fun
5
stupid
out
thing to
of
put on the
10.
review. Listen to the
That would
content
be-
of the review. If you like
Oh
the
my
story of
god,
Last of Us 2, you probably think it's the
this
best game of the year.
stupid?
If
that
you
he
don't, you
doesn't
probably
get
think it's
it?
the biggest disappointment of the year, right? But you can't deny that there's all these great gameplay elements of the game that need to be respected. I'm not going to
No.
sit here and say the whole game's terrible because the story's bad.
No,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
say the
have to
story's bad,
respect-
everything else is good. So
I
you
don't
be
have
your
to
own
respect
judge.
it.
And that's the purpose of my review and my Game of the Year countdown. Okay, I don't know why some people get so fixated on a number that they can't understand.
You gave
that's
it the
really not
number.
what you're
As I
supposed to be
said,
paying
you
attention to
gave
in
it the
review.
fucking
Listen to
number.
the fucking review, and then you'll understand what someone's trying to say about a game. Okay?
Jesus Christ,
Okay.
dude. Do you not get it?
All right, continuing on. We have one question off of Twitter,
Fucking
and then
goat
to
laugh.
end the show, I will open up to a little bit of stream chat Q&A.
God damn
Okay.
it, dude.
So,
You
Twitter
gave it
questions
that
from
number,
White
so-
Mojo Wolf. He says, with WWE 2K22 being the next game in the rotation, can you do a deep dive on your favorite era of wrestling and some of the reasons why it clicked for you? For me, it was the mid-2000s that did it for me, watching SmackDown one random Friday on local TV, and the rest is history. I had two eras of wrestling that I really was the most adamant follower. There was the late 80s, early 90s. So I guess you could call that the end of kind of almost like the Legends era and heading into what they called the new generation with the new up and
That was
comers like
near the
Bret
end.
Hart,
It's called the
Lex Luger,
Hulkamania
Shawn
era.
Michaels. That was the era I watched. Hulk Hogan, Roddy Piper, Macho Man. Those were my guys in the 80s. And then in the 90s, Bret Hart was my top guy, but I did like Shawn Michaels and some other wrestlers, Razor Ramon, coming up at that time. I stopped watching wrestling during the Attitude Era. I just didn't watch
Bullshit.
any of it. I missed out on the origins of The Rock,
I
and Stone Cold
fully
Steve
bullshit.
Austin, and the,
I call
the
bullshit on
feuds
all
with
of that.
McMahon and Mick Foley and all
No.
his incarnations. I saw none of it.
I call
It wasn't
bullshit.
until later, when the Invasion plotline happened, when WCW and ECW had fused with WWE, and you had all these wrestlers kind of fighting each other, that's when I started watching wrestling again. And I
Okay,
watched it heavily
you started
from that
watching wrestling
era,
during the invasion angle. God,
probably until
everyone
around
hates
2007, 2008. There was a
that.
time there
Was
when I
like one of
stopped
the
watching
worst
it adequately
angles
again.
ever.
But I got back into it with the whole CM Punk
Holy
stuff, and that's
shit.
when I was doing my wrestling commentary show. And so obviously I was heavily into wrestling, although
You
admittedly I was very critical of it at
literally
that time.
decided that you
But
had
yeah, those are the times when
to
I was most into
stop
wrestling.
watching
I
during
missed
the
out
fucking
on
Attitude Era.
everything
Oh
in the
my
Attitude
God,
Era.
you
I
are
just wasn't
fucking
watching it at the
retarded.
time. Okay? All right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've answered all your questions from the forums,
Like,
from the members poll.
The
I picked one
invasion
Twitter
is
question, there
considered
weren't
to
that
be
many.
a terrible.
Let's now, for the finale of the show,
Dude,
the last 15
listen,
minutes
you
or
can
so,
like
open
the
up
invasion if you want
to
to, but
open
the invasion was
Q&A.
poorly done. The fact that all the
Here
good,
we
all the
go.
big WCW folks didn't actually.
and tag me in the stream chat. If I get a new gaming computer, will I look at the inscription? I don't know. You talked about it last year. You wanted me to play it, and I didn't. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I'm not making any promises or commitments.
Like,
There you go.
the fact is that the problem with the invasion angle is that none of the big WCW people were there.
Derek says, what were some of your favorite movie
Like Ric
celebrities?
Flair,
growing up?"
Sting.
For me, it was comedies. I was always into
Even
comedies.
Booker T and all
so
that.
It was like
basically,
Bill
you had
Murray,
only
Dan
the
Aykroyd,
jobbers.
that kind of stuff. And then for action movies, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I mean,
Those were my
the
favorite-
Attitude Era
my guys
ended
at that
before
time.
the invasion, and
Would I
besides,
consider a wig
bullshit.
instead of a
Like,
hat?
what
I don't
is it?
know how comfy a wig would be.
Let's see if I
Hat,
can
you
find.
just toss it on, take it right. Wig is like, I gotta fucking position
Like,
this.
if
thing
you ever
falls
see
off
that
my head.
picture
Probably be
from,
too uncomfortable. Do I like
From
sandwiches?
Evo
Yes.
2002.
I don't know anything about the glowing Baxter climate in chat. Sounds like you're being stupid. Did I ever finish Danganronpa V3? I did. I beat it. We completely did it. 100% beaten. What is my most controversial hot take about games in the gaming industry? Man. My most controversial hot take.
If you look at that, he
I don't
has
know.
a
I don't
shirt that
remember.
is
That Duke Nukem
so
Forever
obvious
wasn't
that that
bad.
was
How about that?
a shirt from the
There you go.
late
That's a good
80s, or for the late 90s. Sorry.
Will I ever go to the Viper room? No, because in the Viper room they go to wipe and wash your windows, and I don't need to have my windows washed because my windows are clean. Do I collect video game figures? No, I don't
you
collect
so
anything like
retarded.
that anymore. Do I miss Battlefield? Bad Company. It was a pretty good series, although I think the last one they made wasn't so good. But I did enjoy Bad Company as an alternative to the Call of Duty stuff. No, I've never been to Europe before. How far did I get into computer science in my university days? 2 semesters.
Yeah,
And then I
yeah,
dropped
he had
out.
that classic DX shirt on, and guess
Did I
what?
watch a lot of
I
wrestling
was
with
looking
my
at
dad?
it.
We watched the
The
classic
fact
80s
that-
wrestling and early 90s wrestling. We
Not
watched together.
only did he
After
have
no.
that,
but that's what we watched
if you
together.
look
Yes,
at
it was every week.
If you look at that, it
If
not
I could
only
change
has
one thing in my
it's
life, what
got
would
a
it
thing where
be?
it's proven that it's a
Probably
1998
there's
shirt.
two
It's
things
a
that
lie.
are equal and they kind of go hand in hand.
Like, he
I
didn't
really
watch the
wish
Attitude
that I
Era.
didn't have
Bullshit.
lingering financial issues and debt. Like right now, my major problem is my taxes. Like I still have these back taxes that I'm stuck paying for a long time, and it's not getting any better right now because of what happened with Twitch last year. So because of that, it goes into my other thing that I'd like to change about my life. I wish that I could have more time with my family. I wish that I could maybe have like 2 days off a week. There's no way I could do that right now because I have to work 6 days a week full time to make ends meet and afford everything around
You
me.
don't care
If that back tax issue got cleared up and went away, then I could only work the 5 days a week. I could have 2 days with my family, but I have to work that much to make ends meet.
You don't
That's what sucks
care,
right
though.
now.
That's
I'm
the
just kind
problem.
of stuck where I am, and I can't get to the better situation because that one lingering issue, I can't get it to go away.
There we go. I finally found it. God, it's
Okay.
hard to find that one.
Let's see here.
SG versus DSP.
A Spanish gaming goose that wrote about the finale. Spandong, we already talked about this. We don't have to waste time on that nonsense. We even talked about it in this very video. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about a Spanish gaming news site.
Yeah, but you see, no, you do care. We know you care. That's the funny thing about it.
Can I
We
speak
know
a little
you
bit
care
about the
about
upcoming
that.
next couple of months gaming schedule? Yes.
All right, so we're
We'll do it
gonna
very
take a
briefly
look
'cause I
at
have the
this
list right
real
here.
quick
I just
because
recently updated it.
I
In May,
just
Trek
don't give a shit
Tiomi
what
May
he's
5th,
talking
Evil
about.
Dead the Game May 13th, possibly Vampire the Masquerade on May 19th, but I'm not sold on that. Cyber Elite 5, which is under Game Pass, May 26th,
gonna
and the House of the Dead remake on May 26th. Someone has offered to buy it for
put
me.
this on
in which case
the
I
on
said,
break
yeah, I
thing
would
just
play it if you buy it for me
because
because I would absolutely like to
I'm
play it, but I don't
actually
want to drop
going
$30 on a
to
game that's 20 minutes long. And Pac-Man
switch
Museum
this
Plus,
out,
which is also on
'cause
Game
I
Pass.
want to
I'm
actually
curious
pull
about that.
something
May
up.
27th. Mario Strikers Back.
There we go.
Strikers.
Okay, so this is
Mario Strikers Battle League June 10th, The Quarry June 10th, Sonic Origins June 23rd, Capcom Fighting Collection June 24th, Fire Emblem Warriors.
So
Two
this is
Hopes,
that
maybe,
picture. It was
June
in
24th, Cuphead Delicious Last Course,
down the
June
rabbit hole.
30th.
But if you take
After
a
that, we don't have
look,
anything till August.
and here's the
So there
thing.
you go. Mystery Boy in Black.
see
tipped me
under
$1.50,
that-
says you didn't read my super chat.
that goes
on.
and
I
shows
missed
that
it.
that is a 1998 DX
I
shirt.
totally missed it. I'm sorry about that.
And
Wow, you did it an hour ago, too. Now I feel like an asshole.
It is 1998
I'm really
because
sorry about
under
that.
there will say
So Mystery Boy in Black did a
copyright
super chat,
1998
and he
Titan
said,
Sports.
would you consider
And
playing
the 2002
original
retro
three
one doesn't
Spider-Man
have that
games
type
on the
there.
PS3 or Xbox 360? I really hope that it's something he
So
would
yeah,
do.
it's
I'm down for that.
completely and utterly.
I don't know. No one really
bullshit.
asked for
He's
Spider-Man
always
anymore.
bullshitting everybody.
They did at one point, and I
see.
think I played a few of the classic Spider-Man games, and people never really asked me to play any others. So there's really
Yeah.
no
Also, yeah. God,
major
he's
desire
so
to go back.
thin.
And
And
I
you
do
wanna
know that
say,
the new
"Oh, I
Spider-Man
was
game
a
is development, but We
bodybuilder."
don't know when it's coming out yet. So
Like,
I
he's
don't
never
know.
exercised
Again,
once in his fucking
I'm
life.
always open to playing whatever if my audience asks for it. If there was a group of people asking and it seemed prominent, then yeah, I would do it. You're the first person who really asked me to go back and do that. Okay. So now he tipped me $1.50. This Mystery Boy in Black. He says, you didn't read my super chat. In case you asked, Spider-Man 1 and 2 are backwards compatible on the Xbox 360. You shouldn't have any problems playing the 3 games. I don't expect you to play Ultimate Spider-Man, even though it's so backwards compatible on Xbox 360. So you're talking, actually now he's clarifying, I think you mean the movie games, don't you? Yeah, I never played any of the movie games outside of Amazing Spider-Man. I played that one.
Oh, the thing about the
But yeah,
Spanish
again,
news outlet,
it really
that
depends
said,
on demand. There hasn't
Blooper
really been
actually
demand
found
for
it.
so I haven't
It
considered
was
but it's not out of the
there's an
question,
article
especially if it's
about
backwards compatible.
DSP
Okay.
rage quitting Kirby. I'll find it. Give me
Derek
one
says,
sec,
are you
I'll
excited to
actually
finally play
find
the
it.
Cuphead DLC? Yeah, I loved Cuphead. And I was stoked that there was going to be a DLC, and then it never came out. Here we are like 6 years later, or 7 years, 20 years later, it's finally coming out. I am excited for that. What's the worst
here
game I
is
forced
the,
myself to play through for one reason or another? I
that's
felt like
not
quitting the entire time. Cypherus, I couldn't answer that. Maybe that shitty fucking game where you chop off, was Extinction? Yeah. The game with the orcs where you chop off their arms and legs like fucking Attack on Titan. That game was shit. Do I like Dragon Quest games? Yes, I love them, actually. Will I ever consider From Software's other game, King's Field? I don't know anything about it. Elsky says, have I seen the Starfield Meet Vasco video that was released recently? No, I did not. Do I think you should be more strict with their rules like Twitch or stay a little more free and less censorship? Depends on the situation. Depends more on... It's not really as much freedom of speech as intent. You know what I'm saying? If someone is literally on YouTube just to harm others, yeah, they should have enforcement on what they're doing. But if someone is on YouTube and they're getting censored for saying things that are like political things and it's freedom of speech, to say that, no, I don't think that should be censored.
Sit on
But if
that
literally
fence,
someone's
sit
just
on
there
that
just
fence.
slandering someone, attacking someone, that I don't think that should be allowed. Would I
Sit
consider playing
on the
Disco
fence.
Elysium? I've heard people say that it's great. People don't seem to really ask for it. In fact, recently, it was on Game Pass, isn't it? And people didn't even want to see me play it then, so I didn't do it. Derek
No,
says
we
he's a
gotta
huge
play
Back
I
to the
Am
Future
Fish.
fan. What
Fucking
were some of
deadhead
my favorite
audience.
scenes from each of the Back to the Future movies?
Disco Elysium's
I would
awesome game
say
from everything I've heard.
Back to the Future 1, the dump truck scene. Is it the dump truck scene in that one where the manure dumps right on fucking Biff's face? I can't remember if that's 1 or 2. Actually, that's 2 because he has the hoverboard. So that's a cool scene. Obviously, when he's playing the guitar,
It's
the
actually
dance
both.
is really cool.
You got the manure on him also in the first one, but the callback. Oh,
I don't know. Those are the two that stand out for me. What's my favorite video game soundtrack? I don't have one of all time, but some ones that I like off the top of my head. Super Mario World, Street Fighter 2, Legend of
Street
Zelda:
Fighter
Link to the
2.
Past, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy 6. Just off the top of my head.
just Phil,
Thoughts
what's
on
this
Elon
end?
Musk buying Twitter? Elon Musk is the supreme human. He's the best person ever on planet Earth, and I love and respect everything he does. Please don't ban me from Twitter. I need it for business purposes. What's my thoughts on having thoughts? I think that it's pretty thoughtful to have thoughts. Thoughts on the new Saints Row? I haven't actually seen anything about it, so I can't have any thoughts on it. Did a turtle crap in here? What a crappy life. Yeah, I think so. Anything else?
No, end the stream. I need to go. End it. End this.
I don't remember any characters from The Sopranos. I can't answer favorite Sopranos character, except for what was his name? The guy who was the guy from Italy, who they got to join the family. He came from Italy to join the family. I forgot what his name was. He was pretty funny.
Jirio is this name.
Would I ever play more rage-inducing games? Because I know fans enjoy and tip you for playing them. Not specifically, no. I never selected a game on the basis that it would cause rage. That's actually never happened. The only exception to that would be the Rage-a-thons, where you guys nominated and voted on games to be played that you thought would cause me rage. Half the time, they didn't. Yes, I like the original RoboCop movie. No, I'm not keeping up with any current TV shows.
What about Shark Tank?
Where was my second choice to move when looking at places
Oh my
moving from
God.
Connecticut? You mean like here in Washington, or do you mean other location? You have to clarify. Thoughts on playing Elder Scrolls Online chill stream? I know nothing about Elder Scrolls Online. Thoughts on the Beastmaster series? I've never seen one. What's your hardest boss battle you ever done? I have no idea. Probably something from Soft, but I don't know off the top of my head. I can't answer that. It's
Just
too wide-ranging of a
End the
question. I would
fucking
need to prepare an
stream.
answer for that. Do I think haters will ever fizz out? No, because at this point, there's a difference between hating for a reason and hating just to hate and getting enjoyment out of continuing that hate and toxicity, and that's what it is now. They've gone far beyond the realm of logic with what they do, and so I don't think it will ever fizz out because they literally have made their own existence outside of anything I say or do. Yeah. Would I consider on a set of fake glasses to wear? Yes, but we never came up with anything that wouldn't be intrusive. As I said, the reason that Gunner glasses work really well, they're designed for what I'm doing. They're literally designed for someone who sits here and stares at a TV monitor or a computer monitor all day long because they cut out the blue light. They were supposed to be easier on your eyes to do this for an extended period of time. I can't wear sunglasses because I can't see. You can't wear sunglasses indoors and try to play a game. You can't see shit. So what other reading glasses, right? That basically you just see through them, but they don't really do much. We'd have to find other glasses that I could wear that wouldn't negatively affect things, you see? There you go.
Just end the goddamn stream, dude. You got nothing. Just
I'm happy you were here,
done.
Derek. I'm glad you stopped by.
Just come on.
Yes,
end it.
Capcom's new Fighting King collection is going to replace Friday Night Fights. Okay, we're still going to call it
Yes,
Friday
Grey
Night
Fox.
Fights.
I even
but it's just
have
going to be the
those.
different game. Now, I hope that the game is good enough that we can have it as our new fighting game, Darkstalkers and Hyper Street Fighter 2. It would be great. And you know, there's other games in there too, but I don't think they're very competitive. Like Gem Fighter Minimix. It's not a good fighting game. It's meant as like a silly gimmick game, but it's completely unbalanced and broken as shit. Not a very fun game to play at a competitive level. I know because I tried in arcades. I hated it. And the other games I don't even think were meant to be competitive games. They're more kind of like alternative fighting games that didn't really catch on because they're not very good competitively. So I might play those on a gimmick, but I'm not going to play those long term. I really think it's going to be Hyper Street Fighter 2 and the Darkstalker series, probably Vampire Savior, that I'm going to be playing the most in that collection. And yeah, that could replace what we're doing now. I hope it does, because I don't like the quality of this collection that I play every week. I feel like it should be much better. Fake hipster glasses with no lenses in them. And a monocle. I don't know, I think a monocle would actually be intrusive. It might hurt. Monocles are quite large. You have to hold it in your eye like this. Like, I don't think that would be very comfortable. But glasses with no lenses in them. I mean, you find some that you like.
Are you done, Phil?
Would I ever do a fan meetup? These days, no. I would not risk it at this point. Maybe if we waited a little bit longer and
Risk
you know,
for
COVID
what,
was not
COVID?
a humongous factor at this point. Maybe I would consider it
I
in
thought
the
you
future.
got
But
vaccinated.
at this point, COVID is still existing, even though people pretend like it's not. It's still out there, and I don't want to get it, nor do I want to spread it. So I'm not doing any unnecessary risks
Spread
right now.
it to
Fuck that.
whom? You don't go anywhere, buddy. The quarantine has literally not really affected your
Expand Dog
life.
says, you said May to July is going to be a dry spell of games, but with the ones you listed, I think the schedule is going to be packed. I think May and June will be pretty, not necessarily busy because there's nothing super high profile AAA, but I do feel that July will be completely dead. And so hopefully,
Sid, I am
if
tempted.
we start
I am
discussion in May and
tempted to
June
end this
about
right
possibly
now.
upgrading my setup and everything, and people get invested in it, maybe people want to help with it, maybe we can actually have it come together over the summer. We'll have to see. Do I think that Capcom should continue the Ethan and Ethan's daughter storyline for Resident Evil or go back to old characters? I don't even understand it. I really don't even really understand the story. All I understand is Ethan's story from 2 games. I didn't even, the whole daughter thing threw me off at the end, nor do I really understand it at all.
I do
don't know
not
what they're
understand it. Ethan had a daughter.
Just saying, tip me $1.50 so I
She's
consider
half
playing Little
mold.
Nightmares 2 or Fortnite.
Maybe. I don't know.
Little Nightmares 2 and Fortnite, the answer is no and no. I already played Fortnite before. I know exactly what it is. Now you're saying, oh, there's no build mode, so it's different. I still don't care. As for
Oh, yeah. You want to
Little
meet my
Nightmares
dad?
2,
Jesus.
I saw someone play it, and I did not like it. I saw actually another content creator play a bit of it, and I was like, wow, I'm glad I did not get this game. So, no. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt releases in a couple days. I talked about it. I said I'm kind of interested, but not really. And by the way, oh, wait, Bloodhunt. Isn't Bloodhunt... That's not a full game, right? There's 2 vampire games coming out soon, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. She has powers because she's part mold.
I can't remember. Mystery
That-
Boy in
that's
Black
it.
to me $1.50 says you're right, except for Ultimate Spider-Man, which is based off the comics of the same name. Judging by what I've seen, you should be able to play all of those games on the Xbox 360. And by the way, Spider-Man 3 has an exclusive collector's edition on the PlayStation 3, and they're great. Thank you. Again, if there's ever demand for it, I consider it. I've never turned down someone and said, oh, we're not going to play a classic game if a lot of people want to see it. It's always the opposite. All right, guys. That is it. We're
Good.
out of time.
Thank
you
God.
for a great Ask the King. I hope you guys enjoyed the
He
show.
literally
Thank you
was
for
watching the
whether you
clock
watch
on that.
live on stream or you watch this on demand on DSP Gaming. Keep in mind, yes, moving forward, this will be on DSP Gaming. I'm going to make an ongoing playlist for it on DSP Gaming so you guys can watch it here on the channel. Keep in mind, all previous episodes were on my old vlogging channel that is now defunct. So you have to go to the legacy content if you want to see the older episodes, okay?
Are you just gonna make the? Why don't you just make a
Also,
playlist
a
that
quick
has
reminder
those as well?
that yes, indeed, you can actually post up your questions for the next show already. There's already a thread on my forums on dspgaming.com where you can post up your questions, so please feel free if you had a question that came up as a result of this show, and the next show will likely be in sometime in July. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed Ask the King. Until next time, peace out. Thanks. Okay, everyone. So that is it for Ask the King.
What
Thank
the
you for watching. Appreciate
Oh my God.
appreciate it. Appreciate it. So, right now what I'm going to do is
Fun
upload
mode.
these videos to the channel. So, if you missed any portion of today's stream, you can get caught up on it, all right? I'm going to take a break and have dinner. Now, tonight's
Okay.
late stream, as a reminder, everybody, is whatever the members are voting for, all right, right now on the main channel page of DSP Gaming. I can check on that for you guys right now. In fact, I will check on it right now. So, right now, in the members-only poll for tonight's Game Pass stream, I Am Fish is in the lead. I'm not shocked because you guys seemed to want I Am Fish the other night,
This is so
and
fucking
this is
retarded.
really uncomfortable.
I don't
So
care.
I think it's
Change the
likely going to be
fucking
I Am Fish
camera,
unless we
Bill.
get a rallying of members. Because, by the way, only 150 members voted. Only 150. We have 370 plus members. Only 150 voted. There could be a rallying during the break, but right now it looks like it's going to be I Am Fish tonight at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. I hope to see you guys tonight for that. Remember, if you're not interested in I Am Fish tomorrow, it's Elden Ring and Friday Night Fights, Old School Street Fighter fun. Thank you all for a great Ask the King. Please have a good break, and I will see you tonight, possibly
Wow.
and likely for I Am Fish. All right. Awesome.
Okay, he fucking flew through that. He flew through that one. But all right, well, thank you all for coming out, restreaming. I might restream. I might restream on. Might restream Saturday. I'm gonna try, but who knows? But I'll let you know. All right. Thank you so much. Catch you later.